I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Modesty, propriety can lead to notoriety. You could end up as the only one. Gentleness, sobriety are rare in this society. A night a candle's brighter than the sun. I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. If manners maketh men, as someone said, here's the hero of the day. It takes a man to suffer ignorance and smile. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm the Englishman in New York. I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Sunny. 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 Yesterday my life was filled with rain. Sunny, you smiled at me and really eased the pain. The dark days are gone and the bright days are here. My sunny one shines, it's so sincere. Sunny, one so true, I love you. Sunny, thank you for the sunshine bouquet. Sunny, 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 thank you for the love you brought my way. You gave to me your all in all, and now I feel 10 feet tall and sunny, one so true. I love you, I love you.
Thank you guys. I just love sharing a stage with the band.
Thank you. Okay.
We're so lucky to be here at Arena Stage. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of South Summit 2022. I hope you guys have survived the first day. Pretty intense, an awful lot going on. Loads of networking and a little bit of partying going on as well last night. So I see people are struggling to make it in early, but we're delighted to kick off here at the Arena Stage with a jam-packed program for day 2. Yesterday we touched on themes like getting to a net zero economy, revolutionizing the fintech industry, having a positive outlook on the technological world and the innovations that are coming towards us. And those trends are going to continue today as we decode complexity here at South Summit 2022. We're going to kick off again this morning with a couple of interesting tracks around the world of sustainability, how technology can help us enable get to this net zero economy, and taking a deeper dive into different industries and what they are doing. And first of all, to kick us off, I'm thrilled to welcome for the first time to South Summit an incredible individual who's traveled all the way in from New York to be with us here today, a serial entrepreneur from the world of digital real estate and now in sustainability also, entrepreneur turned investor looking to extend the life of humans and of the planet. Very much needed. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Amal Sarva. Thanks for being here.
Hi, I wanted to talk to you guys about starting startups that actually have an impact on carbon. I think South Summit is about climate and it's about carbon. I think it's the biggest theme also at Davos and at many of the big events around the world this year, and it should be. But at a startup and innovation event like this one, many of the big players we see coming and talking about carbon are talking about their energy company or multi-billion-dollar investments or government regulatory policy, and they're not really talking about what entrepreneurs can do. So for the next few minutes, I want to share with you a few ideas that maybe encourage you to start a company that has an impact on carbon. And so this is my 15-minute edition of Carbon Startup School. I started lots of companies over the years, and I think it actually is possible. I have often felt discouraged. How can you change the world? It seems hard, you know. But if our mission is this for today, I mean, isn't that what you do when you start a company? You try to do something insane, audacious, ambitious. So let's make this our mission, right? In 10 minutes, we're going to come up with 3 companies. And these 3 companies, I don't know if they'll be great companies, but we're going to come up with a few companies that don't require you to go back and get a PhD in electrical engineering from some fancy school. You're just going to start the company with the things that you already know now. So let's see if we can do it. Start a company that moves the needle on climate change. So here's an interesting fact that maybe you already know. You only need 1 trillion trees to undo all of the carbon that humanity has put in the air. Maybe 1 trillion sounds like a lot, but there's already 3 or 4 trillion trees in the world. So you only need 25% more trees than all the trees that already exist. It's not so many, right? It seems a little bit more manageable when you think about it that way. 1 trillion trees, because I think in the 200 years that we've been burning coal and other sources, there's about 2,400 gigatons, something like that, of carbon in the air, and we put about 100 every year in the air now. The number's been going down, but how do we take all that carbon out? Well, you only need 1 trillion trees. Okay, so 1 trillion sounds like a lot, right? Well, Google is worth more than $1 trillion, and these other companies are worth 2 trillion and sometimes 3 trillion. And so some of the biggest startups of the last 25 or 30 years are worth more than $1 trillion each, right? And if you only need 1 trillion trees, well, what does a tree cost? A tree only costs about 20 cents to plant. My friend from the search engine Ecosia, if on your iPhone you open your Safari search settings, one of your choices is now Ecosia, E-C-O-S-I-A, a search engine, and every time you search, they plant a tree for every 10 searches, something like that. And the guy who started that company told me it only costs 20 cents to plant a tree. You fly a plane over Canada and you drop seeds everywhere, and it's not very expensive. And for only 20 cents, you can plant a tree. That means for 1 trillion trees, it doesn't even cost $1 trillion. But this startup started in 1996. Google, whatever, is worth much more than $1 trillion. So it's possible, right? It's not impossible. And in fact, if you look at just the companies that exist today, the private companies that are available, there's more than 1,000 unicorns, and altogether they're worth more than 3 trillion. So it's super doable, right? Like 1 trillion trees, not impossible. If you start a company worth $1 trillion, well, it wouldn't even be 20% of the value to get the 1 trillion trees up there, right? So we can do it. And you don't have to do it by yourself. I mean, you could do 1% of the problem. You could do 3% of the problem. So it's worth trying, is my point. Start a company with some level of impact. Maybe it's not 1 trillion, maybe it's 10 million, maybe it's 10 billion, but you've already moved the needle a little bit, right? So now we got to figure out what we're going to start this company about. And I haven't planned this out. Well, I hadn't planned it out, but then I thought, well, it's 9:30 in the morning here in Madrid. No one will be ready to give me all their best ideas. So I did it instead at 9:30 p.m. in Madrid, because you know that 9:30 p.m. in Madrid is the best time to get some ideas. So I met some Spanish entrepreneurs yesterday, and I will, with these problems you see here, we're going to figure out some companies that we might want to start on the topic of carbon reduction. So these are the things that you should do, right? So once you decide that it's worth doing because there's, only 1 trillion trees worth of a problem, then you got to figure out, well, which one of these is good for me, Well, transportation, construction of property. I mean, buildings are about 1/3 of the entire problem of carbon. Building the buildings and then running the buildings, it's about 1/3 of the entire problem. And the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change estimates that 2/3 of the carbon produced by buildings can be eliminated. Wow. Through digitalization, by better energy management, by a more sustainable style of building. Wow. So, that's a really big change, right? So it can be done, and that's just that square. And then you've got, all these squares, these are things that people are starting companies about every day. You just got to do one with the skills that you already have, right? So that's the tricky part. Because normally when you see a chart like the one we looked at, you think, well, I don't know anything about, the gut biome of cows. How will I create a new kind of synthetic biology that reduces methane? That seems tough. And for us sitting in the audience, if we're internet and technology entrepreneurs, what would we start? But let's choose to limit ourselves only to the things that we work on when we start internet and technology-enabled companies, right? So let's make this the next constraint. We're going to work on carbon. It is doable. You only need 1 trillion trees worth of a solution. But we have to do it with just software. So can we do that? So software. But software is more than just software, right? It's data, lots of data, information, big data, analytics, signals, it's also networks. So when you connect data together, right, GitHub is just people sharing data. GitHub doesn't give you data, it lets you share data. And once lots of people are sharing, or Dropbox, or Google Drive, once you're sharing, suddenly you're finding new insights and you're collaborating better. So it's data, software and data, networks linking the data. And then also models. I guess the other thing to think about is when people talk about AI and ML, what they talk about is using data to create models, and then the models are the artificial intelligence or the machine learning systems that give you insights, algorithms, right? So all those things together. So I wonder if we can use just those things. But we don't want to build a new factory or a new kind of battery. We're not going to do anything capital intensive. So that's our next constraint. And we've already used most of our time, right? So we only have like 5 minutes left, and we have to come up with 3 companies. And I've been explaining all this stuff, and now how are we going to come up with 3 companies so fast? Let's see what we can do. All right, so let me give you some inspiration. So there's a few companies that are inspiring and that are basically pure data, pure software companies that I think will have a big impact on carbon. So one of them is Tomorrow.io. I didn't know about it. It's only a 5-year-old company. It's a $1 billion company. They track weather using unusual data sources like your Tesla. Your Tesla knows the temperature. It knows if it's wet outside. Your home security camera has pictures. So they track weather using a big sharing network, which is more precise than the government, which tracks weather using satellites and other sensors. They track that weather, and then they turn it into software that lets Uber know how long the car will take to arrive. So you're looking for your Uber. Is it sunny today or is it rainy today in Madrid, and how long will the traffic delay be? Yeah, Google Maps is pretty good, but then you have to also know what will the weather add, or your delivery that's coming from Amazon. It's an interesting business because it also shows you the price and impact of unpredictable weather. One of the consequences of climate change is that weather becomes less predictable, and it's much harder to run your business, and now you start seeing the price of weather, you start micro-forecasting. It's a very narrow and specific idea. This company is giving you a price for weather impact. So is Descartes. So Descartes is an insurance company, and all they do is try to price certain events. So instead of selling you insurance for your building, or for your trip, or for your life, they make a bet with you. They say, what are the odds that there will be a huge rainfall that gives you 1 meter of rain in your house? And I will sell you insurance against that one event. It's pure data. It's math. But they're selling you insurance against weather events. Again, they're putting a price on the impact of carbon. Maybe one other example, before we run out of time, we need 3 companies, remember, is so Arcadia, another interesting company. It's financial software, but it doesn't track money. It just tracks carbon. If your company makes a pledge, if Apple tells you that they are net zero, or if Google tells you that the search has been carbon neutral since 2007, they have to prove it, they have to measure it. It's a very complicated business, they must need software. You start a software company, all it does is measure and estimate carbon use and how that changes over time. I think that's interesting, actually. All right, so now we have to come up with some companies. So first example, last night I met an entrepreneur from Madrid, well, Spanish entrepreneur, the company's called Flywire, and it's a fintech. So Flywire, if you look it up, multi-billion-dollar company started by a Spanish entrepreneur. You can do it. Their company will let you wire money to a university in the US without expensive foreign exchange cost. Simple idea. Now, if you have euros and you live here in Spain, maybe it's not a big deal. Your parents will wire the money to your degree at MIT, no problem. But if you're coming from Latin America or Africa or Asia, the wire costs are very high. Moving money around is really hard between the rich world and the poor world. Fine. They started that company, Flywire. Interesting. And so I thought that was inspiring. And, we were out late. I didn't have a lot of time to think about it. But could you do a climate company that involved that? And I think you could. I think all you do is do it for carbon removal, for planting trees, or for carbon credits. You can simply create a fintech that helps you move money from the rich world to the poor world, where people are planting trees. In sub-Saharan, the desertifying Africa, or in Latin America, or in Asia, or in the north of the world. I mean, these days, I guess it's Russia or Central Europe. If you wanted to buy those trees, they only cost 20 cents each, right, to plant, and you want to send €1 million, just the FX. And if you're going to just help do foreign exchange, if you're a fintech specialized on trees, well, then maybe you should do more than that. Maybe you should make sure that the trees are really there, make sure they're growing, make sure that there's no fraud. I mean, essentially, you'd be creating something like an Upwork, freelancer, network platform, where now entrepreneurs are planting trees and they're selling them into your marketplace, and you're giving a low cost of transfer, but you're just building a fintech company. It's a fintech company that's just about selling, you're just doing transactions on carbon credits. That's an idea. It's pure software company, carbon. You could start it. And it wouldn't be so different from Flywire. And Flywire should do it, but they won't. They're busy doing what they do, They're working on labor and other... Okay, next idea. So another Spanish entrepreneur that I met actually yesterday as well, Felipe from Job and Talent. Job and Talent, another multi-billion-dollar company founded by a Spanish entrepreneur. It's a very impressive company. It took a long time. Now it's huge. They started with recruiting software, help you recruit, more efficiently hire people. It's tough because it's a tough business. It's very competitive. And what they discovered was a really powerful idea was they do the recruiting, but then they also hire the people and they work for Job and Talent. So if Amazon has a warehouse, Amazon says, give me 100 people on Monday. And then on Wednesday, they change their mind. And then 2 weeks later, they say, OK, I need 1,000 people now. And Job and Talent just makes it happen. And they get the salary. Job and Talent earns the salary of this staff member. So it's a full stack, labor on demand. They're using software to do better recruiting, software to do better management of the people. But really, it's a labor platform. So let's see. How is that a startup in climate? Well, maybe here in town, another person who inspired me was Anna Arino, who runs Bird. You know the bicycles? You've seen them, right? You have to charge them somewhere. And maybe you notice that people have to pick them up in the middle of the night and move them around and charge them. And actually the device, the stuff needs to be charged. It's a completely new category. In the past, was there any company that put stuff on the street and had to pick it up every night and then put it back out there with such scale? It's both a labor problem and an equipment problem. And so my climate idea for you, number 2 here, is something between Job and Talent and Bird. You manage all these charging vehicles for all these networks, right? There's Bird, but there's also Lime. There's many different players. They all have this stuff in the same neighborhood. Why would they all have separate trucks and separate people that are coming and picking up these things? What you could have is a software platform that did the recruiting and the management of both labor and the devices. Where are they? How charged are they? If there is something that's on your mind all day, every day, is how much battery is in your phone, right? But these guys have thousands of these devices everywhere, and you don't want to overcharge them or undercharge them. So idea number 2 is Job and Talent meets EV network. It is a platform for managing your devices and your people in the field. I think it's a growing area, right? There'll be cars, there'll be other vehicles. Okay, so now let's get a third company. We only have a few moments left. So my last idea was at Martin Warszawski's house. And so Martin is a wonderful entrepreneur, huge, Jazztel, Ya.com, Maybe you know these companies, but in the last few years he's been starting companies that are about fertility, women's fertility, an egg bank and longer fertility cycle. And this one is easy, right? If you wanted to plant 1 trillion trees, the software you use now to track fertility cycles that women are using to have better management of their fertility, and then the software that I guess Martina is using to figure out when and how to manage the life cycle of a child. There's some kind of software that helps you manage when to plant the trees, how to grow the trees, and people are using them for indoor farms right now. The software for aero farms, these indoor farms, but you do it for the 1 trillion trees you're going to plant outdoors. So it's a software company for governments and for that other company we just started that's planting all those trees where you wire the money for carbon credits. But that software helps you plant and manage 1 trillion trees. You tie it maybe to tomorrow.io, so you know the weather. Maybe you buy some insurance from Descartes. And I think maybe we've moved the needle, right? And so those are 3 ideas for you. And it's possible then, just with software. And here are my hacks. Do it for animals, measure, and sell it online. I mean, any carbon idea, do any of those 3 things. If you see something in healthcare, do it for animals. If you see something that's hard to do, just measure it. And if someone invents someone, just sell it online. That's your plan. So it's your turn. Thank you for listening.
Woo! Amazing, thank you. Wow. That's one way to get you started and excited early in the morning. How many ideas, how inspiring is that, just to think about all of us can really participate and there's something that we can all contribute from whatever way and perspective with whatever resources we might have. So that's really, really comforting and inspiring to see how we can all participate in changing this world for the better and solving the problem right in front of us, which is significant and urgent, related to climate and climate tech. And sticking on that track, we're now going to take a deep dive into an industry that has a huge negative but could have a huge positive impact on this entire transition to a green economy. Our next speaker is 20, if not 30 years, even though she doesn't look it, operating in this industry at the top of her game. She's one of the world-renowned experts in the area of food, organics, and eco-fashion. She's actually the individual who coined the term eco-fashion and is here telling us how we can transform the fashion industry with the right values, making the right impact, and doing it at scale. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Marcy Zaroff, founder and CEO of Eco-Fashion Corp.
Thanks, Liz. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So yes, I started 30 years ago when I was 3. So it's really great to be here. Thank you, South Summit, and thank you all for being here after probably a late night last night. It's nice to be live versus on Zoom from New York, where I'm based. And I'll kick off with, my vision, my mantra has always been to revolutionize the fashion industry through education, inspiration, innovation, and collaboration. And as Liz mentioned, I coined the term eco-fashion in 1995. People thought I was crazy. Who will ever buy into that concept? These are 2 dichotomous worlds. But fortunately, those worlds are now colliding. And I've spent a lot of years building supply chains and standards and trying to figure out how to accelerate this movement. And technology and decoding complexity and disrupting the fashion industry is where we are today. So it's really exciting for me as a serial ecopreneur who started my career in food and learned a lot from the food side. I co-founded a school that is now the world's largest holistic nutrition school called the Institute for Integrative Nutrition. And today I'm the founder and CEO of Eco-Fashion Corp. We are a greenhouse of brands because we share the soil among 5 different verticals: Reset, Metaware, Yes and, Seed to Style, and Farm to Home. And I'm the author of a book, Eco Renaissance, Co-Creating a Stylish, Sexy, and Sustainable World, because it's time for a rebirth of humanity, and that's what a renaissance is, built on this awakening that we are all a part of a global ecosystem. So, vision is the art of seeing things invisible. This is the DNA of my life work. And to scale it impact, it is time to drive what I say within my book. There are 5 pillars: creativity, connection, community, consciousness, and collaboration. And so I'm going to frame today's talk through those 5 pillars and talk about the ecosystem and how we can all join forces to scale it impact. And it's no longer about doing less bad, it's about doing more good. And the power of technology to accelerate sustainable fashion is unprecedented. So remember one thing, addressing change starts from within. The one thing the pandemic taught all of us, I believe, even though there was a lot of suffering, and I don't make light of that, we couldn't go outside for a while, but we could go inside. And we could reset our own priorities, and we can go back to the source, right? The source of who we are, the light. And I can say in America right now, we're living in a modern-day Star Wars, right? The light and the dark forces are at odds, and we have to turn on the light and shine it as bright as we can so that we can co-create a better future for all of us. So why fashion? Fashion is one of the most powerful vehicles for transformation, huge impacts, one of the largest polluters in the world of air and water, right? 20% of the world's freshwater pollution is from textile treatment and dyeing. 10% of the world's carbon footprint is coming from the fashion industry, right? You have 5% of our landfills are filled with textile waste because 85% of textiles are getting thrown away. So, and many of you might not know, but every single synthetic garment in the history of mankind is now building up all kinds of microfibers in our washing machines that are going into our rivers, going into our oceans, destroying our oceans' ecosystems. 1/3 of the plastic in the oceans today are from textile microfibers. So we have to solve for this. We still haven't solved for this, right? Fashion industry has so much potential. 35 to 50% of fashion is getting returned. You know, we've all bought products online, and you know, there is so much waste in our industry. You know, there are 100 billion garments produced every year, right? So we can get to net zero by 2050 if $1 trillion of investment is mobilized to scale a range of targeted solutions in our industry. And climate change, it's not about staying ahead anymore in the fashion industry, it's about not being left behind. The industry is making a commitment to reduce our carbon footprint by 45% by 2030. So it's game on, it's all hands on deck, and we need everyone at the table, especially all of you in the technology world. My brand, Yes And, we are an intel inside to help connect source to story, from agriculture to popular culture, from the source of where we make our products with MetaWare to the consumer. And we use the Yes And brand, which sums up my life work. Yes, you can have style, quality, fit, color, comfort, hand, everything you want, and be socially and environmentally responsible. It's not about this or that. It's about this and that, right? Story doing. The fashion revolution, which was born in 2013 off of the Rana Plaza catastrophe, where a factory in Bangladesh collapsed and there were 1,133 people that lost their lives instantly, triggered a catalyst of consumers who said, no more. Business as usual can't continue in fashion, right? Who made my clothes? How's it being made? Where's it being made? What's in it? And these are the things that technology can start to connect the consumer to and speak to and build new systems, right? It's about no compromise. And so as creators, right, we have to connect content and commerce now. We have to meet consumers where they are across all categories, all distribution channels, and all price points from mass to class. This is one of my favorite quotes. We cannot solve today's problems with the same consciousness that created them. We have to climb the ladder of consciousness. We have to look at things from a different perspective, in fashion, but across all industries. We have to plant those seeds of consciousness and cultivate them, and as business leaders, we can give people what they love and seek, while also making a difference to human and environmental wellness, farmer and worker welfare, and future generations. So this is me and my farm in India. This is called RESET, stands for Regenerate the Environment, Society, and Economy through Textiles. And I know Al Gore mentioned yesterday the power of regenerative agriculture. One of our greatest solutions to climate change is actually rebuilding soil health. This is a topic that in the fashion industry is like a different language. It's so foreign to the average, fashion buyer or marketer, or they never really thought about, soil. A third of the world's textiles are cotton, right? I took a buyer from one of the biggest retailers in the world to our project. She's been buying cotton sweaters for this retailer for 30 plus years and has never seen raw cotton. So it's about going back to the source and recognizing there are 570 million farms around the world that we need to regenerate their soil. It's not even about sustaining it anymore. Soil's been so depleted by conventional and chemical agriculture. So we need to rebuild the ecosystems because soil is the skin of the earth, right? We all hear, you're not just what you eat, you're also what you wear, right? Because what you put on your body is just as important as what you put in your body because the skin is the largest organ in our bodies. It's meant to protect us. Well, the soil is also meant to protect us. It's meant to sequester carbon out of the atmosphere. But when it's depleted and degraded and destroyed, it no longer serves in that role for humanity. So we have to be looking through a different lens now at agriculture to solve for climate change. There are 80 billion garments released or produced per year releasing carbon. And 3% of agriculture is cotton, but 20% of the most harmful insecticides are used on the cotton industry, right? And today, 76% of consumers say they will switch brands if they know that the brand is addressing climate change and carbon emissions. Biodiversity matters, right? We rely on our Earth's ecosystems. We forget this. We think our clothing grows in the department store and our food grows in the supermarket, right? We forget that we depend on our ecosystems, our land, and our ocean ecosystems, which are declining at an unprecedented rate now. There are over 1 million species that are at the threat of extinction right now, right? That's about 20%. And apparel is a huge contributor of biodiversity loss, right? Soil degradation, water pollution, natural ecosystems. And it starts at fiber and materials because 70% of our impact is at that level. So first, technology disruption and innovation is dealing with new fibers and materials. We have to drive material change, right, through 3 lenses. Regenerative, right, which is organic, things like food waste. You're starting to see fibers and materials made of pineapple and banana and mushrooms and algae and all these really cool agricultural commodities. Circularity, right? What we take from the earth, we have to give back to the earth. We're turning the old to the new. As I mentioned, synthetics never biodegrade. Let's stop producing virgin synthetics. Let's create the new from the old, right? And, a company called Unify, right? They have a yarn called Reprieve. They take 25 million bottles out of the landfills to make plastic bottles out of landfills to make new polyester yarns, right? So we have to look at every solution we can, regenerative, circular, and now technology, right? So much opportunity of companies like Lensing, who've created their Tencel fibers that are now certified net carbon zero. So this is where it starts. It's not about, buying and consuming mindlessly and then redemption after the fact and giving back through philanthropy. It's about changing the way you see fashion and making different choices, right? And looking at new business models that can drive positive change in fashion. We have to start somewhere. It's all hands on deck. And business can be a major force for good. It's no longer about staying ahead. It's about not being left behind. There are 3,500 certified B Corps now on the planet in 70 different countries. So we're seeing a paradigm shift, especially as it relates to millennials who are very concerned with the systems we live in and are demanding transparency. We have to shift from fast to slow fashion, right? And drive authenticity. I mean, how many of you have millennial kids? Probably many of you are millennials. And shop via thrift, right? That just seems to be the next frontier. Recycling and repairing and reusing and swapping. These are new models in the fashion world that are really driving a reduction in waste and many of the other impacts we're seeing. So we have to connect within circularity, food and fiber. We have to be proactive and not reactive as we drive circularity and the cradle-to-cradle principles, right? Which is in the fashion positive model, we're measuring material health, material reuse, water stewardship, renewable energy, and social justice, women's empowerment. Very important. And now the fun part, right? This is about how are we going to accelerate our movement to the next level. I am literally like a kid in a candy store, walking around, learning about all the technologies that are out there that are happening. Lots of partnerships. You know, I happen to be wearing a rented dress from Madrid because the airline lost my luggage. And so I was very excited to find a store I could rent from. And that's just the beginning. In the US, it's Rent the Runway and the Real. But now we're going to the next level, blockchain technologies. You've got a $3.3 trillion industry in fashion by 2030. This is not a small industry. You've got hyper-connected consumers. So how are we going to drive circular and bioeconomies going forward to reduce our impact, increase speed to market, which is what today's consumer wants, reduce waste, which is massive in our industry, as mentioned, and chemical use, to reboot the fashion industry and reinvent it, because it's time that we decode complexity and we drive our net carbon zero goals. So these are just some of the companies out there that are doing incredible innovation around blockchain, direct-to-garment printing, you know, and driving sustainability instead of seasonality, mobile commerce, connecting content with commerce. And, you know, I'm working on a smart factory of the future in the US that will be based on lean manufacturing and all the smart technologies, destined and hopefully opening in 2024. And we're just getting started. And now we have things like AI and the Internet of Things and online, online design, virtual and augmented reality, 3D fit technologies that are absolutely game-changing. Companies like SETI and Clo that are actually now, you know, SETI has a cloud-based fabric simulation and ability to do fit testing and reduce 70% of the samples that are made in our world, which are, you know, astronomical. Not only are we driving waste down, but we're actually driving costs down. We're saving money along the way, and we're driving less returns, right? There's so much, I mean, we're at our infancy as an industry, right? So the production of a digital garment can save 3,300 liters of water per item, right? And the process emits 97% less carbon than the production of a physical garment. So you can see we've got technology and today's consumer now converging. Companies like DressX, right, that have virtual wardrobes. I mean, we're always going to want to buy clothes, but at the end of the day, if we can eliminate and service customers that really want that social media new look and feel, that why fast fashion took off in the first place, we have to find the intersection of the physical and the virtual world. So these are just some of the companies that are driving this change right now and forging the final frontier, which is about collaboration. I'll end with saying 1 + 1 = 11. We're exponentially stronger together than we are apart. It's a new chapter in fashion, and it's not about making fashion sustainable. It's about making sustainability fashionable, right? And driving cooperation in our industry, where through communication, technology, and local to global, working together, we can drive a digital revolution and a paradigm shift in fashion and drive climate action, because we know that in summary, work is love made visible. If you love your work, it's not work, it's love. And love is the energy that will fuel change, flow, and abundance. We are rebirthing this industry right now and driving carbon reduction goals. And I'll just say, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, so let's all wear the change we wish to see in the world. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you so much. Wow. I love it. I love it. This is so nice. Are you feeling this warm, fuzzy, this positivity? This is incredible. What is it? Work is love in action? I think that's the prophet. No, this is awesome. This is getting philosophical. And why not, right? When we're trying to save ourselves, save the planet, and really build and realize our vision of how the future can be. And this is just so exciting because this morning is solution after solution and opportunity after opportunity. You know, for 10 years we've been talking about digital transformation here, which is an enormous market opportunity for every single industry sector. But if you think that's big, think about the transformation to a net zero economy. There isn't a single industry, company, country, corporation, institution, or individual that it doesn't touch. It's just massive disruption in every single industry, and welcome it on, because we need this disruption fast. And here is where the solutions are, because we keep saying entrepreneurs have the talent, the genius, the resources to disrupt at scale fast, which is what we need right now. So we're really excited to have all these guests with us this morning. And moving on to our next discussion, who would have thought that agriculture, food, and fashion would be so connected, right? So we're seamlessly going from organic cotton and regenerative agriculture right into food. Food, our food systems, how we eat, how we look after ourselves. I don't know why we've forgotten how to eat and nurture our bodies. Unfortunately, the food industry has taught us otherwise, but I think we're now realizing the fact that we have to dramatically change how we nurture ourselves and our ecosystems. And this next panel is going to talk directly about that. I'm thrilled that a dear friend of South Summit at this point is moderating this panel. Gonzalo Munoz, you would have seen him yesterday, is our climate hero, let's say, within the South Summit family, has been super supportive in terms of helping us make this transition in our program to this content. And as recently as last week, he was recognized by Her Majesty the Queen of England as an honorary champion in the Order of St. Michael and St. George. All wonderfully grand, but the real opportunity here is that it's becoming so mainstream. These climate champions are so important, and every single entrepreneur here is a climate champion as far as we're concerned. So we're really, really thrilled to have them all with us. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage Gonzalo Munoz, the co-founder of Manua, Beatriz Jacoste, the director at Kilometro Cero, Facundo is joining us a little bit later, and Mark Coloma from Oera Foods. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Liz. Great introduction. We will be waiting for Facundo to join. But let me start reflecting first on why we're here. We all feed ourselves. We all eat every day. That's one of the things that we do normally. And according to FAO, the calories that are available for people in average are about 2,700 approximately calories in average. In the developed world, about 3.3 thousand. Facu, great, fantastic, right on time, great. Big applause to Facundo, had just arrived from the airport. Thanks for joining on time.
Pleasure to be here.
He had a trouble with his flight. So I was saying, in average, 3.7 thousand calories per person, 3.3 when it comes to the developed world, 2.0, 2.1 when it comes to the developing world. In a world where 2.44 people are being added to this world every second, we're not only confronting the situation of requiring more food, we require better food. We require better productivity, better food in general, but also one that is produced in balance with an environment that is absolutely challenging. In this moment, according to the Secretary General of the United Nations, we're confronting a hurricane of hunger due to, of course, the scarcity of grains and fertilizers and the invasion of Ukraine. That's somehow the conditional situation that sets the panel for today, in which, as Liz mentioned, we have distinguished panelists already been announced by her. We have, of course, Beatriz Jacoste from Kilometro Cero. We have Marc Coloma from Heura, and Facundo Garreton, a social serial entrepreneur from Latin America. So I would like first each of you to introduce yourself, and while doing that, please let us know why did you start up your companies or initiatives, and what is the opportunity that you have identified in the market? I will start with you, Beatriz, please.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning. So KM0 was started about 5 years ago, and in the beginning it didn't intend to become what it has. So our mission in the beginning was supporting food tech startups, and it's still in our mission, but it has evolved, and it all came from an industry need. So there was a big industrial group that was concerned of how they were going to adapt to the changes in the market, and they needed a group of people, a strange and separate group of individuals, only dedicated to anticipate those changes in the market, so as market intelligence, and then managing their investments in food tech startups. So soon, when we started talking to these food tech startups, we did not only become aware that it was an interesting investment opportunity, but it was really solving one of the global issues. So we became what we are today, which is an innovation and venturing ecosystem that is bringing together the people that are leading the food innovation for a positive impact in the world in terms of planet and people.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Beatriz. I will move now to you, Mark. The same thing. Why did you start Hura, and what is the opportunity that you're identifying in the market?
So Hura started also five years ago, but everything came because of the motivations and my past. No? Even when I was a teenager, I started in activism, social activism, environmental activism, and animal rights activism. And it got a point in my life, no, that I realized that in order to accelerate certain changes, it wasn't enough just with consciousness, but we needed better offer into the market. No? I think that technology has an amazing power in order to empower people to align beliefs and behaviors. And when we are looking at challenges in the food industry, there are a lot of things that we don't know because of the magnitude of it all. No? 35% of greenhouse emissions are coming from the food industry, and just animal farming, it's creating more emissions than the whole transportation industry worldwide. No? And it's going to get worse because we love to eat animal products, and we are going to be more people. No? So Hura started with this motivation of being a purpose converted into a company in order to how to create value chains that can have positive impact, solving the threat that livestock brings to everything that we value, no? But doing it in a way, not from the misanthropy, no, of telling people that what we do it's not good, but of offering better solutions, of understanding that we love our gastronomy, we love the way that we eat, so this is about how we create better meat, no? In the same way that in energy we are doing a transition towards better sources of energy, in transportation the same, and in telecommunications the same. When it comes to food, we have scaled problems, but we need better solutions. No? So in Hura we are in a mission to accelerate a protein transition and to create value chains in the food industry that can have positive impact. Not just minimize the negative impact, but it's possible to be climate positive. And to make sure that we are bringing with every moment of consumption a positive impact into the world. And that's what we are doing through the products that we are launching to the market, that we call meat successors, because are not just alternatives but next steps, and also with the good rebel community, that it's something that we push to empower people to believe that we can change the world through what we do.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Mark. Facu, again, welcome. Please introduce yourself with your trajectory, but also what brought you to co-found TerraFloss, and what are the solutions that you're putting into the market?
Okay, thank you, Gonza. I will switch to Spanish. We are in
No
Spain,
problem.
so I think it's better. Yo creo que para el 2050 vamos a ser aproximadamente 10 billion people viviendo en este mundo, y se van a necesitar 70% más de alimentos. Cuando vemos esas cifras, nos damos cuenta que el sistema productivo actual no es sustentable, no es sostenible para esa cantidad de alimentos. Desde TerraFloss nosotros creemos que el futuro está en la naturaleza y la naturaleza es nuestra fuente de bienestar, pero necesitamos sistemas productivos totalmente distintos. Entonces, lo que estamos armando desde TerraFloss es una empresa que es colaborativa, que son varias startups que tienen distinto tipo de impacto, pero claramente enfocan en sistemas productivos alternativos, que van desde plant cells hasta CRISPR y utilizando microorganismos no tradicionales para producción a escala, justamente para suplir esas necesidades del mundo actual, ¿no?
Perfect. So I think that we have different perspective. Like, of course, I hear you very well positioned on the idea even of regeneration of and the role of the ecosystem. We have a product, and here we have much more a service, if I understood well. I would like each of you to reflect on what are those gaps? What are you feeling is missing in the sector that you're operating, and why, in order to advance in the direction that each of you is requiring?
So they pinpoint on some of them. We need to transform the way we are producing and distributing our food, but the consumer at the same time doesn't want and doesn't have to take the responsibility on forgetting the food that they really love and that it's dear to their heart. Food, we have to remember that is part of our identity, our culture. So what is missing is to bring to the market really good products, as Marc was saying, very delicious and accessible products that have that positive impact in the environment and in health. So we need, first of all, capital to push forward those solutions, to help those entrepreneurs be able to develop and scale up their solutions and bring them to the market. We need regulators to be flexible and open to these innovations. Facundo mentioned CRISPR technology. We are very far behind in Europe specifically in accepting these types of technologies and what they could do in a positive sense. So GMOs, for example, have been considered as a very scary solution, and innovation in general, changing the status quo, can be scary, but many of those can be used in a positive way to scale and to give access to that increasing population, to that better nutrition. So we need the comprehension of the industry, of the consumer, of investors, of institutions. So it's a very complex problem, but what gives us hope is that there are many people in the planet that are trying to solve and that are putting forward these solutions. And we have, for example, created a squad, a group of people that is aiming to accelerate this positive transformation in the world.
And before I jump into Marc again, and I will do this question to every one of you. What has been like the projection of this narrative? Like, you see now, of course, there are certain needs, but you started like 5 years ago, right? How different it was 5 years ago, the level of challenges that you're referring to, and how is the world better or worse, or maybe the same in the same position towards the challenge?
We believe that consumers, so people who are the ones that have to adopt these solutions, are more aware of these challenges. And if we look to Netflix, for example, we already see series that are talking about decarbonization. So that gives us a feeling of the fact that consumers are aware, are ready for these types of novel products.
Brilliant. So Marc, in your case, when it comes to the type of product that you're putting into the market and the solutions in general that Geura is providing, what are those challenges that you are seeing nowadays? And not only that, but also if you can refer how have you seen this progressing in time, and potentially what are the projections that you envision?
Well, in 2 decades, the whole food system will be totally different from how it is now, because it doesn't make any sense, no? And go into stats as well, no? 80% of the total land, in agricultural land in the world, goes to feed animals, but we are only taking 18% of the calories, no? At the end, you need 50 calories to get one of food to get 1 calorie of cow, no? It looks like we crash moments where they need 50 euros to get one, so it doesn't make any sense, and these things always collapse. So I feel that we are in a moment of, I always say it's like BlackBerry versus smartphone, no? So the products are appearing, and what is required it's time, attention, and capital, no? Understand that also value chains of moving goods go much slower than technology, so the pace won't be able to be as fast as other change of behaviors that we had. But also it's really relevant, no, to take into awareness of right now how much are we subsidizing the problem, no? The total meat industry in the world is 1.4 trillion, and the subsidies that it gets, it's 1.4 trillion as well, no? And when you look at the whole food tech space for alternative proteins, the total funding in the world in the last 10 years, it's been less than 15 billion. So at the end, no, we are in early stages. There are a lot of progress happening, no? This talk already in South Summit, it's something to celebrate. But at the end, we have all a big opportunity in order to how we accelerate it, no? Bringing awareness of the problem and being part of the solution, supporting, no, all the game changers that are imagining a better food industry.
Genial. Facu, ¿cómo lo estás viendo vos desde el punto de vista de eso, de las dificultades que han enfrentado, qué falta, pero también eso, cómo ha cambiado desde que comenzaron la trayectoria con TerraFloss y un poco la trayectoria que traes vos?
Sí, está muy bien el punto y coincido con lo que mencionan ambos. Yo creo que tienen que convivir distintos sistemas productivos. Nosotros producimos ingredientes activos de plantas para la industria de alimentos, cosmética y una serie de cosas. Y nuestro modelo también tiene impacto social. Una de las plantas que producimos es cannabis en Uruguay y en Colombia. Y nuestro modelo social era trabajar con pequeñas granjas distribuidas en el país, donde nosotros le dábamos las genéticas y ellos se encargaban de cultivarla, diversificando su producción con un esquema de fair trade, donde compartíamos los ingresos, y es un modelo fantástico. El tema es que las grandes industrias, cuando analizan este tipo de productos, piden ciertas calidades que no hacen que sean viables este tipo de sistemas productivos. Es muy complejo proveer a la industria de farma, por ejemplo, o de alimentos, o food tech en general, con estos modelos productivos. Entonces ahí es donde empezás a pivotear modelos alternativos productivos, porque no son escalables estos modelos. El gran desafío es qué pasa con los antiguos modelos productivos y estas pequeñas granjas. Yo creo que tienen que convivir, hay que buscar modelos alternativos justamente para que funcione todo esto. Ese es el gran desafío que se viene, ¿no?
Buenísimo, muchas gracias. So now I would like you to talk to the audience in terms of what a community like this. This is a community of entrepreneurship, investors, innovators. What role they can play while this is a need for people like us, but also for them and the whole world. What's the link there? What would be a potential suggestion that you can provide to the audience in terms of how they can play a role in this food tech ecosystem? Beatriz.
So I suppose there are many many tech entrepreneurs, not necessarily food, and we want to let them know that we need their help. We need innovation throughout the whole value chain of food, and many technologies that are being applied to other sectors can also be of use for ours. For example, blockchain technology, we have been using it for some years now for traceability, food safety. So there are many technologies that you wouldn't imagine that have applications. For example, photonics. In general, it was used for military, and now it can be used to detect pathogens very quickly in our industry. So to make those interlinkages between what technology they have available and how can they apply it to the industry that has the most impact in the world, which is for us the food industry. And as consumers, to start making those shifts into more sustainable and healthy diets, just to be more conscious. We didn't mention the topic of education. But I feel like we as consumers don't know, we are not aware about the power that we have because our purchasing decisions really condition what the industry and what farmers will want to produce. So as consumers making those intelligent decisions, but not by chance, but because we have in our educational systems a lot more knowledge of the implications of our purchasing and our diet choices. So we have an educational program called GastroGenius directed to schools, and we believe that is very important in that shift.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Betty. Mark, what do you think this community can provide, and investors and innovators can help?
Building up in certain points of Bea, no, at the end, I started Eura with Bernat because we believe, no, that when we humans act for things that we dream of, there is always progress, no, and that we have more power than we think. And right now, we have to bring a lot of stats to explain that food industry is the industry that has the most impact in the world. But there is something magical about the food industry as well, that it's something so connected with what we do every day that we have an amazing power to transform it at the same time. No? We can act as much about the energy industry that requires a lot of infrastructures that has to be built, no? But a lot of supply chains that are already there. Some are more positive than others, and we have an amazing opportunity, no, of act with our fork to change the world in every meal. No? So that's something that we sometimes forget, that if we act, no, and aligning what we believe with what we do, we can be transformative. And I think that it's relevant to understand the challenges that we have with the food industry to the future, and support the ones that are trying to do something better. Follow us in social networks, and we will give more information.
Thank you, Mark. Facu, nos quedan unos pocos segundos. Por favor, levanta la audiencia con qué es lo que necesitamos de ellos.
Bueno, yo creo que hay las empresas que se vienen, las empresas del futuro, justamente no son las típicas empresas de Internet, sino que son las empresas que buscan soluciones a los grandes problemas que tiene el mundo, utilizando tecnología de última generación, desde quantum computing, biotech, CRISPR, como hablábamos. Y hoy el mundo hacia dónde va justamente necesita emprendedores e inversores que estén enfocados en solucionar los grandes problemas del mundo. Creo que la industria alimenticia justamente es la que mayor cambio va a recibir, y ahí es donde la tecnología va a ser el cambio necesario para poder solucionar los grandes problemas que tiene el mundo. Yo creo que, como decía, para el 2050, 10.000 millones de personas, se necesitan 70% más de alimentos. Esos alimentos no van a ser los típicos alimentos que nosotros conocemos, sino nuevos alimentos que van a estar generados con la ayuda de esta tecnología del futuro. La oportunidad es gigante para emprendedores que inicien empresas en ese segmento, como para inversores que ya están invirtiendo en deep tech y en este tipo de cosas que son las que se vienen.
Well, thanks so much, Facu. Clear, we need investors, we need talent, we need technology, we need innovation. We have great examples here. We have a brilliant network, a great example, technology and nature at the service. Please give a round of applause to this brilliant panel, and hope all of you now get absolutely involved into the need of food tech for sustainability and climate. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Wow, thanks, guys. Fascinating stuff and huge opportunities there in the food space as well. A lot of work to be done, but a lot of good work done already. So, continuing our theme on changing the world and solving climate, and going from tech solutions this morning to fashion, to food, now to mobility and logistics. The whole space of travel is such opportunity that can be facilitated by technology in terms of making the whole sector more efficient and greener. And we are delighted to bring to the stage two very well-known friends at South Summit, and one newbie, which we're delighted to have all the way from Mexico. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Sofia Benjumea, who's head of Google for Startups for EMEA, Yasmin Fay, which is co-founder and CEO at GoGo Networks, and Alfonso de los Rios, who's the founder and CEO at Nowports. Thanks so.
¿Cómo nos sentamos? morning, everyone. Thursday morning tends to be a little bit tougher with all the parties and the fun that goes around South Summit, but I see you all good and refreshed. So thank you so much for being here. So as Lise was saying, we're going to continue with the Game Changer series, and we're now going to have a good chat on green mobility and logistics, and not only as a business, but also as a contributor to sustainability. So it's a new approach to the way we move, the way we travel, the way we design our cities, and we just do business, export, in a safer, cleaner, and faster way. And I have two key players in this field. And so Jasmine Faj is a co-founder and CEO of GoGo Network. It's an integral and competitive last-mile autonomous delivery service. And overall, they're just even broader. They're building a whole legal and engineering framework for mobility networks, setting up for the future. Yasmin is passionate about bringing innovation and systemic changes to societies and has gathered over 50 years of experience. 15, definitely. You are really good. And Alfonso de los Rios is the CEO of Now Sports, already valued at 1 billion. Congrats. And they are streamlining LATAM shipping, using digital tools to improve communication and efficiencies in the shipping process. So welcome, both of you. Thank you so much for being here. So for both shared mobility, autonomous mobility, and logistics, how do you think that this is really going to be a game changer for the way we move, the way we deliver our goods, both on a more kind of broader import-export or on the last-mile delivery? How is this really a game changer for the industry and also for sustainability? Jasmine?
Yeah, so hi everyone. So if you think that logistics, at least in city, is around 40% of emission of all the city, with 30% of street occupation. Like you can just imagine like the level of pollution and contamination we have every day. If you manage to do this in a more efficient way, in the same way that cars, for instance, have occupation of only 1.2 and they have 5 seats, in the same way we have trucks right now that have like very little occupation. So on top of being a source of pollution because it's not electric, they're also not, let's say, used in an optimized way in terms of capacity, content. So if you can solve both issues, going electric, of course, but also doing it in a more efficient way with charge load and so on, you can totally change the way cities are currently living this growth of last mile delivery that we're seeing.
And what about you?
Yeah, I 100% agree with Jasmine at this point. When we see logistics as a whole, mainly in the importing and exporting industry, there's a lot of area of opportunity regarding like just visibility of carbon impact, right? And how just businesses can improve a lot of their processes just to transform them to digital and have more awareness of how much they are affecting the environment, how much they can save by only like not printing documents. Just to give you an idea, when a company is importing or exporting, at least they need to print 16 different documents. And there are companies that import more than 4,000 containers per month, right? So there's a lot of area of opportunity there just by digitizing. And I believe by creating awareness across impact, right? How much are they contributing to save the planet, to even like save emissions between Asia and Latin America, which is one of the most damaged trade lanes in the world.
And how ready are you for us? I mean, I think here you're in your specific industry and sector. What are the challenges you're facing? How ready are regulation or big corporations to embrace this new technology?
I definitely think because it's a really big industry. When you talk about logistics, it's just like a $650 billion industry in the importing and exporting industry, right? So there are a lot of players. There's a lot of government involved regarding regulation, etc. But I think the main change and the biggest impact in the industry as a whole, it's coming from the big clients, to call it on that way, and not too much through the public sector. And that is a good thing because clients are asking to have visibility of their impact, how they can save, etc. And just to give you an idea, at Nowports, we recently launched one feature that it's just like calculating carbon emissions based on your on how many containers you're importing, right? Which type of vessels are moving your cargo, etc. And having that visibility at least can give companies a chance to improve their internal processes to move along the way on a new way of industry, right? And I think the industry is moving on that way, mostly in the new players, not only Nowports, but other startups like GoGo, etc.
Yeah, yesterday we had the chance to have Pablo Isla here, the former CEO of Inditex, and he was actually saying how, exactly what you were saying, to what extent, like, big clients, from your perspective, do have that responsibility to really kind of be the ones asking for that tracking of their footprint, but also kind of really to take a stand in the industry. They have this responsibility. You're seeing it beyond what...
Yeah, no, we are definitely seeing it, and it's not because carriers or government don't want to improve on that way, but it's actually because clients such as Inditex, or we are seeing in the automotive industry like Audi, Mercedes, like really big efforts regarding just having visibility of their impact and doing things through that, right? There are big brands that are launching 100% recyclable T-shirts, etc., and that's really just not only in the product, but in the overall process that includes the logistics, manufacturing, delivery, last mile even, etc.
Cool. Jasmine, what about you? You're more operating on a city level. What are the challenges you're still facing?
No, as I was listening to Alfonso, I was thinking, for him, actually, it's true that like regulation is less of an issue than for us. But for us, since we have to work with the cities, and at the end of the day, they are responsible for the traffic, the mobility, etc. And on top of that, we are bringing, on top of electrification, digitalization, optimization, the autonomy layer. Which, there is a lot of regulatory work that needs to be done because it's bringing a new technology, a new way of moving. So we are working a lot with regulators, with cities, with at the national and city level. But I think it's what needs to happen, right? Because at the end of the day, infrastructure may need also to be changed. So there is a dialogue and a dance that needs to happen between the city owner, the food partner, or the retailers that work with us, and the technology provider and operators that we are.
How do you see, I mean, you have strong footprint in Europe. How do you see Europe versus US or versus Asia? Is this, because we're kind of taking stand, but are you seeing?
No, it's a very interesting question. And when we started, we looked, we were in the US, I was in Singapore, like we look at the different way both companies and regulators were approaching the issue of autonomy and, let's say, last mile autonomy, but also for passenger. I would say in Europe we have it's a tougher market in the sense that there is more regulation and the cities are more complex to navigate. I would say in the US they have more an approach of laissez-faire. Let's do it and then let's regulate a posteriori, but let's let the innovation grow. In Europe, we are more like, let's make sure we regulate everything so that it's very clear and then we let people go. But by doing that, it's very hard. When it's something new, you cannot forecast everything. So it's, I would say Europe is more challenging, but what I feel though is that they understand that if we don't want to lose another huge industry, which will be like autonomous electric, last mile delivery, and also they have to move. So they are moving, but I think right now we are still not in the lead space. But I think there are a lot of opportunities, and there are a lot less competition also.
Okay, so sustainability as a cause is anything something that it's not just a must. I mean, there's just no discussion about it. But I think the interesting with these two cases that you're both bringing is like there's also a big business opportunity.
Yeah.
How are you seeing kind of this opportunity deploying throughout the world? Like, you feel yourself like we're in the right wave also from a business perspective?
Yeah. When we talk about sustainability as a business, obviously, as you just mentioned, right, a lot of time it's not directly related to profits and just creating like long-term businesses, which I think it's important, right? But in logistics in specific, we did an internal research at Nowport just before this summit regarding automation of importing and exporting processes, right? And when we talk about the documents that are involved on an import and export transaction, and then we talk about like warehouse visibility and automation, etc., that there's a lot of area of opportunity in sustainability there. It's a market just in Latin America of around $44 billion, right? So if you can save companies at least like between 10 and 15%, which is what we are doing just by not printing some documents, not needing to do some manual processes that had a carbon impact, etc., and also giving them carbon or environmental impact score based on their activities through our platform and software, etc. I think there's a really good business opportunity there. We are just launching, as I mentioned, this new feature that tracks all your environmental impact, and that will definitely not only help us as a business to create more revenue, but actually for the importers and exporters to either decrease taxes, decrease like some costs that they have inside their operations, just to improve as a company, right, and have a better impact worldwide.
Well, what about you, kind of from?
Yeah, I mean, in our case, for sure, the business opportunity is huge, because when you think, I mean, just looking at autonomy, when you think that 70% of the cost of any company moving goods or people is the driver, when you are able to, optimize those economics, have more consistency, because a lot of the issue that, like, food partners have is like the inconsistency in between riders and so on. When you are able to optimize that and also lower the cost of actually the driver, then it's a trillion, like it's one of the biggest industry that is coming. That's why Google, even if Google is Google and you know them well, they have been investing over 100 million every month for the last 13 years in developing this technology, because this is going to change everything. And even the CAPTCHA, that when you see like, oh, you have to check, do you see a road, do you see a tree, do you see a traffic light? This is all to, to develop this algorithm to be able to create these networks of autonomous fleets. And I mean, it's for sure there's this is the more short term is what you're like tackling, which I think is, like how do you optimize the logistic process. When you on top add there will be no more driver and it's like autonomous vehicles, then like the opportunity is massive.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're talking about kind of self-driving cars and how it all started. Also, I mean,
yeah, but even trucks or self-driving trucks, self-driving, like we have small delivery robots.
We have your little baby over there.
Yes, for instance, like it's just one example of small vehicles, but like you cannot imagine that like in 10 years or 5 years, or they're just going to be still like people coming in bags, bringing you a bag of food. Like it makes no sense.
Yeah. So going a little bit more, so I wanted two things, like with you going a little bit more futuristic, like how close you see we are to actually really have a whole kind of autonomous network driving cities. How do you imagine the cities of the future? How close are we to really autonomous vehicles running around?
So I've been asking my question since I started this company 3.5 years ago, and it's a very hard question, and I think we were a bit all more bullish a couple of years ago. I think what I've learned at least is that you have to differentiate use cases, because autonomy in general actually is too broad to really be able to put any timing. So you have to think, is it first people or is it goods? Is it like at which speed? In geolocalized area or like everywhere? Because what you want is to kind of simplify the work of the algorithm or the technology. And so what you realize is that, of course, like the robotaxi, let's say, Grail, it's still, I would say personally, 8-10 years from, even if Waymo is doing some service in Phoenix and Cruise in San Francisco to really get that scale, we're still not there. But what I see at least much more closer is this in between kind of like robotics and autonomy, which is like vehicles that are doing more packages, that are going at smaller speeds, that are like, or that are on highway, on dedicated lane. This is coming in the coming years. And it will also depend on geographies. Yeah. So for instance, in Saudi Arabia, the NEOM project is easy because you build the city thinking that everything will be autonomous, which is like, this new city that is built from scratch. Or if you go to Singapore, it's a much more modern city. In China also. So there are some geographies that will be easier and some geographies that will be also slower. And I think in Europe, what will be a game changer, it will be, for instance, in Paris, as an example, in 2024, the first, second, third, fourth arrondissement are going to be prohibited to have car inside. So then what does it mean? It means that then it's much easier for an autonomous shuttle to go around and pick up people, because the biggest...
2024, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
2024, no more private cars in the city center. So then you can start, like it needs also to be, as I was saying, a dance between the infrastructure, the way city evolved, and the technology. But just trying to put autonomous car on the current state will not work.
Yeah, definitely. Alfonso, also a question. I mean, I think in this past 2 years between COVID, with the pandemic, it was such a need for instant supply of some things that were not really available. It was a huge need. And also the last year, a lot of geopolitical turmoil that had really cut some supply chains, and suddenly something that we just were not even thinking about it. And so I was like, oh shit. I mean, my husband works in the wine industry. There are no bottles. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, and so how this plays around, how is you as a kind of more, not small, but startup player, do you think are influenced or can influence all this kind of?
Yeah, no, for sure. When the pandemic started, we were just 80 persons working at Nowports and trying to digitize an industry that was the same for the last 70 years. And we grew from 80 employees to more than 600, like just from one country to more than 10 different cities in Latin America right now, in 8 countries, etc. And I think that the main driver of that was just the demand that we were getting, right? Most of the biggest importers and exporters across Latin America were looking for a new solution that could give them like visibility, notifications, automation, etc. And it's interesting to hear like different points of view regarding logistics, because when we see the biggest sustainability impact that the import and export industry can have in the next 10 years, it doesn't come too much through automation, right? It comes mostly from the engines. When you see the environmental impact of importing or exporting something, around 86% of the carbon impact comes from the engine of the vessels and not too much through the automation of movements, etc., right? So it's a really different industry. I think it's changing, and the pandemic just helped everyone to automate processes. The fact that I gave about printing documents, more than 16 every time they need to import and export, decreased significantly during the pandemic because obviously like physical processes were not available in Latin America as an emerging market, right? So for the first time you were able to upload them to your platform, etc., and that really helped Nowports to be the first player positioned there.
Yeah,
right?
This is where we see sometimes like crises come real big opportunities for driving change, and especially for this game changer. We've been really talking mainly about the industry, and if we have time we might come back to it, but more from a business as founders perspective, or as at the head of these companies, there's the importance from a industry perspective, from a market opportunity. What about the talent? We see, are you seeing more talent shifting towards sustainability companies? Are you seeing, what are your main also challenges as kind of leading companies in this sector?
I think that's a really good point, and it's not only on sustainability, but I think it's just like overall in every kind of industry, right? People like to work on a company that can really transcend through time, right, and have a really big mission and just a really big impact, not only in the region, but as a worldwide, like, just mission and company. And I think talent is just, like, not only looking for new jobs regarding sustainability, impact, and all of that, but also just that they can impact and they can, like, really contribute to the overall mission of the company. And I think most of our sustainability initiatives have come from our own team, right? The carbon detector and just automation of documents, etc. And I think that's really good just for the future, because new companies are just sustainability friendly by default and not by trying to acquire new processes, etc.
Exactly, because we see, I mean, funding is there and available for, wait. You hear me? Yeah. We see that funding you've both been able to raise, but what about you in terms of access to talent to continue growing your company?
No, I would say I agree with Alfonso. I think we are lucky to be a generation that didn't have like too many real issues, like if COVID is one, but what I mean is that people are really, they're lucky to think about their job not just as a way of surviving and feeding a family, but have finding purpose, and the new generation is all about this. So I would say for us it's easy, and also it's good to see a lot of women that go into mobility, not because I would say the automotive industry is just very, 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 very
Male-driven.
totally. But the mobility space is different because it's about so many things changing the way people move, society, impact, sustainability. So I think in this sense, it's an attractive space and people feel that, they are making a change and they hate to see the city contaminated. They hate to see that they have to do 1 hour of traffic. They hate to see the trucks. So they know that they're solving a real problem, right?
Okay, so thank you so much, both of you,
Thanks.
for spending this
Thank you.
time with me, and hope you enjoy your stay
Yeah.
in Spain, and really best of luck to both of you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, and thanks for hosting us.
Thank you for hosting us.
Yay! Thank you, awesome. Thanks. Que no te vayas, que te quedas.
Wow, amazing. Thank you so much. Wonderful to see our partners, Sophia and Google for Startups here. And of course, Sophia is a co-founder of South Summit, so very, very close, literally in the family. So delighted to have you guys here, and thanks to Nowports and GoGo Network. How cool is that little robot? I'd love that, right? Coming to your house and delivering your food or bringing your lunch at work, whatever it might be. So we're going from tech to transform climate tech. Fashion that's also transforming food and agriculture and also how we eat, to mobility and logistics, now to infrastructure. So theme all this morning is transforming different parts of the industry to a green economy, and this is no different. But this time we're going from bits to atoms and looking at the infrastructure. How do we transform the entire infrastructure industry globally to make sure it's more efficient and more sustainable? And it sounds like a huge, huge complex challenge, and no doubt it is, but luckily we have the people here who are a long way down the road to solving a lot of these solutions. So for our next segment, please join me in welcoming to the stage our wonderful partner in crime, Dimitris Buntelus, who's the Chief Information and Innovation Officer at Ferrovial, Chris Thomas is co-founder and partner at Assembly Ventures, Isabel Candin is a digital advisor at Microsoft, Norberto Mateos, a corporate director at EMEA at Intel, and Alfredo Serret, who's head of commercial IoT and big data at Telefonica. Wow. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be today with you, covering a topic, as she said, moving from bits to atom, and in this case, trying to navigate through what we call digital infrastructure and our vision and our plans toward that goal. Let me introduce, I'm super excited to be today with an incredible global panel from left to right. Chris Thomas, co-founder, and also a partner of Assembly Venture with an incredible track record, more than 10, 15 years in the mobility arena. Isabel Candil from Microsoft, incredible experience in digital transformation as digital advisor currently. Norberto Mateos from Intel, business consumption director in EMEA and also country lead. And the last but really important also, Alfredo Serret from Telefonica Tech, Global Director of Business Development. So you see covering from the pure technology to the VC perspective, from the digital enablers, and in our side, trying to moderate always with the infrastructure in our mind. Let me bring you back to almost 100 years ago. Imagine that you are in the early stage of the automotive industry, in the area of Detroit, that our friend knows very well. He's coming from Detroit. Where the 4T was already on the streets. But when we talk about the streets were not what we have in mind about the street. Were more or less earth paths, very difficult to navigate. The technology was ready. The 4T was ready to scale, and the scalability was not coming because a very simple restriction. The roads were not paved. So at that moment, 100 years ago, the technology was talking about infrastructure, how to gain efficiency, how to scale the roads in order to, thanks to the pavement, be able to increase the throughput of the factories and increase what we have right now, a massive automotive industry. That technology from the infrastructure was the epicenter of an inflection point. 100 years later, we have cars that represent the mobiles of the present, connected, an environment where more or less all the sensors, all the most advanced technology represented with our colleagues and partners today are embedded in the DNA of the new mobility, and infrastructure has not changed too much. We're going to try to talk about how we are able to bridge and how we are able to anticipate that massive challenge, to adequate from the long term, knowing that this is not easy, that challenge. No? And I would like to, before starting with the panel, ask to Christian, from your position, no? Being in Detroit, in the nest of this revolution 100 years later, what's your perspective about what is happening?
Well, I think the comment you make about the first road being built in Detroit, it's not something that people bring up very often, and it was built as a business development exercise. It was built in order to, something they knew they had to have to scale, at that time, the way in which people were going to move. And so for us, when we think about, to your point, infrastructure hasn't changed very much in a huge perspective over the last century. It's about to change almost completely. And there's so much opportunity, and I heard the speaker as we were being introduced talking about the migration from bytes to atoms. We believe strongly that infrastructure is the bedrock of future mobility. And so we're talking about this innovation that took place a century ago in the middle of the North American continent. But what we're really talking about here, I think when we look at the Americas, when we look at Europe, when we look at the Western world, we have a chance to build the future of mobility in terms of the movement of people, goods, data, and energy in all aspects, but infrastructure will be core. So going back to that point, I believe strongly at that time, roads and infrastructure were thought of as something you had to have to actually fully move the world. I think we're coming back to that again. There's been a lot of focus on the modalities, but as we move from bytes to atoms, as we think about the infrastructure layer, the systems layer which combines those two, and the applications layer that allows you to engage with the consumer, with the driver, with the user, you can't do that without the digitization of infrastructure. So that's what we get excited about at Assembly.
No, that's amazing. No? Many of you probably are aware that from Ferrovial, during the last 2 years, we have been very active, sharing our vision about what has to happen in order to guarantee that the entire ecosystem is aligned with the opportunity. We believe that digital and physical are embedded in a common journey, and we believe at the same time that if we want to enable the electrification of the cars, the electrification of many of those capabilities and the adoption of the autonomous vehicles, the transition will require the intersection of many of us, many of you. Let's start with a question that could be perceived like simple, but I think is connected with the core of the ambition. No? Why, from the perspective of Microsoft, do you believe that smart infrastructure, connected infrastructure is so important and so essential?
Yes, for Microsoft, it's an enormous and a fascinating opportunity participate in this initiative to accomplish our mission, which is empower every person and every organization around the planet to achieve more. And with the application of our latest cloud technologies, such as IoT, cloud-to-edge, satellite, digital twins, and artificial intelligence solutions, we aim to be the backbone of AIBIA Smart Initiative and to achieve a more connected, more secure, and sustainable mobility. In the coming decades, you have been mentioning, autonomous vehicles are predicted to take over the roads to create a more efficient and safer travel. But present infrastructure problems and technology challenges are obstacles to widespread adoption. Especially when we are talking about that the autonomous vehicles and conventional, traditional vehicles have to coexist harmoniously and safely. So safety, as everybody knows, is a very important topic on the road. So thanks to the information provided by Intel sensors and with low latency provided by 5G with Telefonica or Microsoft, which, by the way, is key to act fast and save lives. We can use artificial intelligence for object recognition, for detection of anomalous situations such as stop vehicles or runway drivers and objects that are not vehicles, congestions, and automatically closed lanes to avoid accidents, for example, but also to provide a better experience for users. optimizing even their access to entertainment in vehicle. So all these devices, sensors and devices connected through 5G can enable a digital twin of the road and help to simulate all the anomalous situations. So we can train artificial intelligence models with synthetic data and collecting, processing all this information and communicating to users or their vehicles, make them to take better decisions.
No, it's a lot of things embedded in that goal. Norberto, no, represented a company that is included almost in any device, any future device. When we talk about infrastructure, which role do you think is ready to be played Intel, and how do you foresee the infrastructure?
Yeah, so maybe a couple of comments, right? I think the drivers are clear, right? We were just mentioning some of them, safety, efficiency, etc. The technology is there. So I think the big question is why now, right? And we all are living the explosion of artificial intelligence, and I am engineer by background, and when I studied 30 years ago, artificial intelligence was there, and it was old already, so why now is exploding? I think there are things that change and create inflection points that make things adopt quickly, right? Maybe in the case of artificial intelligence, it was the explosion of data because of IoT and because of all the rest, the capacity of the computing power, etc. I think right now for mobility, there is an alignment, real star alignment of technologies. Is the connectivity, the 5G, both bandwidth and latency, is the cloud, right? That Azure cloud that is giving you the chance, but it's at the same time the edge, so getting close. Experience, how do you bring close the computing to the user, and then artificial intelligence. Those four things are making this viable, possible, and the time. So, we're bringing all of our infrastructure technology in order to enable those infrastructures.
Yeah, that's incredible. And from your perspective, being responsible of most of the connected car around the world, jump from that vehicle to the infrastructure, how do you see the transition and the role of Telefónica Tech in that domain?
Well, I think in this new environment, there's a huge disruption force that is 5G. 5G, let's take a minute to talk about that. It's nothing comparable with what I've ever seen before. It's not only about speed, that is 100 times, is 10 times the fiber speed at every sensor, or at every, but it's about latency. That is the physical concept, that is about interaction. So you're able to interact in real time to a few milliseconds, that is the human brain experience. So we enable new forms of services like autonomous cars or remote surgery. So it's a completely new wide array of services down there. And density, that is a very important point. This is you have 1 million devices per square kilometer. That is making at least the Internet of Things promise real. Because everything, literally everything is going to be connected. Our floor, our clothes, our wearables, this chair, your glasses, or this auditorium. No? So the whole compound of this new force is going to move us into, we call it probably the first technology around Web3. As for you was the last technology around Web 2, no? So this is the sort of quantum leap we're foreseeing, no? This is a first-facing journey. We have up and running globally more than 50 pilots down there. This is going to be commercially mainstream at full speed in 2-3 years' time, but we are working with Puerto de Barcelona, where we are connecting with cranes and vehicles and stuff on the ground, shipping. Imagine a surface of 15,000 square kilometers, millions, literally millions of shipping containers every single day, 24/7, every single connected, uploaded data in real time to the edge, come back to the system, and not load back and forth between the sensors and the system, but also talking between themselves with technologies like V2X. So a complete new environment in terms of efficiency, avoiding collisions, and optimizing routes. Mm-hmm. So, or smart corridors that we are doing, as you already know, smart highways, exchanging data between the cars and the sensors across the highway or in a tunnel or in a corridor. or remote surgery. We've been less than a few months ago, 2 months ago, we've been developing on real-time remote surgery with a team in Hospital Quirón in Malaga, another in Osaka, 7 endoscope digestive surgery on real-time, 2 teams, 1 single patient.
Wow.
So imagine, that's only the beginning. And as a huge technology inflection point that we've seen in the future, we need to walk the talk. And let's see how big is this. But it's going to be big, believe me.
Thank you. So Chris, coming back to the role of the VCs, no, and your genuine vision about how to enable the value chain. You represent one of the few, probably the only one venture capital in this domain that has identified as a bedrock, you mentioned before, the infrastructure. Could you explain us how do you envision, how do you structure that value chain that you...
Sure. And I think along those lines, what's really important about everything you heard here is that we're not talking about laying asphalt or laying roads. We're not talking about what has been infrastructure for the last century. The digitization of infrastructure, the ability to offer all these differentiated attributes that we couldn't offer without these creations. Uber would not exist without the iPhone. So we have these enabling infrastructures that are coming together in this amazing opportunity then to change the way that infrastructure works, engages, and deploys. We believe strongly that the digitization will be a bigger market and a bigger economic opportunity than the physical. You need both, but it's huge opportunities as we think about where infrastructure is moving. And to your point, for us, we uniquely stepped back from a framework that you're probably familiar with called CASE. So Connected, Autonomous, Shared, Electric. This has been the major framework through which BD strategy and investment has taken place in mobility over the last 8 years. And it was a great acronym that our friends at BCG came up with, and it proliferated. We believe it's the wrong framework, and it's because it's kind of an amalgamation of technology platforms and business models. We think we have to make sure that you're verticalizing all aspects of the technology platform, and then how do you maximize value. So infrastructure, through our framework, which we call ISA, it looks at the ability to do exactly that. Infrastructure is the bedrock. It's the principal layer through which all future mobility is going to move forward. And another important point that all of you kind of hit on, infrastructure on a standalone basis is not going to power the future of mobility, but it's an important enabler, and it's a redundancy. So any great software developer, any full stack provider of autonomous software, they're never going to turn over the ability of their product to work well and ensure safety to a third party. But they certainly want to have low latency. They certainly want to have faster processing speed. They certainly want to know that all aspects of their system is complete. And so that's going to be a huge part of how we see this moving forward. But infrastructure as a bedrock, we think, is going to be incredibly important. The systems layer, where we're looking at the combination of the bytes and the atoms, the way in which you have interaction there. For example, a company like Gatik, which is the largest purveyor of autonomous box trucks and logistics in the world today. They're actually doing this in a very real way with autonomous deliveries taking place real time in Texas and Arkansas in the United States. And then the applications layer, which need not be an application like you think of it on your phone, but how are you engaging with and monetizing and enabling the consumer and any kind of consumer touch point. We think that framework is the right way to do it. And the reason for that is because it enables and ensures that infrastructure remains the core. Infrastructure is really hard. And that's the other aspect of, I think, why you don't see a lot of venture dollars that are going there. But if you understand the macro opportunity and you understand how you can create value through those 3 levels, we think it's exactly the place to be deploying capital.
It's so important to refer to common framework that will create a common understanding, and from there, common legislation, common policy and standards at the level of technology. We talk about value. It's a very vast concept. At the end, the social component, it's really important because everybody knows that infrastructure represents a catalyzer that could expand, could trigger many other externalities. How do you identify, envision, and try to capture from your role and your own company that social value?
Yes, EVIA, Smart Road, was born out of a desire to make roads safer, more efficient and sustainable, and also to provide a better experience for users today and for the generations to come. So with all the technologies that I've been mentioning before, and we all have been mentioning before, we can reduce road accidents on these highways using artificial intelligence incident prediction based on these algorithms. So I think in terms of safety, this is a huge benefit because also if an accident has to occur on the road, there will be a wealth of data to inform post-crash incidents. And we can, with artificial intelligence, we can predict and we can identify patterns and contributing factors to this accident to prescribe changes to reduce the risk of a repeat event. Additionally, the orchestration of mixed traffic will also maximize the capacity of the road network and also provide support to the public transit. And for sure, sustainability is a big one. We have the opportunity with this initiative to advance our sustainability ambition and enable the company, Ferrovial, to take action and to measure and to test that all the actions for reduction strategies are reaching your goals.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Let's jump in order to tackle another important topic because the time is running. The importance of open ecosystem network and how we are able to resonate working in conjunction towards this challenge. No? Probably from Telefonica perspective and going back in order to close with the vision of Chris.
Yeah. For us, it's a key aspect of all these things is the whole notion about the ecosystem. This is a multiple actor play. We as Telefonica or as telcos have not been the very best of doing so, so we need to change our mindset, and we're trying to do so, because there are a lot of factors here from the technology point of view, manufacturers, the infrastructure providers, chipsets, hardware, software, venture capital, so a big mess, right? So we need to structure a little bit and try to face this like a whole ecosystem approach. Maybe on my mind, on our mind, two things. One is we do need some sort of private publicity, so public sort of engagement. So in the context of Europe, the next EU fund is going to be critical, but on a broader scale, public and private is going to be a marriage that needs to make it work. And from the regulatory point of view, some sort of homogeneous framework. It is key for us. How do we collect data? How do we extract it? How do we guarantee the privacy of the customer? What is good or bad? What are the clear rules of engagement that allow us to play a fair playing field for our business, no?
Yeah. From your perspective?
Yeah, when we're driving our cars and we need to refill, you don't have an issue if this petrol station is from one brand to another. This needs to happen in the new infrastructure as well, right? So we need to be able to standardize. That's something that us companies here are used to work in these consortiums, industry consortiums, and we need to standardize all of this, right? Likewise, if you just take a step, maybe a little bit higher, you say, what's going to happen with the insurance of the cars? What's going to be the liability of an accident in autonomous cars? All that needs to be solved. So there are infrastructure and there are also legal regulations that need to be figured out. Then I really much like the comment from Chris on the business models, right? How do we create that environment for all the different ecosystem players to let everybody in, to let everybody freely play in a fair way, right? So I think those are some of the challenges. Obviously, in our industries, we are leading some of those engagements. We're used to make open standards into hardware, into software. Otherwise, this doesn't work, right? My phone, I go everywhere in the world and it works, right? Again, so I think we need to bring that as well to this environment. And it's not as straightforward as we are leading into some of these initiatives, right? And the rest need to be able, so we need to be open and inclusive. The rest need to be willing to play.
And I guess that from Microsoft perspective, representing a global project with such a capacity of generate a network effect,
Yes.
work in an open environment is mandatory, no?
Yes. I mean, this type of amazing challenges can only be faced and overcome with an open dialogue with the innovation ecosystem, because the strengths and experience of every company complement each other and help to fast-track innovation, reduce costs, and also provide operational transparency. I think that every company complements each other, and team up with others always adds this type of value and make organizations grow quickly and efficiently.
From your perspective, presenting the financial, but at the same time, probably more connected type of element, do you think that open environments are mandatory from the design to the operation? Is a current momentum the one that forces us to be aligned due to those standards that all of you were mentioning? This is something that is going to stay. What's your perspective of that?
So I actually think this is maybe the most important question. Open environments, we talked about consortiums, we talked about ecosystems. This means that we're choosing who we're going to partner with, and we're partnering with them for certain reasons. So we at Assembly, we talk about how we invest in the men and women who will move the world. And we talk about that because those men and women will define where the world moves. Who we do business with, why we do business with them, the systems that we incorporate. This is something that I think we sometimes don't pay enough attention to. So for us, we have two incredibly important theses behind why we exist. One, we believe that we're in the midst of a bifurcation between the Eastern and the Western world. Totalitarian regimes that are potentially not open innovation ecosystems. And so there's an understanding as to where we're going to partner and where we're going to deploy. And two, we have a very strong belief in the legacy industrial centers of the Western world. So you think about these locations in Spain, in Germany, in Turin, across the Midwest, in Detroit and Pittsburgh, in Tokyo and Seoul. If those places make the right partnerships, technology decisions, acquisitions, and just innovation, it's not as if they just will be a part of it. We, in the West, can lead. And so if we don't define and demand open ecosystems, if we don't demand that we're going to work with high-integrity people that value rule of law, that value civil rights, that value all the things as to where we want to move, we're going to move somewhere, but why are we going there? So the future of infrastructure needs not just to be the enablement of movement, and we need to have a destination. And I think these ecosystems allow us to move to places that are principled, that are valuable, and that are really exciting.
No, indeed. Time is running, probably over the speed limit, because those 30 minutes are almost end. I would like to ask you, just in a matter of 20 seconds, closing your eyes, projecting in 10 years from now, how would you like to imagine what we are talking in a decade? 20 seconds, best guessing.
I'll start. So I think for me, in 10 years, I want none of us to be on this stage. And the reason I want none of us to be here is because you in this crowd, some of you, are going to be on this stage. You are going to define the way the world moves. You're going to create amazing businesses. You're going to be investing in amazing companies. You'll be senior executives. And so put us out of business. That is my goal.
Good answer.
Yeah, and just a comment, and let's slightly change the topic. Yep. Maybe I think we have the responsibility to do something about that. Technology is there.
Yep.
Business drivers are there. Benefits are there. Let's not just not do it, right? I think
it's mandatory.
Yeah, there is no. I think it is a responsibility of all of us.
I agree. It's in our hands. I do think that we haven't seen some sort of technology, business opportunity, and talent at the same time in our whole history to make this happen. So it's in our back, clearly.
So trying to wrap up all those 30 minutes that are almost end. Technology of the future is already a reality, so let's try to use it in a smart way, sustainable, efficient, keeping in mind the social impact, and always working in open environments, because important is not to go where we go, is to enjoy the destination and the journey at the same time, and this is what we are trying to do with partners like you. So thank you for your time, and thank you for the audience for these 30 minutes.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please stay in your seats because we have a very, very special segment coming up, and they're just on their way in, so I won't say any more. The music will be with you, and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
Me mato. The legend of the phoenix, all ends with beginnings. What keeps the planet spinning? The force of the beginning. Oh, we come too far. Who we are, who we are. So let's raise the bar. Your gift keeps on giving. Ooh, what is this I'm feeling? If you wanna live, I'm with it. Ooh, we've come too far to give up who we are. So let's raise the bar and our cups to the stars. To the sun, I'm up all night to get some. I'm up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. I'm up all night for the sun. I'm up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get some. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're 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 up all night to get lucky. Beginnings. Ooh, what is this I'm feeling? If you wanna keep on with it, ooh, we've come too far. Who we are, who we are. So let's raise the bar and our cups to the stars. Gracias. Gracias.
crazy.
Eso está en todo, ¿verdad?
I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo, so much space. And when you're out there without care, yeah, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Oh, does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? That's the thing. And I hope that you are having the time of my life. But think twice. That's my only advice. Ooh, come on, who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, bless your soul. Do you really think you're in control? Who do you think you are? Oh, bless your soul. Do you really think you're in control? Got me looking so crazy right now. Got me looking so crazy right now. Oh, got me looking so crazy right now. Got me looking so crazy right now. Oh, got me looking so crazy right now. Got me looking so crazy, yeah. Does that make me crazy? Yeah, does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? That's a thing. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Gracias.
Sunday morning. Sí, sí, me molaba, ¿no? No sé cómo es, pero sí.
morning rain is falling. Steal some cover, share some skin. Clouds are shrouding us in moments unforgettable. You twist to fill the mold that I am in. But things just get so crazy, living life gets hard to do. I would gladly hit the road and get up and go if I knew that someday it would lead me back to you. That someday it would lead me back to you. That may be all I need. In darkness she's all I see. And come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to leave. A finger trace you every outline. Paint a picture with my hands. Back and forth we sway like branches in a storm. Change the weather, still together when it ends. That may be all I need. In darkness she's all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to leave. Sunday morning rain is falling, yeah, yeah. Still some cover, share some skin. Clouds are shrouding us in moments unforgettable. You twist to fill the mold that I am in. Oh, things just get so crazy, living life gets hard to do. And Sunday morning rain is falling, and I'm just coming back to you. That someday it would lead me back to you. Hey, that someday it would lead me back to you. Oh, that may be all I need. In darkness she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to. All I need. In darkness she's all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to leave.
Gracias.
Unos cuatro, algo. Si no te vas a la batería. ¿Seguimos? Vale.
ok.
Hacemos...
¿Message una bota?
No,
vale.
Yo qué sé. El Valerie.
Vale, ok.
Pero medio tiempo, ¿no? ¿Sí?
Well, sometimes I go out by myself and to look across the water. you're doing. In my head I paint a picture. Since I've come home, well, my body's been a mess, and I missed your ginger hair and the way you just like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, Valerie, Valerie. Did you have to go to jail? Put your house up for sale. Did you get a good lawyer? And I hope you didn't catch a tan. I hope you'll find the right man who'll fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair. Are you dizzy? And did you have to pay the fine? Do it that you know the time. Are you still dizzy? Yeah. Since I've come home, well, my party has been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you just like to dress. Once you coming over, stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, Valerie, Well, sometimes I go out by myself and look across the water, and I think of all the things that you've done. In my head, I paint a picture. Since I've gone home, well, my body has been wet, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Once you come over, stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come over, Valerie? Oh, Valerie, why don't you come on over, Valerie?
Hasta que llegue. La de necesitáis, ¿no?
Oh, the wind whistles down the cold dark street tonight, and the people they were dancing to the the music vibe, and the boys just the girl with car in their hair with a shine. Reminded you all see the way over there, and the songs are louder, each one better than before. And you're singing a song, thinking this is the life. And you wake up in the morning and your head feels sweat the size. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where you gonna sleep tonight? And you're singing the songs, thinking this is the life. And you wake up in the morning and your head feels sweat the size. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where you gonna sleep tonight? Where you gonna sleep tonight? So you're heading down the road in your taxi for 4 and you're waiting outside. Jimmy's front door, but nobody's in and nobody's home till 4. So you're sitting there with nothing to do, talking about Robert Rocket and his motley crew. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go tonight? And you're singing the songs, thinking this is the life. And you wake up in the morning and you get the size. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where you gonna sleep tonight? And you're singing the songs, thinking this is the life. And you wake up in the morning and your head feels the size. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where you gonna sleep tonight? Where you gonna sleep tonight? Singing the songs, thinking this is the life. And you wake up in the morning and your head feels twice the size. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where you gonna sleep tonight? And you're singing the songs, thinking this is the life. And you wake up in the morning and your head feels twice the size. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where you gonna sleep tonight? And you're singing the songs. And you're singing the song. And you're singing the song. Oh, and you're singing the song, thinking this is the life. And you wake up in the morning and you can't put the size. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Where you gonna sleep tonight? Where you gonna sleep tonight?
Muy buenos días en este segundo día de South Summit. Permitirme que hoy, en esta ocasión, ayer lo hice también porque son momentos muy especiales para nosotros, os hable en español. Yo quiero dar una bienvenida muy especial, que me ha encantado además cómo se le habéis dado ya todos a la entrada a nuestra presidenta de la Comunidad de Madrid, Isabel Díaz Ayuso. Y quiero además darle infinitas gracias por estar aquí presente, por venir a esta casa maravillosa de la nave que se construyó como el gran centro de la innovación y de las nuevas tecnologías y que desde el año 2016 es la casa de South Summit y de todos los que integramos este ecosistema. Yo quisiera, antes de darte la palabra, darte las gracias también por lo que estás creando en esta increíble región de Madrid, con una región abierta, libre, con flexibilidad, en donde realmente lo que estamos viendo es que con estas características el crecimiento de nuestra ciudad está siendo verdaderamente alucinante. Y eso lo podemos ver en cómo se está desarrollando también el ecosistema. En estos últimos años el crecimiento de la región de Madrid en la generación de startups es verdaderamente alucinante. Pero por decir solamente un dato, en el año 2021, después de la pandemia, que no bajamos en crecimiento del ecosistema, y quiero dar la enhorabuena a todos los startuperos, las inversiones que se recibieron en España en las startups fueron de 4.300 millones, de los cuales 2.600 vinieron a la región de Madrid. Es algo espectacular. Y además, en esa concepción de un Madrid libre, abierto, es en un Madrid en el que todos nos sentimos de aquí, aunque vengamos de paso. todas las personas, y eso es lo que está sintiendo todo este ecosistema que viene, todos estos actores extraordinarios que vienen de todas partes. Te quería dar las gracias también como parte del Consejo Rector de South Summit por la deferencia, y no solo la deferencia, sino por tu interés de escuchar al ecosistema. Que al final, como todos sabemos, este ecosistema, que lo que nos reúne es a todos, está integrado por todos los actores económicos. Y la presidenta Isabel Díaz Ayuso el año pasado quiso venir a nuestro Consejo Rector para escuchar las opiniones de los diferentes actores del ecosistema, los diferentes actores económicos, y compartir qué es lo que iba a hacer en esta región libre y abierta, con la línea directa de la hiperregulación y con el mercado abierto. Y quiero también agradecer muy especialmente, como eso no se quedó en una sola vez, y este año ha querido volver a venir, y ha venido nuestro querido consejero de Economía, Hacienda y Empleo, Javier Laschetti, para rendir cuentas de lo que hablamos, las cosas que ahí se comentaron en esa reunión, que verdaderamente fue extraordinaria. Primero se escuchó y luego se compartió el qué es lo que se estaba haciendo. Y quiero darte las gracias también porque en esta región, en donde sabemos que tenemos la suerte, porque es una gran suerte, que somos la capital de España, y que a su vez tenemos todos muy claro de que esto no es Madrid sino es Madrid que integra, que aúna, que da juego al resto de las ciudades de España, que reúne a las empresas más importantes del IBEX, en donde se está potenciando de una manera alucinante la convicción, como vemos aquí en South Summit, de las corporaciones, de todo el tejido empresarial tradicional, de que la forma de hacer tiene que cambiar y que ya es en colaboración con todos los actores, fundamentalmente con las startups, que son estos proyectos innovadores, rápidos, ágiles, escalables, que van a trabajar y que están trabajando de la mano de los tradicionales para, en beneficio de todos, responder al ritmo del mercado. Muchas gracias por todo ello, muchas gracias por estar aquí. Tiene la palabra Isabel Díaz Ayuso, presidenta de la Comunidad de Madrid.
Muchas gracias a todos. Querida María, fundadora de South Summit, gracias por tus amables palabras, por tu hospitalidad y por el trabajo tan impresionante que estás realizando, y que la verdad me ha sorprendido cuando he entrado aquí por las puertas de la nave y he visto como año a año este proyecto, que como todos comienza con grandes dificultades, está siendo toda una referencia, un gran éxito, y demuestra que, como todo en la vida, aquello que se pelea con esfuerzo y con sacrificio merece la pena. Enhorabuena a todos, y quiero también aprovechar estas palabras para saludar al consejero de Economía, Hacienda y Empleo de la Comunidad de Madrid, a Javier Fernández Laschetti, al presidente del Centro de Emprendimiento e Innovación del IE, Juan José Güemes, al rector de la Universidad Rey Juan Carlos y presidente de la CRUMA, Javier Ramos, a los viceconsejeros, directores generales de la Comunidad de Madrid, las autoridades, y lo más importante, a los emprendedores, inversores y empresarios y socios de South Summit. Medios de comunicación, a todos muy buenos días y gracias nuevamente. En primer lugar, quiero reiterar mi enhorabuena por este 10º aniversario del gran encuentro de emprendimiento, innovación e inversión, el mejor del sur de Europa, y gracias por hacerlo posible. Gracias por elegir Madrid y gracias por esa ilusión desbordante que transmitís día a día y que se contagia cada paso que hemos dado aquí en la nave. Madrid es libertad y, por tanto, es sinónimo de oportunidades. Este evento da buena fe de ello. Como todos sabrán, la política de la Comunidad de Madrid cuida especialmente las ideas, a las personas y a las empresas e instituciones. A las ideas. necesarias para innovar y crecer, porque solo con creatividad y apertura se pueden construir sociedades pujantes y con futuro, como tiene, por ejemplo, Madrid. Las personas, porque son las protagonistas de nuestra acción de gobierno y son las únicas que, gracias al estímulo y la libertad, pueden crear y ejecutar esas ideas consiguiendo el éxito individual y colectivo. Y es que nuestro Gobierno trata a los ciudadanos como adultos y no les tratamos como un conjunto inerte, homogéneo, para crearle problemas específicos y controlarlo. Cada persona y cada proyecto son diferentes, afortunadamente. Y las instituciones y empresas, porque sin ellas no se puede garantizar un Estado democrático y pujante que asegure unas condiciones de vida dignas e igualdad de oportunidades, se viva donde se viva y se parta de la condición personal que sea. Así de fácil y así de complicado. Nosotros llevamos mucho tiempo con nuestra acción política centrada en lo importante y en lo que funciona para que personas como vosotros saquéis adelante vuestros proyectos. Madrid es la capital de España desde hace 5 siglos, pero no siempre ha sido la región más próspera. Este liderazgo económico lo hemos logrado después de incidir mucho en las recetas de la libertad y con resultados evidentes. Por ejemplo, en materia de emprendimiento, ya que ahora contamos con más de 3.200 startups, una red de 200 incubadoras y aceleradoras de empresas creada por empresarios locales, pero también por grandes empresas como Google, que ahora ha vuelto a ampliar su inversión en la Comunidad de Madrid. Y gracias a este esfuerzo, por primera vez en la historia, hemos logrado éxitos relevantes. Concentramos el mayor número de startups de toda España, el 27%, el mayor volumen de inversión del país, el 60%, y también el mayor porcentaje de inversiones de estas empresas, el 43%. Tanto es así que en el último año la inversión en emprendimiento en la Comunidad de Madrid se ha multiplicado por 5. Los datos anteriores demuestran que las empresas tecnológicas y los inversores en este sector han encontrado en nuestra región las mejores condiciones para sacar el máximo partido a la tecnología. El título de esta intervención, Madrid, libertad para crear, es la mejor definición de lo que está sucediendo en la Comunidad de Madrid, cada vez más de moda y reputada por todo el mundo. Somos la segunda región europea que más personas emplea en el sector de alta tecnología, 262.000. Un lugar que forma, que atrae y retiene al talento cualificado. De hecho, la Fundación Cotec y el Instituto Valenciano de Investigaciones Económicas señalan a la Comunidad de Madrid como la región que más atrae y retiene el talento. También somos la región mejor conectada de Europa, con una red de 5G y de fibra óptica que llega a todos los rincones de la región y con una concentración cada vez mayor de centros de datos, imprescindibles también para las empresas que operan en Internet. Solo por poneros un ejemplo, los proyectos que ya están en marcha aquí por parte de empresas como IBM o Microsoft tendrán un impacto de 6.000 millones de euros en Madrid. En definitiva, quien quiera trabajar y crecer en España tiene a Madrid como uno de los mejores lugares y aliados para hacerlo. La función de nuestro Gobierno es seguir por este camino y por eso hemos bajado los impuestos. Somos la única región en España que ha suprimido todos los impuestos autonómicos y hemos iniciado una cruzada contra la burocracia innecesaria. Y también estamos actuando sobre el ecosistema digital. Hemos llevado la fibra óptica a todos los pequeños municipios de la región. Hemos puesto en marcha 4 nuevos clústeres digitales en Torrejón de Ardoz, Las Rozas de Madrid, Leganés, Tres Cantos. Estamos avanzando en la digitalización de la Administración y los servicios públicos, como por ejemplo la telemedicina, la teleasistencia, la educación a distancia, la Oficina 360 o el Centro de Innovación Digital. Y ayer, junto con la Comisaria Europea de Innovación, hicimos varios anuncios importantes en materia de innovación, en creación de startups y empleo en municipios. Hemos empezado, por ejemplo, con Carabaña y Buitrago de Lozoya, gracias al nuevo programa europeo. En materia de prevención y seguridad, además, ayer aprobamos en el Consejo de Gobierno una nueva agencia, la Agencia de Ciberseguridad, para proteger a la Administración regional, pero también el entorno digital de nuestros ciudadanos y empresas, especialmente las pymes. Con esta agencia nos queremos poner a la cabeza también en la economía digital y hacerlo como mejor sabemos, sin intervenir en las decisiones del sector privado, pero garantizando la seguridad en sus operaciones y la igualdad de condiciones para competir. Queridos amigos, la innovación no espera a que el burócrata de turno tenga una brillante idea. La innovación real ocurre en proyectos como los que vemos en South Summit y de una forma mucho más rápida de lo que algunos piensan. De nosotros depende hacerla posible para que sea una oportunidad que beneficie a todos. El Gobierno de la Comunidad de Madrid aquí tiene muy claro su papel. Seguir construyendo la región a la que todo el mundo quiere venir a vivir, a crear y a emprender. Una región que, como cada vez más ciudadanos del mundo saben, es abierta, mestiza, plural, pujante, viva y, sobre todo, libre. Abierta a estudiantes, a nuevos eventos deportivos, culturales. Madrid está preparada, está en su mejor momento y, por tanto, bienvenidos a vuestra casa, bienvenidos a Madrid. Gracias.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. Incredible to have the President of the Community of Madrid here, and wonderful to see how much support they're giving to the entire entrepreneurial ecosystem. And we are thrilled to have them ourselves as our amazing partners here at South Summit. Don't go anywhere. Grab your seats because you're not going to want to miss what's coming on next. We love the alignment and parallels that we see between entrepreneurship and elite athletes. Entrepreneurship is hard. It's really difficult to build a cutting-edge technology company and bring it to market successfully. Get the financing, get the market, build a team, make it happen. Elite sports are also very, very difficult. Breaking down barriers and essentially achieving the impossible. And this is the conversation we're going to have now with our next two speakers, exploring the parallels in terms of doing and achieving impossible things and making change to leadership. So please, without further ado, grab your seats. You're not going to want to miss it. Give us a big, big, warm welcome to the stage. Leandro Sigman, the chairman of Insud Pharma, and Chema Martinez, our professional athlete and technical director at Running Magazine. Big, warm round of applause to the stage, please. Woo! Thank you. Es que no se puede
Todo el mundo. Se nos ha oído todo el mundo ahora. No vamos a hacer correr a nadie, ¿eh?
Ojo que Chema se pone a correr y los mete a todos de vuelta, atento.
Se ha ido la presidenta y nos ha dejado solos aquí. Isabel, solo tenías que quedarte aquí para que se quede todo el mundo. Además, una gran corredora también, nuestra presidenta.
Bueno, buenos días a todos. A mí no sé si se ve algo, me encanta estar con Chemita, es un gran amigo. Me pregunto qué hace un tipo de farma que el año pasado hablaba de vacunas, estando con Chema Martínez, no tengo mucha idea. Pero cuando me propusieron esto pensé que era una buena oportunidad para intercambiar algunas ideas que en el mundo empresarial y en el entrepreneurship surgen y que creo que Chema desde el deporte nos puede ilustrar. Chemita, bueno, fue todo, campeón de Europa, olímpico, mundial, es un gran amigo, pero sobre todo es una persona que se reinventó. Me gustaría mostrar primero un video de él, que creo que es la mejor introducción, y después vamos a hablar de 3 o 4 cositas. A ver si funciona el video.
Los momentos finales de una carrera como Barcelona fueron increíbles, indescriptibles. Bueno, sí se pueden describir: felicidad, alegría, gozo, satisfacción. Deseo de compartir con toda la gente que estaba cerca, el público, mi familia, la gran suerte que mis hijos me vieron conseguir esa medalla, y supuso la culminación a tantos deseos, a tanto trabajo, a tanto esfuerzo previo a esa carrera que tuvo como resultado final esa medalla de plata, que aunque no fue oro, a mí me supo a oro. Y luego tuve la posibilidad de haber conseguido la victoria por equipos, conseguimos la selección española el ganar a nivel de equipos en ese campeonato de Europa y bueno, me traje 2 medallas una de plata a nivel individual que me supo a oro y la de por equipos que también hicimos un gran papel toda la selección. Realmente estas 3 medallas suponen las 3 joyas a nivel deportivo, con las que siento más cariño, pero sobre todo lo siento no por conseguir la victoria en sí, sino por haber conseguido la medalla, sino por el reconocimiento de haber estado tantos años en el más alto nivel, haberla conseguido en 3 momentos tan diferentes, con tanta distancia entre ambos, ¿no? Y ser capaz de, el día de la verdad, en el momento determinado, ser capaz de pelear con los mejores en esa especialidad y ser capaz de conseguir una medalla. Te puedes ganar, al final la carrera siempre normalmente es el que gana, el que mejor está o el que toma las mejores decisiones, y yo siempre perseguía el oro, conseguí un oro en Múnich, en Göteborg fue una plata que también me supo bien, y en Barcelona, en una distancia diferente, en el asfalto, en mi país, en Barcelona, con toda la gente aportando su granito de arena para que yo consiguiese ese metal que me hizo tremendamente feliz, con lo cual esas 3 medallas, 3 campeonatos de Europa son como algo especial para mí y suponen un reto que cuesta al alcance muy pocos deportistas, y sabedor de ello ahora hoy en día lo disfruto y me gusta ver de lo que fui capaz, y eso me da fuerzas para todavía ser capaz de intentar conseguir más cosas a nivel personal en mi vida. Correr al más alto nivel no se puede, pero triunfar al más alto nivel en cualquier momento de tu vida lo puedes hacer. Lo único que tienes que hacer es trabajar, y de eso tengo mucha experiencia.
Hay un atleta que despierta simpatías en el deporte español, evidentemente es Chema.
Muy bien.
He cambiado un poquito, ¿eh?
Chema,
soy el mismo, ¿eh? Y el pelo es mío.
Es la única persona en el mundo que tiene más pelo a los 50 que a los 30.
Sí.
Es una curiosidad. Pero bueno,
hay que seguir evolucionando e innovando.
yo creo que una cosa que a mí... Hay 3 o 4 cosas que quería hablar con Chemita, y que por lo menos a mí, que yo tengo la oportunidad de correr con él hace más de 10 años y me acompañó en las mejores cosas que yo pude hacer a un nivel amateur, es su cultura. Una cosa que a mí me sorprendió mucho y aprendí de los deportistas profesionales es la capacidad de siempre uno puede más. Que cuando estás haciendo un deporte y estás exhausto y decís no puedo más, podés más, y 3 minutos después, cuando sentís que te va a explotar todo, podés más y después podés más. Y creo que la diferencia entre nosotros y ellos es que el puede más de ellos es interminable, a diferencia nuestra. Por eso ellos, el rendimiento que obtiene un profesional es muchísimo más alto que un amateur. Pero me gustaría, Chemita, escucharte sobre eso. ¿Cómo lo ves?
Bueno, yo creo que lo que diferencia a un deportista de alto nivel de una persona normal es esa capacidad de no tener límites, de siempre intentar dar un paso más, en no fijarte esas barreras que muchas veces la gente tiene a nivel mental, el ponerse un techo pequeñito. Y los deportistas de alto nivel cuesta trabajo que la gente se entere que vives 24 horas al día para intentar cumplir ese objetivo que te has planteado. No haces otra cosa que es levantarte, entrenar, cuidar todo lo que tienes, alimentarte, y que toda tu vida gire en torno a un objetivo. Esa es la primera gran diferencia de un deportista de alto nivel con una persona normal. No tienes límites, toda tu vida está encaminada a conseguir ese objetivo, y lo único que te esfuerzas es por intentar llegar a conseguirlo. 24 horas al día, 7 días a la semana, durante 18 años, de forma ininterrumpida, te da un poco la capacidad que tienen o que tenemos los deportistas para intentar no ponerte ningún límite.
Pero danos un tip. Cuando estabas en Múnich ahí y estás muerto, porque estás muerto,
Sí.
y te quedan 400 metros y no das más, sabes que no das más, ¿en qué pensás para que tu cuerpo dé más? Porque estás muerto.
Hay una cosa muy importante, aparte de primero no tener esos límites, es la confianza. O sea, tú tienes que tener claro que el objetivo lo vas a conseguir, no tener miedo a ganar, que es otra de las cosas que puede diferenciar a un deportista de otro, ¿no? El tener miedo a conseguir esos resultados, hay veces que te condiciona y no los consigues. Entonces, por ahí, en esa última vuelta, confianza. No pienso en la parte negativa, pienso en todo lo que tengo que hacer para ganar, y sé que dar todo lo mejor. Sé que no puedo tener límites. Tiene que ser una última vuelta brillante, que tengo que dar todo y que los demás no consigan hacerlo para que yo consiga ganar. Entonces, en ese momento no estás pensando en la parte negativa. Hay un momento de confianza, creer en las decisiones que has tomado durante la carrera que te conducen a ese momento, olvidarte de todo lo demás, y ese instinto asesino que tenemos los deportistas, que es un auténtico instinto asesino. Lo único que quieres es ganar, no te vale otra cosa. Y en esa última vuelta, en Múnich acabé en 56 segundos, que es una auténtica pasada, sin mirar una sola vez para atrás, confiando en que ese era mi momento.
56 segundos debe ser algo así como 35 kilómetros por hora, más o menos.
Una barbaridad, sí.
¿Alguna vez sentiste que la muerte estaba ahí cerquita tuyo? ¿Que si dabas un segundo más te podías explotar?
Durante esa parte de 18 años de más alto nivel...
Tu mujer no está ahora, así que no.
160.000 kilómetros, lo cierto es que ese no tener miedo a lo que te encuentras, ese no poner límites a tu esfuerzo, esa capacidad de superar el umbral que tenemos del dolor, no tiene nada que ver una persona normal con un deportista de alto nivel. Sufres, padeces, pero todavía tienes capacidad para sufrir y padecer mucho más. Es un umbral del dolor muy alto. Y en la parte más deportiva, en los grandes campeonatos, Juegos Olímpicos, campeonatos de Europa, campeonatos del mundo, sí que es verdad que no he tenido un problema físico de pensar, oye, me puede pasar algo. Pero sí que es cierto que luego he seguido evolucionando como deportista, he hecho otros retos, otras pruebas en las cuales he vuelto a llevar a mi cuerpo al límite, durmiendo en el suelo, haciendo 250 kilómetros en 4 días, en modo supervivencia, y sí que es cierto que en una competición de esas he terminado, me han tenido que agarrar porque no podía andar, he ido a intentar mear, he meado sangre y yo no quería contarlo porque digo, si me ven que tengo alguna penalidad física me van a decir que no salga, y yo por encima de todo soy demasiado competitivo, entonces sí que algún momento de dificultad he pasado. Pero cierto es que bueno, debo tener un físico, yo creo que la parte genética me ha ayudado para intentar conseguir todas esas partes o esos objetivos que me he podido plantear. Momentos duros, momentos de dificultad, pero como te pasa a ti en el mundo de la empresa, obstáculos que tienes que solventar de la mejor forma para que te sirvan de herramientas para los siguientes retos.
Contanos a todos nosotros un poco la parte de reinventarte, porque saltaste del 10.000 al maratón, cuando decidiste retirarte fuiste a la montaña. ¿Cómo es ese proceso de siempre estar ahí arriba buscando nuevas...? Porque esto es lo que nos pasa a la mayoría de los emprendedores, que nuestro negocio siempre tiene que reinventarse.
Yo creo que debemos andar siempre en una búsqueda constante de nuestra propia actualización, es decir, debemos seguir evolucionando, debemos estar atentos a lo que ocurre en el mundo cambia constantemente y nosotros cambiamos. Sin darnos cuenta, pues yo me he retirado hace 10 años y no me he enterado. Y he seguido creciendo, evolucionando, aprendiendo, y de tal manera que siempre he querido dar mi mejor versión. Si bien es cierto que no soy capaz de terminar una última vuelta a 56 segundos, ahora soy capaz de hacer carreras de 160 kilómetros sin parar. He estado corriendo en diferentes desiertos, y lo cierto es que he visto que todavía a estas alturas de mi vida ese instinto de superación, de perseverar en lo que creo, en lo que me apasiona, pues me hace llegar a conseguir pues esos objetivos que me hacen estar vivo. Creo que tener retos lo suficientemente estimulantes para que te hagan evolucionar y madurar cada día se convierte en el mejor aliado de viaje. Busco retos, esos retos son energía, y sobre todo yo creo que tener la suerte de vivir a través de la pasión. Creo que la vida es complicada, se puede ver de muchas maneras, pero yo trato de ver la vida siempre desde el punto de vista de pasión, intentar vivir lo que hago cada día con la máxima energía, y sobre todo estar dispuesto a ser mi mejor versión, que creo que eso es muy importante, y sobre todo en estos tiempos que han cambiado tanto con la irrupción de redes, creación de marcas, imágenes, todo el mundo de la comunicación, el marketing ha variado, y lógicamente en esas primeras competiciones que hacía, que solo la veíamos pues la gente que me podía ver, gente joven en la 1, en la 2, donde todo el mundo estaba pendiente de la televisión, hoy en día ha cambiado todo. Y si no eres capaz de adaptarte a esos cambios que surgen de manera continua en el mundo, pues estás condenado a que te pasen por ambos lados.
Quiero contar una historia personal, pero quiero contar, una vez dando una charla con Chema me pasó esto que voy a contar ahora, que es mi versión de lo que pasó, y que yo creía que era la única versión de lo que pasaba, hasta que Chema contó su versión. Esta foto es una foto de una carrera que hicimos juntos en Rotterdam, que es una maratón que logramos, para mí, el Chema corre en 2:08, yo logré bajar de 3 horas, que para mí era la NASA, y entonces cuando íbamos el kilómetro 32 o 33, yo en un momento, fue una décima de segundo, se me puso la mente en blanco y sentí sabía que me iba a desmayar. Duró un microsegundo, como dice Chema, yo no quería contarlo porque tenía miedo que me saquen de la carrera. Y al minuto, a los 2 minutos, no me desmayé, seguí corriendo, al minuto, a los 2 minutos, le digo, mira, Chemita, que sepas que estuve por irme al tacho, digamos. Y entonces Chemita me dijo, no te preocupes, si te pasa 3 o 4 veces me lo contás, seguí para adelante. Y seguí para adelante. Yo dije, bueno, qué tipo que como que medio que no le da mucha importancia a los problemas que a uno le preocupan, ¿no? Esa era mi versión. Cuando cuento esto, Chema contó esto.
Sí, bueno, lógicamente cuando te enfrentas a un reto con una maratón, que son 42 kilómetros, sabes que lo vas a pasar mal, sí o sí. Si a cualquiera de las personas que hacemos una maratón nos hicieras una analítica después de terminar la carrera, yo creo que los médicos nos prohibirían correr, llevamos el cuerpo al límite. Entonces tienes que ser muchas veces consciente que te vas a encontrar con momentos de dificultad. Yo sabía que su ilusión era bajar de las 3 horas. Es una marca ya, no tiene 3 horas, tiene 2:59, que es maravilloso, y además lo conseguimos. Entonces durante toda la carrera le estuve animando, vigilando que todo fuera bien, cuidando la hidratación. Sabía que era un momento muy importante dentro de su parte de vida deportiva, porque el mundo de las empresas es todavía mucho más grande que yo, y me hacía especial ilusión compartir ese momento. Los momentos de dificultades existen. Yo creo que la vida te da muchas veces esa conclusión de que tienes que ser capaz de superar todas esas dificultades, obstáculos que te vas encontrando, y la mejor manera de sortearlos es intentando, en este caso, pues engañar. Lo que hice, le voy dando pinceladas de cómo tiene que ir, le digo que vamos a aflojar el ritmo, que no se preocupe, que tiene que estar pendiente de lo que tiene que estar, que no le pase más, que esté controlando todo. Nos preparamos para avituallarle, toda la hidratación, cuidando absolutamente todo. Y aunque le bajo un poco el ritmo, yo sigo con el objetivo de que tenemos que hacer 2 horas 59. Entonces estoy ahí preparado para lo que pueda pasar, sin llevarla a ese límite de salud, que yo sí que me lo hubiera jugado, pero lógicamente a él no lo hubiera llevado a ese extremo, porque todavía no es capaz de conocer e identificar todos esos factores que le pueden implicar un problema de salud. Dicho esto, bajamos un poco el ritmo. Incluso utilicé una táctica que fue llamar a su mujer para que le diera ánimos en carrera. Siempre intentando estrategias mentales positivas, sabiendo que era él que tenía que dar el paso, que tenía que superar ese momento de dificultad, y sobre todo que ese gran objetivo de bajar de las 3 horas fuera la suficiente motivación para que lo pudiera lograr. Entonces durante esos kilómetros bajamos un poquito el ritmo. Cuando no me dijo nada, empecé a incrementar sin que se me enterase. Todo esto sin enterar, iba totalmente concentrado, con la gorra, totalmente con el piloto autonómico, y al final, pues cuando nos acercamos al momento de la verdad que veíamos la meta, teníamos el globo de la marca de las 2 horas 59 a 100 metros. Y a mí me entró un poco la desesperación. Digo, lo tenemos al alcance de las manos. O sea, el gran objetivo después de todo lo que había padecido, y fuimos capaces de terminar esos últimos metros en 2:59, 40 y algo.
Es
¿no?
igual. Pero la metáfora es que él me dice, no te preocupes, pero él estaba preocupado. Yo siempre aplico eso, pienso que uno puede dar un mensaje a un tercero de está todo bien, pero adentro tomar un plan de acción para ir corrigiendo las cosas. Yo creo que estas cosas, por lo menos para mí, fueron un aprendizaje nuevo. Bueno, Chemita, vamos a terminar porque nuestra presidenta llegó un poquito tarde y viene todo demorado. Yo te agradezco de corazón, Chemita. Creo que además que Chemita tiene una cosa increíble que aplica a todos nosotros, que es el give back. Cuando él va a una feria, a un congreso, está 2 horas sacándose fotos, firmando autógrafos. O sea, una persona que tiene muy mentalizado esto de devolver a la sociedad lo que la sociedad le dio, que creo que también son todos los valores que nosotros podemos incorporar. Así que, Chemita, de corazón, muchas gracias por todo lo que nos diste.
Un placer. Yo lo cierto es que los grandes deportistas muchas veces hablan de medallas, de marcas, pero sí creo que existe una recompensa que te llene realmente, es el cariño de la gente. Y yo he tenido la gran suerte que durante todos estos años, muchos no habéis visto correr, porque seguro que sois muy jóvenes, pero antes corría mucho, y tener el cariño de la gente supone la mejor de las recompensas posibles. Así que un placer, y nos vemos en las carreras. Ha sido cortito, intenso. Tenemos 8 segundos para sprintar.
En este tiempo él hace 10.000 metros, así que hoy de una charla.
Bueno.
Gracias, Chemita.
Un montón, siento el pollón. Gracias.
Wow, I am so blown away by those 2 careers, incredible achievements there. And I love that concept of limitless, right? Limitless, and the opportunities out there are limitless. And I think we're all guilty of not understanding the capabilities we have. So go out there and do amazing things, do impossible things, and build awesome companies. So, talking about doing impossible things, we have a wonderful keynote speaker for you next. This is a first time at South Summit for this individual, coming in with a group of entrepreneurs that we have from the Miami ecosystem at this edition of South Summit. We're building bridges and connecting different ecosystems and see how we can push entrepreneurship forward across the world. So our next speaker is part of that contingency, but she is a serial founder, entrepreneur, expert in the data space. And what I love about this individual is she's showing us how to communicate through data, how to bring the storytelling to the data information so we can really use it in a way that's more and more effective and impactful. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Miko Yuk, who's the Chief Data Evangelist at Count. Miko.
Woo! Thank you, Liz. Thank you. Hello. Hi. All right, how is everybody? I kind of can see. Are we all here? Yes, okay, good. Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Miko Yuk. And so today I'm going to talk about what we're doing at Count. So it's a company that is based in London, and we're essentially building the world's most collaborative data tool. So if it could save someone's life, would you be able to find a way to shave 10 seconds off of the boot time? Now, this quote was used by Steve Jobs, and this story some of you may know. So back in the early 2000s, Steve Jobs was extremely unhappy with how long it was taking the Mac to boot. So back then, he reached out to Larry McKinnon, who was his lead developer for the Macintosh, and he said to him, you know, Larry, we need to cut down the booting time. Well, Larry was like, look, I have 10 million things to do. Like, this is not important, essentially. So in order to make impact, what Steve Jobs did next is he got on a whiteboard and he presented this slide. He wrote 10 seconds per day, which is the amount of time he wanted to shave off from the Mac, multiplied by 5 million Mac users, is equal to 50 million seconds per day. So he then told Larry, if you equate that, and he wrote this on the whiteboard, to 250 working days per year, which is equivalent to 300 million hours per year, that is the lifetime of 100 people. Needless to say, after he presented how much time delay was actually causing, Larry not only went back and reduced 10 seconds, he reduced 28 seconds off of the time. Now, the reason why this is important is because the first thing that you realize is that Steve Jobs used a whiteboard. And so when whiteboards became popular for collaboration in the late 1990s, they essentially marked the end of linear decisions. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with Jason Knapp. I know we have a lot of startups in here. Does anybody use design sprints? Anybody familiar with it? Yeah, right? So Jason Knapp himself said, we found that magic happens when we use big whiteboards to solve problems. Now, the fascinating thing about whiteboards is not just that they're for collaboration, but what's a little unknown fact is that the enterprise collaboration market is about $85.8 billion US, okay? And it's growing. It's actually scheduled to double that within the next couple of years. But I think what is fueling this growth, besides our hybrid environment that we currently have, is that people know that they need to essentially collaborate to do great work. Okay? And so they're looking for creative spaces to do that and to make decisions. The problem that we see at Count, and how many of you in here have dashboards at work? Anybody have dashboards? Okay, so the problem that we see at Count and the problem that we're trying to solve is that we fundamentally feel that data is trapped in dashboards. If you have used a dashboard in your job, you know that when you look at a dashboard, you don't get answers, you get questions. Does anybody disagree with that statement? Right? It doesn't present decisions and answers. And so at Count, we are super passionate, essentially, about fixing that process. And so going back to the Steve Jobs story, you notice that besides, to make his point clear, he didn't just use a whiteboard, but he used data. So this is if you look on the slide, this is the current data-driven making process that we essentially are working to make better because we feel it's broken. So I don't know if it's my left or my right, but I'll say on this side of the slide, you essentially have the process where you have data analysts and you have your team that is creating these insights and they're putting them in dashboards and reports. On the other side, you have the consumers, right, who are consuming it, trying to make decisions. The problem is these two processes are completely separate. So at Count, we fundamentally believe that the data-driven decision-making process is broken. And so our mission at Count and what we're currently building is we believe that data should be at the heart of every conversation. And so what I present to you today, which is fascinating, is what we call our Count Canvas, which is essentially a whiteboard for data. And so it was built for data analysts by data analysts. So if any of you in here, does anybody in here use Slack or not Slack, Firo, Figma or Miro? Anybody use whiteboards at work, I assume? Online, Zoom whiteboard, Microsoft whiteboard. So essentially what we've done is realizing this gap is we've created what we call the Count Canvas, which is a whiteboard for data that essentially gives teams the ability to collaborate together in real time with real data. So instead of going through the arduous process of first collecting the data, analyzing the data, taking the data, putting it into a dashboard, and then we know what happens with the dashboard, right? It gets screenshot and put into a PowerPoint. Everybody agree with that? It doesn't even stay there. What we are building and what we're working with our customers to build is a more inclusive conversation where not only you have the analysts and the stakeholders, but you also have the data right there in front of you. So, with that said, I invite you guys to join us, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. I put my contact up here. I'm essentially Miko Yok Online, and you guys can find me on LinkedIn, but you guys can definitely visit count.co. We have our private beta, so if you guys want to check out the tool, we have a free trial. Feel free to join in. All right, thank you.
Amazing, Miko. Thank you so much, and what a pleasure to have her with us here at South Summit for the first time. Quick update, everybody. We're getting closer to the weekend. It's Thursday, heading into Friday. Not sure you're aware, but South Summit has launched an entirely new event called La Noche de las Ideas, and we are having our grand finale in Plaza Colón tomorrow from 7:30 until midnight with Bob Sinclair and Gabriel Mateo. It's going to be super, super fiesta, so just FYI to keep that in mind. Now, going on to our next conversation. This is one really close to our heart because this is one of our global partners who have been with us basically right from the beginning, and they are also celebrating 10 years of their startup and innovation programs. And they're here with two of the most successful founders that have come out of their programs, sharing their story, their trajectory, and their ups and downs of entrepreneurship. Please welcome to the stage Yolanda Perez, the director of B Startup from Sabadell, Felipe Navia, the co-founder and co-CEO of Job and Talent, and Laura, who's the founder and CEO of Red Points.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for being here. I'm Yolanda Perez, the director of B Startup of Banco Sabadell, and it's my pleasure being here today. We are sponsors of South Summit since the beginning, and I would like to take advantage to congratulate the great team that make that possible. We are very proud of what they have achieved so far in these 10 years. We think that, in fact, they have acted as an accelerator of the Spanish ecosystem itself at the end of the day. And we all know, that also in these last 10 years, this ecosystem has seen an enormous growth. And that's what we have organized this table with two outstanding examples of these startups that were created 10 or 12 years ago and have been at the forefront of this huge change of the ecosystem. And we have with us, as Liz has said, Laura Urquizu, CEO and president of Red Points, and Felipe Navio, co-founder and co-CEO of Job and Talent. And regarding ourselves, be a startup of Banco Sabadell, we consider ourselves also as part of this ecosystem. We started 9 years ago offering specialized financial services for startups. And in a nutshell, what we do is banking services for startups, scale-ups, unicorns, and we serve more than 4,200 clients in all Spain. And besides that, we also do venture capital in early stage. We have invested in 77 companies. One of the first ones was Red Points in 2014. And of course, it's the best performer we have. In fact, we have very good performance investees, but of course, Red Points is a very, very good scale-up startup. So, well, we are going to talk with them. And well, first of all, we want to know a little about yourselves, about your personal background, the creation of the company, the birth of the company, and also a little about where the company is today, some facts and figures, the goals you have achieved so far. Very brief, but do you want to start, Laura?
Sure. I'll go. So yeah, well, hi everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you today, with both of you and all of you. So as Yolanda said, I'm Laura Urquizu, and well, as a personal background, to summarize a lot, I can tell you that the driver in my professional life was always digital transformation, for many, many years. And this digital transformation, I had the opportunity to do it in very big companies, even in a bank where I was leading all the technological and the digital bank and the online bank. Everything that it was not the business, let's say, let's put it that way. And then I joined one of the first venture capitals that there were in Spain, many years ago, in 2008. The name was Eurecan, that we put 60 millions of that time, in startups all over Spain. And well, don't ask me about the ROI, but we created an ecosystem, especially in Barcelona and Madrid. And then after that, in 2014, well, I became an entrepreneur. I came to the light side of the ecosystem when I joined the Red Points. That it was a company that was already founded, but it was very small. We were 10 people in September 2014, and we just had the investment of Bank Sabadell, and so, well, first thing we did, then we did all the series, of financing, fundraising. We in our journey since then, since September 2014, we raised about $62 million for the company. $20 million were for secondary, so for the company has been 42 million. That's still a lot. And now we are around 30 million ARR, more or less. We are about 300 people, very stable. And we are in headquarters is in Barcelona, and we have offices in New York, Salt Lake City, Beijing, because a lot of our business, 60% of our business, comes from US.
Fantastic. How about you, Felipe?
Perfect. So I'm Felipe Navío, co-founder of Job and Talent. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation.
Sure.
And on my personal background, what I did is I used to be a consultant for a couple of years after finishing university. So I work at McKinsey, great place, learn a lot. But being honest, I wanted to be an entrepreneur, and to start, I was not smart enough. So I just quit and just decided to build my own thing with Juan. And we started the company in 2008-9. So if you remember, in those times we were on the crisis, more than 20% unemployment rate, more than 40-50% youth unemployment rate. And still companies having a hard issue to get people to get jobs. So somehow what we realized is that the labor market was not really working properly, and there was an opportunity to actually change that. So that's why the reason that why we started Job and Talent many years ago. During that journey, we have been changing a lot, trying to find our product market fit, same mission, but with a different execution. And probably we'll talk a little later, but the biggest moment was in 2016 when we moved to what Job and Talent is today. And Job and Talent is a platform that at the end of the day helps blue-collar workers to get job stability and thrive through their work. And we do that by creating a marketplace between those blue-collar workers and the companies, and we take care of everything. the sourcing, screening, we are the employee of record, we manage the shift, the clocking, payroll, taxes, incidences, everything end to end, no? We don't stop there because actually we want to kind of improve the quality of life as well of the blue-collar population. So once we give them the job stability, we keep on going up, giving financial inclusion, early wage access, financing, training, feedback, coaching, no? Because we believe that there is a big opportunity, no? to change and to improve, no? the life of those 500 million people, while we give flexibility to the companies that they also need that. Right now, Job and Talent is, in terms of investors, we raise money from firms like SoftBank, Kinnevik, Atomico, and as well, our first investor in Spain was Kibo. We are right now in over 1 billion euros in revenue, EBITDA positive, more than 100,000 people worked through Job and Talent last year, and we have a global presence, no? Because we are all around Europe. UK is our biggest country. We recently launched the US, that is growing a lot. So that's a bit of the...
Wow, it's amazing. Let's delve a little more on how did you achieve all that. As we have limited time, maybe you can explain us in which decisive moment did the company started to scale and what triggered that change, no?
Sure. So, well, in our case, no, I assume that most of the people know, but in Red Points what we do is we have a solution, no, to help the companies to recover their revenue, fighting piracy, counterfeiting, digital impersonations, and so on. What is, I mean, fraud in the internet. So, for us, we really started to scale when we clearly defined our go-to-market. Like in 2015, we used a lot of time to define the go-to-market, what were the kind of clients that we should address, what industries. Well, we really found, and this is when we really found a blue ocean. And why I'm saying this? Because before us, no, that we had this idea of putting technology in an ecosystem where there was no technology, no, before, in a place that there was no technology before, there were other competitors addressing very big companies, like the largest companies of the world, no? We can all name them. But those medium companies and small companies, they were not served. And we found that they needed us. They needed the solution. So we found a blue ocean selling to SMBs and mid-market. And this is how we grew very fast. That was like the first time that we found something different. And the second time, I will say, was in 2018 that we again boosted the scaling. No, we boosted the growth by going to US. When we went to US in January 2018, and we opened the office there, and we started to address intensively the American market.
Mm-hmm. Good. In our case, you know, like probably we're not a good role model, no, finding that, because it took us a couple of years, no, because we have been running for 13 years, and actually for the first 8-7 years, you know, like Job and Talent was much more a classified model, a job board, moving to mobile, a bit of the corner jobs, Job Today, you know, like, and we got some volume, no, like 2 million monthly active users, you know, like a couple of probably vanity metrics, you know, like quite good. But the truth is, Juan and myself, you know, like when we were speaking with the users, when we were speaking with the companies, what we were getting, it was like, it's good, but it's not great. You know, like, and what people at the end of the day want is great products, great user experience, no? And all of us, we know what is a great user experience, no? And what we realize is that by just being a job board and just introducing, but not having the data of what happens after that, we couldn't really improve, we couldn't do the matchmaking, we couldn't really help the workers to get paid properly, get paid on time, you know, like, and all of that, no? So I remember, you know, like we're coming back from a trip, after that trip, we decided, you know, like that the only way, it was like changing the whole business model. Actually, it's evolving a bit of the business model. We sat with our board. That was a funny conversation, as you can imagine, because we decided to stop, you know, like the old model. You know, like you need to burn bridges. You know, like it's not like you can still do what used to do and do the new things. So we stopped. It was hard because actually we have to go through reduction of the company, layoffs, the press kill us, like completely. My parents were super worried, like. So at the end of the day, like it was hard. But then, like once we were able to do that change, there was the product market fit, as you said, like you find something that it was a 10x. And suddenly from that year, like we made more revenue than we used to do. And from that, we started to scale 10x the next year, 3x. And that was that key thing on just focus on making something 10x better than what exists.
Very interesting experience. And regarding what you were explaining now, looking back, what would you have liked to have known at the beginning the beginning of the years of the company? Well, you know now.
Everything.
Yeah. You have learned. This has to do with
everything because maybe we will not be
exactly,
here,
exactly.
No, that's lessons learned and do's and don'ts. I don't know.
Yes, no, that's funny. So, well, as Felipe is saying, it's a roller coaster. There are some days that is so good, some days that are so bad, and in the bad days you think, what the hell am I doing here? But to pick up something. And I guess that here in the audience there's a lot of founders of startups, so hopefully they can use something that I'm going to say now. So, when you start raising money, you get infatuated by some profiles of people that you want in your company, no? It's like, oh my God, yes, we need put it this way, a CTO that has done this thing incredibly. Oh yeah, look at this. This one comes from Silicon Valley, and it's been very successful in this company, and so on. And also, well, let's say that the investors, they tend to promote that, no? Yes, you need this kind of people. Well, it's a very, very, very big mistake to hire that kind of people if there's no cultural fit. So they can be the best people in the world, they can be very successful in their own companies, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be successful in your company. Because maybe they want to come to Madrid or Barcelona or wherever for some reasons, they don't really care about your company, and there's no cultural fit. And you see it in the interview, no? And your gut feeling is like, oh, this guy is not going to fit here, but yeah, technically he's wonderful, and you feel the pressure of the investors and the rest of the team, but you see, technically it's incredible, and it's been in from Silicon Valley. You end up hiring, you pay a fortune, you lose a year, that person may be toxic. So I will say that will be one thing that I would have liked to know at the beginning of the journey.
Actually, I was going to say culture and talent, no? Because at the end of the day, startups is about that. And at the end of the day, culture is difficult, no? Because, it's not so easy from day one to understand what type of culture, no? Because to understand the culture is kind of going to therapy, to understand how you are as a founder, how your management team are as founders, no? And probably we should have done this before, like Juan and myself, to sit and really define and put it in writing and then inputting those things into the recruitment process, feedback, because it's not only hiring, it's about what is the people that you need to let it go, no? Because sometimes culture is not what you do, it's what you tolerate, no? And at the end of the day, everybody likes to hire, but nobody likes to fire, no? So at the end of the day, I really think that you need to be conscious about every hiring that you do. You really need to make sure that I agree with you 100%, that it fits on that culture, no? On that behaviors that your team, the people that connect with you actually have, and then be obsessed to keep that bar or even keep on increasing that bar, no? And maybe not all the people for the first journey is going to be on the second one and on the third one, but you need to have that expectation, no? Because if not, you have the risk of, even when you grow, to have a silos culture, and then the company will break at some point.
Yeah, and regarding to that, because this is the most important thing, is about the mindset of the moment to complement. Because as you say, Felipe, is the culture and the moment when that person joined the company. Because at the beginning, the profile also is very different to the, like after 7 years, 8 years. You need people with different mindset, no? The beginning is kind of entrepreneurial people that they don't mind to do anything, and 8 years later, maybe some more people more process-oriented, no? So the mindset is very relevant, both, and this, as you can see, is the most important thing, people.
Yeah, and I have to say that from our experience, at the first years of the companies, entrepreneurs don't devote enough time to that, and it's very tough to them to devote time to people. And at the end of the day, it can be a great difference on the company. Yeah.
But go and speak with entrepreneurs as well. Like something that I didn't do so much and now I do a lot. I go to LinkedIn, I find an entrepreneur that I like, and I text to him or her. Like, hey, let's meet. Some reply, some don't reply.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like there is good community. Like in that sense. And before in Spain, like when we were starting. Like maybe there were 1, 2 examples, no? But now it's really easy, both here and globally, like to connect with people, like do it. Go on LinkedIn, everybody's there. It's so easy.
Good tip. Well, to conclude, because we only have 5 minutes left, but taking into consideration the tough or the challenging times that we are living in, how do you see your sector? How do you view the situation in your sector nowadays, and which is the main challenge for your company at that moment, or the next big challenge? How are you going to tackle it?
Well, after a pandemic, a war, a macroeconomic situation, I don't know what's next. So if there's a new challenge, well, here we are for it. But listen, for us, in Red Points, we have a vision, no, that is to be the leaders of our sector, no? The total leaders, no? It's the same thing that when you need a CRM, you say, okay, I'm going to call Salesforce, or you need people, I'm going to call Job and Talent. What we want to do is, we have a problem of online fraud, let's call Red Points. That's what we want. So the challenge continues, remains the same, that is to get there. And being more specific, this year, there is a big challenge because we know that the financial markets have collapsed. So these things that we used to do, growth, finance, the growth is broken, no? Because the financial markets, at least at our stage, not at all stages, it's different for companies in Series E, A, and B, that's totally different. But in our stage, that is later stage or later stage, it's problematic. So we have to figure out how to do it without having that much financing and making the company profitable. So we're doing that at this moment, all of it. Growing and becoming profitable. So it's a nice challenge.
It is, for sure. And you?
Yeah, I mean, in our case, we're in labor, no? So at the end of the day, bad economic situation means unemployment, and that's not good. But on the other side, it's a 5 trillion industry where we do 1 billion, we're extremely small still, so there is a big opportunity actually to keep on capturing, like market share, and we believe that even now, even more. Because companies will try to optimize and try to understand better solutions. And at the end of the day, probably we were lucky to have raised money at the end of the year. But as well, we are taking this moment as well a chance to stop and reanalyze, no? Because when you're growing so fast, you relax the bar. It's difficult, to grow and keep on having same bar everywhere. So from time to time, it's good to have those moments of, just stopping 1 second, looking at it, raising the bar again and making sure that especially the culture is where you want to be, no? So I think it's a good opportunity. Yeah. We have lived a couple of crises, so it tends, it tends to have something positive out of it, independently from all the bad messages everywhere. Startups, they survive. They find a way to survive.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not that pessimistic because there's a lot of news, there's a lot of pessimism, but I mean, there's not really signs that everything is going so bad, It's, I'm more optimistic than what I'm reading.
Mm-hmm. yeah, we have seen in COVID times has been very good for the ecosystem, and startups are the kings of resilience, and so everything will be okay. We have run out of time, so thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to Laura and Felipe for joining us and for their interesting insights. And of course, congratulations for your achievements. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Thanks, guys. Amazing. Wow, wow, what an amazing success story. It's just incredible what Job and Talent have managed to do, and also Red Points. So inspiring. And congratulations to Sabadell, and the Beat Startup program has been greatly successful as well. So congratulations to Yolanda and the team. So we're going from success story to success story. Now we're getting into the las entrañas, no, of really what it is to build a big, impactful, scalable company. The operations, the highs, the lows, the roller coaster of a ride that it is to be an entrepreneur. And we have the absolute privilege to have a conversation with 4 individuals here that have built I don't know how many unicorns between them, right? And we have such an opportunity here to learn from the experience of others. This next discussion is about the Argentinian unicorn phenomenon. Argentina has produced the first unicorn out of Latin America over 20 years ago at this point, and continuously again and again produced huge unicorn-scale companies from Argentina and from all over the world, with Argentinians landing in different ecosystems like Madrid and Miami. Facilitating this conversation is a friend very close to the South Summit family. We're thrilled to have him with us. Is Martin Farsaski, a 5-time unicorn founder. Martin, thank you so much for being with us. And joining Martin is Martin Umaran, the co-founder and CEO of Globant, Matthias Woloski, who is the co-founder and CTO at Octa, and also Miguel Santos, who's the CEO and founder of Technisys. Thank you, folks, for being here.
So, hi, everyone. Because we're talking about Argentina, I thought we would do it in Spanish. Does anyone have a significant objection to that? Ok, pasamos al castellano. Porque ¿qué es lo que estamos tratando de hacer esta mañana? Estamos tratando de explicar el misterio de la Argentina. Y el misterio es, ¿cómo puede ser que un país, le voy a decir muy resumidamente y después voy a dar datos, pero ¿cómo puede ser que un país que le va tan mal tenga gente tan exitosa? Es decir, ¿cómo puede ser? Y voy a dar ejemplos muy concretos. El Producto Bruto de la Argentina en el 2017 era 670 billones y ahora es 390 billones. El índice de pobreza de la Argentina está por el 40%, más alto que el de la mayoría de los países latinoamericanos. Hace 100 años, la Argentina era más rica que Francia per cápita, más rica que países europeos, era uno de los países más ricos del mundo. Y ahora tiene un Producto Bruto de 9.000 y está por debajo de Uruguay, 18.000, Panamá, 17.000, Chile, 16.000, y ha caído a los niveles de Brasil, México, que son grandes economías, pero conocidos por su pobreza. Entonces, en medio de este, llamemos, desastre económico y continuo descenso en los rankings internacionales, aparece otro ranking que es absolutamente insólito, que es el valor de las startups argentinas. El valor de las startups argentinas es, por ejemplo, 14 veces más alto que el valor de las startups españolas, ¿ok? Cuando España tiene un Producto Bruto que es 5 veces, la misma cantidad de gente, y 4 veces más de Producto Bruto. Entonces la idea es rodearme de un ejemplo de emprendedores argentinos súper exitosos, a Martín Umarán de Globant, Mike Santos de Technisys, Matías Woloski de Auth0, y tratar de explicar lo inexplicable, que es cómo de un país que le va tan mal, salen empresas que le va tan bien. Y también emprendedores que les va bien, porque en mi caso, yo me fui de la Argentina a los 17 años. Es decir, lo que yo hice no está en Argentina, pero somos bastantes los que somos como una diáspora de argentinos, se me ocurre Mateo Mariatti de Cook Unity y otros, que estamos creando unicornios afuera de la Argentina, pero yo soy un producto de la educación pública, Colegio Nicolás Avellaneda en Palermo, en Buenos Aires. ¿Cómo hacen para sacar de Buenos Aires? Porque al final, debo decir que la gran mayoría, no todos, pero vienen de Buenos Aires. ¿Cómo es que salen empresas tan exitosas? Bueno, a ver quién se anima a dar una respuesta.
Y yo te puedo intentar una.
Ok.
O sea, yo creo que más o menos nacimos un poco en la misma generación, salvo Mati, que es más chiquito. Pero que venimos justamente de una educación pública muy buena. O sea, de un momento en la Argentina en el cual la educación era muy, muy buena. Y también eso se reflejaba en nuestras familias, o sea, y en nuestros entornos, no solamente en los colegios. Entonces yo creo que de por sí hay como un momento muy bueno de ese entonces que se refleja en nosotros. Después, por otro lado, creo que también tenemos que coincidir en la resiliencia que te genera estar en un entorno tan negativo, o sea, donde todos los días llegan balas, uno se tiene que acostumbrar a defender de una forma que no es común. Y yo creo que esa resiliencia en caminos largos, como el de Mercado Libre, como el de Globant o como el de Technisys, tiene mucho juego, ¿no?
Yo encuentro que cada vez que hablo con algún emprendedor argentino, esa resiliencia se ve, por ejemplo, en su capacidad de no tenerle vergüenza a nada, de mandarse, porque es como que igual...
Somos unos caraduros.
Mucho caradurismo. Es como que está todo perdido, parece, pero el país te hace pensar eso, entonces, bueno, voy a tratar de hacer lo que pueda para salir de este agujero en el que estamos. Y me recuerda mucho también a lo que se ve en Israel. Creo que mi micrófono no están dando, ¿no?
Perdón.
Sí, tenemos un problema de micrófono.
Hola.
Ahí va.
Bueno, ahí no anda de nuevo. Este tema del chutzpah, ¿no? Esa forma de hacer las cosas. Ahí está. Esa forma de hacer las cosas ahí que también se ve en Israel, que es como una fuerza interna que hace que las cosas ocurran. Es también algo que se ve en los emprendedores argentinos y nada, ahí es donde se ve que surgen muchos emprendimientos que uno nunca hubiese pensado que podrían salir a Argentina. O sea, OutZero es una empresa global que impensado que se pueda hacer desde un lugar como Argentina.
Sí, yo, comparto varias cosas. Creo que una fundamental, sin duda, es el capital humano generado por la educación pública, que lamentablemente hoy no está tan bien, pero que la Argentina tuvo una tradición puede ser muchos cientos de años, ¿no? Porque fue más de 100 años, y ese capital no es fácil de construir, y Argentina lo construyó, de alguna forma nosotros lo hemos como aprovechado, pero por encima de eso, yo creo que cuando uno piensa en un emprendimiento, y uno de los factores fundamentales es la pasión. Y yo creo que el argentino es un ser muy pasional, lo cual, por un lado, hace que sea una catástrofe como sociedad, porque estamos siempre cambiando las reglas, ¿no? Es como, cuando yo vivo acá en España hace unos años, y cuando llegué, todo el mundo decía, bueno, si querés tener un equipo de fútbol agresivo, trae argentinos, decían, ¿no? Y seguro que el jugador argentino está siempre al borde de que sea expulsado. Entonces uno puede pensar que eso lo hace porque es un tipo difícil, pero lo hace porque quiere ganar. Entonces, a veces lo que es una virtud puede ser un grave defecto, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que para ser un emprendedor hay que tener pasión. Y los argentinos tenemos pasión. Y eso para mí es un factor súper interesante puesto dentro de otro montón de cosas como que hablamos y que distingue bastante al emprendedor argentino.
Sí, no, yo anoche estaba charlando, ¿se escucha? Anoche estaba charlando con un emprendedor argentino que se reía y me decía, ¿te das cuenta que tienen 6% de inflación y están preocupados? ¿No? Es decir, las cosas que se viven en Argentina, que te roben la plata en el banco cada generación, corralito, que haya como 4 defaults importantes en los últimos 30 años, que te cambien las reglas del juego todo el día, que te pongan un impuesto al patrimonio del 4,5%, es decir, las reglas, el que se entrena jugando en Argentina, me parece que después puede jugar muy bien por ejemplo, entornos inflacionarios, entornos cambiantes. Cuando yo crecí en Argentina, en los años 70, había una guerra civil, digamos, una especie de guerra civil, se llamó la Guerra Sucia. En el colegio al que yo fui venían militares, mataron a compañeros míos del colegio. Una persona que crees, enfrente de mi casa pusieron una bomba donde vivía un policía y se cayó todo el edificio de enfrente de mi casa. Entonces, un adolescente que crece... Cuando la gente me dice, pero ¿cómo hiciste 5 unicornios tomando tanto riesgo, cambiando de cosas, haciendo... Yo le digo, pero no sabes lo que era vivir en Buenos Aires cuando yo tenía 15 años. Es decir, cuando uno crece en un entorno, y entiendo que el mío fue especialmente malo, después la Argentina nunca fue así de violenta, tuvo otros problemas, pero no así de violenta. Pero yo sí que creo que la necesidad es la madre de la invención. Y después hay otro tema que pasa por lo que dijo Martín, que es la necesidad en una sociedad que fracasa de probar de que uno no es un fracasado. Es decir, cuando yo llegué a Estados Unidos, porque ahí fui donde hice mi carrera, yo tenía más ganas que los demás de mostrar que yo no era. A mí me habían echado del país, los militares habían matado a mi primo, y era como yo quería probar que yo era una persona que valía, que no debía ser expulsada. Entonces ahí viene el tema de los emigrantes. Los emigrantes fuera de la Argentina, argentinos fuera de la Argentina, tienen algo que probar, que quizás la persona nativa no lo tiene. Creció aquí, todo iba bien. España de los últimos 20 años es un lujo comparado con todo lo que se vio. Y después hay otro tema también que tiene que ver con algunos centros de excelencia. Cuando yo pregunto a amigos argentinos, hay una escuela que se llama ORT y una universidad que se llama ITPA, y muchos de los Unicorn Founders vienen de ir al colegio, al secundario en ORT y después en ITPA. Entonces todavía quedan centros de excelencia de donde salen estas personas. Y aquí en el panel no los tenemos, pero desde Buenos Aires han salido los 2 metaversos, Decentraland con Esteban Ordano y Sandbox con Arthur Madrid, que es un francés pero que se fue a vivir a la Argentina, inexplicable, pero lo hizo. Y además creó un metaverso que valía 20 billion, ahora creo que vale 4 billion, pero todavía no vale $1. Y es inexplicable el mundo cripto para el extranjero, pero después uno va a la Argentina y dice, claro que el mundo cripto tiene mucho sentido, porque si el peso no funciona, si te roban... es como que el cripto tiene mucho más sentido, ¿no? No sé si tienen algún comentario para hacer con el mundo cripto, pero es impresionante. En Argentina se ve el cripto en adopción.
Sí, es una de las comunidades más grandes del mundo desde el punto de vista del país.
Yo estuve cuando se creó, digamos, ese ecosistema cripto, la gente que lo estaba como creando, Esteban, Manu Arauz, Demi Brenner, era todo un grupito que estaba muy cerca de nuestra oficina, vivían en una casita todos juntos, y un poco esto de, viste, no tengo nada que perder, se metieron en eso que era super early, y yo me acuerdo hablar con ellos en ese momento y decirle, no ver incluso en ese momento lo que era, y ellos eran como una generación antes que la mía, o sea, ustedes son una más, este es uno antes, y habían todos estudiado en ITBA y tenían todos como este interés en esta nueva forma de crear un ecosistema nuevo, una economía nueva,
Matías,
interesante, y hoy en día es lo que ves
pues yo creo que hay que resaltar que entonces hay mucha creatividad, pero que está basado en profesionales muy serios. O sea, quiero decir, uno, lamentablemente,
¿Por qué no nos contás o le das una idea a la audiencia del tamaño que tiene Globant? Porque creo que, ¿cuántos empleados tienen? ¿En qué países?
Hoy Globant, bueno, creo que está cerca de los 30.000.
30.000 empleados.
Sí, estamos en 20 países. Somos una compañía que desarrollamos tecnología para que nuestros clientes reinventen sus negocios, trabajando mucho con la parte digital. Nuestro principal mercado es Estados Unidos, donde vendemos el 70% de nuestro revenue. Somos una compañía pública en New York desde el año 2014. También eso es parte de la locura, ¿no? Cuando salimos públicos, todo el mundo decía, bueno, no tiene sentido, ¿cómo van a ser público una compañía que es tan chica? Pero nosotros teníamos una idea en la cabeza de dónde llegar y por eso lo hicimos. Y bueno, estamos todo el tiempo, me acuerdo cuando nosotros empezamos a contratar gente en Buenos Aires, una de las cosas que le decíamos era, miren que nosotros no somos una sucursal de nadie, somos todo lo que hay está acá. Así que a los clientes, nuestro principal cliente, por ejemplo, es Disney, ¿no? Digo, mira, Disney es nuestro cliente, pero es desde acá, no es que yo le vendo a Estados Unidos para que de Estados Unidos le vendan a Disney. Ustedes tienen que tratar directamente con los finales. Y eso te hace pensar de otra manera al mundo. Hoy, inclusive Argentina, no es ni siquiera la primera minoría de Globant. O sea, en cuanto a cantidad de gente. Somos como 5.000 personas. El management team todavía es muy argentino porque, bueno, la compañía es relativamente joven, entonces es difícil ir creando. Pero hoy ya hay más gente en Colombia que en Argentina, por ejemplo. Pero yo creo que ese tema de decir, bueno, hay un tema de desafiar las reglas del juego, ¿no? Como decía antes. Y tener esas ganas o esa caradurez que es el principio de poder meterte en lugares donde, quizás donde en una sociedad que está todo mucho más reglado, es más difícil hacerlo. Por eso digo, lo que puede ser una desgracia desde el punto de vista de no cumplir las reglas como sociedad, cuando uno va a emprender, el que emprende con el librito nunca llega a ningún lado, porque vos no sos nada y tenés que llegar a hacer algo. Entonces, ¿cómo vas a llegar a hacer algo? ¿Cómo vas a ir a hablar con un inversor? ¿Cómo lo vas a convencer? Vos no tenés nada, pero tenés tu pasión, tenés tu idea y sos honesto creyendo que eso va a pasar. Cuando eso se junta y te creen y sos capaz de ejecutar, llevas adelante algo. Pero muy con el librito es muy complicado llevarlo adelante.
No, lo interesante de los tres emprendedores que me rodean es que los tres son argentinos, pero el éxito, el valor de sus empresas en los tres casos se debe 95%, las ventas son afuera de la Argentina. Eso también es otra cosa, que el argentino crece en un mercado que es bueno para hacer pruebas, porque son más de 45 millones de personas, es bueno para hacer pruebas, pero es un mercado muy pobre comparado con el resto del mundo. Y entonces el argentino ya sale con vocación a hacer cosas afuera. No sé si en la historia de Auth0, que fue vendida hace poco por 6.500 millones, si puedes contar, Matías, ¿cómo fue esa relación entre Argentina y el extranjero?
Nuestro primer cliente fue argentino, era la empresa Sancor Seguros, que en ese momento para nosotros era como un gran cliente, pero sabíamos que teníamos un producto que no era solamente para una empresa argentina, porque autenticación necesita absolutamente cualquier empresa de cualquier lugar del mundo, en cualquier industria, y eso ya lo teníamos claro de entrada. Y en nuestro caso tuvimos una cosa interesante, que es que fue muy, como nosotros le vendemos a los programadores, el 95% de las ventas durante los primeros 3 años, o 4 años te diría, fue inbound. O sea, los programadores, un programador en Australia que vio Auth0, lo probó, vio en Twitter que decían que bueno que está, entró a probarlo, lo instaló, lo integró y lo empezó a usar. Y así generamos las ventas de los primeros 3-4 años. Que increíblemente, sí, desde Argentina, bueno, mi socio obviamente estaba en Estados Unidos, eso ayudó también. Pero sí, ya pensándolo con esa mirada global, hizo que no tuvimos que hacer ningún esfuerzo extra. Es decir, no, la región no importaba, digamos. Nunca nos importó desde el día cero eso.
Y en el caso de Technisys Mike, que acabas de tener un éxito también, vendieron la empresa por más de 1.000 millones. ¿Cuál fue el rol entre Argentina y el extranjero?
Sí, también, un poco el mismo que Mati, también Argentina fue como ese toy market para probar cosas y generar un producto que además fuera global. Pero yo me acuerdo de otra cosa y también para los emprendedores en la sala que viene muy al caso, que es, nos conocimos nosotros hace como 17, 18 años. Nosotros estábamos empezando Technicis y Martín me dijo a mí una de las cosas más valiosas que me han dicho en el mundo de los negocios a la hora de emprender, que es, después de conocerme un rato y de ver un poco algunas características seguramente bastante obsesivas en mí, me dice, mira, si vas a hacer algo con ese tipo de personalidad, me dijiste que es bastante parecida a la mía, tenés que hacer algo grande, porque de todas maneras le vas a poner el 110% de tu vida y tu esfuerzo. Y terminó siendo así. Y yo creo que conectando eso con lo que decías vos, el otro Martín, sobre la pasión, en nuestro caso también fue como clave, porque de alguna manera, así como, no sé, España lo tenía Rafa Nadal, y uno se imagina, bueno, ¿cuántas horas de tenis se pasó ese pibe para ser lo que soy, ese chico, ¿no? Rafa de chico para ser lo que soy. Bueno, nosotros creo que nos pasamos un montón de horas también para hacer esto. O sea, estamos dispuestos a hacer ese esfuerzo sobrehumano para hacer este tipo de cosas, que obviamente tiene sus costos, ¿no? Que no es...
No, yo lo que creo, cuando yo emigré a España, yo me fui a Argentina, a Estados Unidos, y después en el año 95 vine a España de vacaciones. Y por un año, porque yo ya había hecho mi primer unicornio en Estados Unidos, pero me parecía que era una vida, me encantaba trabajar en Estados Unidos, todavía trabajo, la mayoría de mis empresas están en Estados Unidos, pero me parecía una vida, yo quería una vida que valiera la pena vivir, y me parecía que España me podía dar una vida que valiera la pena vivir, y una integración entre mis hijos, mi familia. Pero España en el año 95 era un desierto de las startups, es como no había startups, no había VCs, no había ecosistema, no había euros, eran pesetas. Era como la prehistoria de la historia de esta conferencia. Y yo me enamoré de España y dije, bueno, es un amor caro, va a ser un amor caro, porque... Caro en el sentido que no voy a poder hacer las cosas que hacía en Estados Unidos. Pero después me encontré con un grupo de amigos españoles montando en bici, Antonio Carro, Miguel Salís, Pedro Peña, hicimos Yastel. Hicimos Yastel, que hoy en día vale como unos 10 billones, que se fue revendida por 4 billones y que en su momento cuando nosotros vendimos valía 700 millones. Y después con Miguel Salís de vuelta hicimos Eolia y lo hicimos aquí en España y la vendimos por 1.300 millones, ahora se revendió por 2.000 millones. Lo que pasa cuando uno viene de afuera y llega a un lugar como España es que uno ve una oportunidad fértil, porque ve como que mucha gente aquí no se da cuenta de lo que es una economía de 1.4 trillion, o en castellano creo que es 1,4 billones, y las oportunidades que hay aquí de crear empresas de un enorme valor. Entonces también lo que pasa con los argentinos cuando emigramos es que tenemos un radar para las oportunidades, porque venimos de un país que no nos da oportunidades, que nos ha causado muchas dificultades, que uno más o menos trató de navegar. El resto de Europa, entonces, como decía, para dar una idea del tamaño, la suma de los unicornios argentinos valen ahora 75 billones. La suma de los unicornios italianos es 1 billón. Italia, que tiene un Producto Bruto todavía mucho más grande que el de España. Y todos los otros países europeos están más o menos en ese tamaño. También es verdad que Argentina tiene un unicornio, que es Mercado Libre, que son 41 billones y que valía 100 billones hace 3 meses. Estoy dando cifras ya de la caída del mercado, con la caída del mercado. Pero creo, como resumen, y ahora se nos acaba el tiempo, creo que si podemos decir algo con respecto a lo que hemos recibido de la educación argentina, es un deseo de sobrevivir y triunfar, que después nos ponen a jugar en cualquier lado y jugamos bastante bien. Lamentablemente no jugamos bien en Argentina. Gracias.
Bueno, gracias.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Wow, amazing. Literally a phenomenon, right? It's amazing. I love the comparison between the Argentinian and the Israeli entrepreneurs and how challenge and difficulties can produce incredible results sometimes. And again, it's a little bit of what we're exploring here with decoding complexity. It's looking at these intersections, it's looking at complex problems. If something's really difficult, that's quite often where the spark of innovation will come from, no? It takes serious pressure to make a diamond, right? So it's just really interesting to see the kind of correlations of those intense situations and what comes out of that. And I think from that, we're totally shifting gear to a totally different sector and a different perspective, but with some similarities in terms of having to shift gear and coming up against major issues and sparking innovation out of that. As you know, for the last 2 days, we've been covering so many different topics and solutions around climate, around transforming the economy to a green economy, and about building this net zero economy worldwide and the impact that that is having on such and so many different industry sectors. And again, it's a situation that sparks and demands innovation. So we have the absolute privilege and pleasure to be interviewing today one of the very most high-level executives at Endesa, which is one of the largest energy producers, of course, and utilities here in Spain, and obviously under the Enel brand operating globally. And it is super exciting to get here really for the first time. Endesa is a wonderful company that's been partnering with us for the last 10 years and are true and firm believers in innovation and have launched multiple programs around collaboration through entrepreneurship and innovation, but have been very, I suppose, private in terms of their view on energy transition, which is such a pertinent issue. And we are so excited to get it today from the horse's mouth. I myself will be facilitating this conversation, which I'm excited to do because it's a topic that's really close to my heart, and I'm excited to do so. This conversation we're going to do in Spanish, so perdóname por favor que voy a cometer un montón de errores, pero igual me defiendo bastante, así que espero que salga todo súper bien, que por supuesto que sí. Así que por favor, un bien fuerte aplauso y bienvenida al escenario a Javier Huarte, director general de comercialización de Endesa. Gracias. Javier, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a vosotros por el privilegio de estar aquí.
Es primera vez en escenario, ¿no? Hablando.
Pues no, he estado hablando, pero siempre como en cosas más institucionales, ¿no? En las recepciones y tal, y el primer día y tal. Pero en esta charla es la primera vez, con lo cual me hace mucha ilusión también.
Bueno, a mí también. Aquí vamos al grano, ¿no? A lo interesante, a lo apasionante. Es un lujo tenerte aquí y tanta experiencia, ¿no? Que llevas detrás y tantos cambios que imagino que has visto en vuestro sector, en este mundo, emprendimiento, tecnología, etcétera. Vaya cambio estáis viviendo, ¿no? Entonces, me parece un momento revolucionario por lo bien y lo positivo que se podría hacer en transformación en un sector tan tradicional, tan necesario. Vivimos todos de la energía, ya no sabemos qué es vivir sin eso, pero con un vaya reto que se tiene enfrente, ¿no? Aquí estamos hablando de 18 years to zero. Así que, ¿cómo lo veis?
18 years to zero en nuestro caso concreto, en Endesa, ¿no? Pero el reto net zero, que es realmente es un reto global, y esto es muy relevante porque yo creo que desde que el mundo es mundo, retos globales que, digamos, nos hayamos asignado las personas que vivimos en la Tierra, ¿no? Un reto que nos hayamos puesto, tampoco ha habido tantos. ¿Sabes lo que te quiero decir? Se cuentan posiblemente con los dedos de una mano, ¿no? Y entonces tenemos este reto, que es el reto Net Zero, que es un reto que viene, digamos, de todo el debate, ¿no? Del cambio climático, y que se concreta en esta visión de que en el año 2050 lleguemos a un nivel de emisiones net zero, ¿no? O sea, digamos que es brutalmente ambicioso y tiene una derivada muy profunda, que es la visión de la transición energética. O sea, la clave para conseguir este reto net zero efectivamente es que haya una transición energética. Siempre son palabras que quedan, oye, transición energética, pues qué bien, ¿no? Pero la transición energética es algo profundísimo. Porque la energía, tú decías, esto es un mundo muy tradicional. Hombre, yo soy, obviamente, un representante de ese mundo tradicional, pero yo más que tradicional lo veo un mundo esencial, o sea, absolutamente esencial para el funcionamiento de la sociedad, ¿no? O sea, la energía es crítica, la energía es clave. Y cuando hablamos de transición, lo que hablamos es de un cambio que es profundísimo. O sea, es toda la cadena de valor de la energía va a cambiar en los próximos 30 años. ¿No? Y esto tiene un impacto increíble. O sea, si vemos la dimensión económica del cambio, pues es espectacular, ¿no? O sea, pensemos que la manera de producir la energía, la manera de llevar la energía a los hogares, a las industrias, a las empresas, va a cambiar, la manera de plantear nuestras propuestas de valor al cliente va a cambiar. Todo esto es el reto de la transición energética, en el fondo, ¿no? Y además no involucra solamente a las compañías de energía, o sea, involucra pues desde los gobiernos, todos los gobiernos del mundo, todos los, digamos, obviamente las corporaciones que estamos en esto, pero, por ejemplo, todo el mundo de innovación, de emprendedores, ante un cambio como este, pues obviamente tiene una oportunidad brutal, ¿no? Porque cuando hablamos de cambio, insisto, de transición, en el fondo lo que estamos diciendo es que tenemos que de alguna manera reinventar algo tan básico como la energía en los próximos 30 años. Esto no quiere decir que partamos de cero, obviamente, porque vamos a seguir suministrando energía, ¿no? Pero tenemos que pensar que este nuevo reto, ¿no?, de cero emisiones, pues supone esta revolución, ¿no?, en el mundo de la energía.
Claro, es alucinante porque nosotros somos del mundo de tecnología, innovación, emprendimiento, ¿no? Entonces, aquí lo hemos visto mucho, lo hemos vivido cambios realmente empezando con medios y comunicación, en Internet, en compras, en retail, ahora fintech es muy fuerte y muy maduro, y es muy curioso ahora ver esta digitalización entrando en ese sector por otros motivos, y es ese cambio, me parece circunstancias muy únicas a ese sector en este momento, ¿no? Y como dices, es tan complicado ese sector que hay muchas capas diferentes de ir cambiando, no solo las fuentes, cómo produces energía, cómo lo distribuyes, cómo llegas al famoso grid, ¿no?, cómo llegar a los smart grids, y hay un rol ahí súper interesante, yo creo, para todo ese ecosistema. Y profundizando un poco en energy transitioning, volviendo al básico, ¿cómo se hace eso para vosotros? ¿Cómo se cambia desde dentro de la base de la generación, generando energía de otras formas? ¿Cómo se facilita esa transición desde dentro?
Sí, bueno, como tú dices, esto es un cambio que afecta a todo, ¿no? Y es muy relevante esa visión. Entonces, nosotros nos hemos puesto un objetivo en Endesa que no es el 2050 para llegar al net zero, digamos, en nuestra visión de empresas. Todas las empresas, y cuando hablo de todas las empresas hablo de todas, y todas las que están en este momento en activo y todas las que vengan, van a tener esta visión del net zero y la van a ir teniendo con más intensidad cada vez, ¿no? Según, además, estos retos de largo plazo siempre tiene su complejidad en la gestión, ¿no? Porque las cosas van cambiando, se van moviendo, etcétera. Pero todos vamos a pasar por aquí, no solamente las empresas, sino todas las personas. Vamos a tener que cambiar nuestra manera de consumir energía, ¿no? Entonces nosotros nos hemos puesto, dentro de Endesa, nuestro propio reto net zero, que es 2040, digamos, 10 años antes que el 2050, ¿no? Que son estos,
me parece ilusionante.
Son estos 18 años donde pues realmente cambiamos de una manera bastante brutal nuestro modelo de funcionamiento, ¿no? Entonces hay como dos ejes que nos interesan muchísimo. Uno es el de la descarbonización completa y otro es el de la electrificación. La descarbonización completa lo que supone es que dejamos de producir con combustibles fósiles, es decir, dejamos de emitir CO2. Pensar que para nosotros esto es un cambio muy relevante. Nosotros estamos cerrando el carbón ya, que para nosotros será una tecnología muy importante en los últimos, no sé cuántos años, me da miedo decirlo, pero a lo mejor los últimos 80 años. Pensemos en el ciclo largo del mundo de la energía, tanto el nuestro como el de cualquier otro que está en este sector, ¿no? Bueno, pues cerramos el carbón, estamos cerrándolo ya, acabamos de cerrarlo en el año 27 y tenemos que sustituir toda esa capacidad de producción con carbón, con energías renovables. Estamos multiplicando por 4 nuestra capacidad de renovables, nuestro presupuesto de inversión y tenemos un plan muy ambicioso de crecimiento de renovables. Obviamente, no solo nosotros, sino muchos más, ¿no? Uno de los cambios que se producen aquí también es que esto es una oportunidad para mucha más gente que antes no estaba en el sector, ¿no? Y que están invirtiendo, desarrollando fotovoltaica, invirtiendo, desarrollando eólica, las nuevas tecnologías que vienen, hidrógeno. En definitiva, bueno, estamos muy metidos en ese cambio profundo en generación. Pero otra visión que yo creo que es muy relevante, aparte de la descarbonización, es la de la electrificación, que es una manifestación de esto, digamos, hacia dentro nuestro, pero también hacia afuera. ¿La electrificación qué quiere decir? Pues esencialmente lo que quiere decir es que si la electricidad ahora supone el 20% del consumo de energía total, en este caso concreto de España, pero lo podemos extender a Europa o, si queréis, globalmente, pues la electricidad en 2040 tiene que ser el 50% del consumo de energía, del consumo final de energía, ¿no? Entonces, esto sin duda es una oportunidad para nosotros, es una oportunidad para muchos más, pero es una oportunidad muy clara. Es decir, nosotros estamos en el mundo de la electricidad, ¿no? Y bueno, entonces, ¿cómo electrificamos, ¿no? Entonces, esto pasa no solamente por la generación, pasa por cambiar radicalmente también nuestra red de distribución. Necesitamos reforzar muchísimo todo lo que tiene que ver con cómo circula la electricidad, simplemente por el desarrollo también de las energías renovables, pensar que las redes eléctricas parten de las centrales y se lleva la energía de manera capilar hacia el consumo. Bueno, pues ahora vamos a tener una situación en la que va a haber mucha más generación distribuida y que pues hay que reforzar las redes. Hay que reforzar las redes con una visión de las redes de hoy, que son las redes inteligentes. Estamos invirtiendo pues como 12.000 millones de euros en el cambio de las redes, ¿no? Y todo esto pasa por la aplicación de inteligencia artificial, big data, mirar segundo a segundo cómo se produce el consumo en cada uno de los sitios y algún refuerzo increíble, ¿no?, de toda esta actividad. Y luego hay otra derivada muy crítica de la electrificación y que a mí es la que me preocupa especialmente y la que me ocupa especialmente, que es la electrificación cara a los clientes que en nuestro caso son todos los clientes, es decir, los clientes de grandes consumos industriales y los clientes, los hogares. Todos van a cambiar su manera de consumir energía, su equipamiento. O sea, lo que vemos es una electrificación completa de los hogares. Y eso pasa pues necesariamente por el desarrollo de tecnologías de aerotermias, bombas de calor, para calefacciones, sustituir equipamientos de combustibles fósiles. Bueno, todo esto, de nuevo, es una inmensa oportunidad, ¿no? Pero en el mundo industrial también, o sea, los grandes procesos industriales consumidores de energía, pensar que aproximadamente la energía que nosotros vendemos, la mitad, más de la mitad, va a grandes clientes industriales que consumen electricidad, pero que consumen gas, que consumen carbón en sus procesos, y esto también pues tiene que cambiar radicalmente. Es decir, hay que electrificar los procesos finales de los clientes. Y aquí pues yo os diría que ahora mismo vemos, y hay estudios que dicen que aproximadamente el 85% del consumo de la energía de las aplicaciones térmicas e industriales energéticas se pueden sustituir ya por electricidad, ¿no? Tenemos todavía algunas dificultades en los hornos industriales de altísima temperatura que necesitas pues, para producir ciertos procesos, ¿no? Cerámicos, químicos, siderúrgicos. Pero esto también es un cambio brutal y una inversión brutal. Sí. Entonces estamos hablando en esto de no solamente nuestro cambio en la manera que conseguimos una huella de carbono cero, pero el cambio de toda la sociedad y de alguna manera de una buena parte del equipamiento energético que hoy tenemos todos. ¿no?
Es increíble eso y la verdad es que lo que me ilusiona, porque es un reto muy único en ese sentido. Y aquí este año el lema del todo el programa, de los 3 días que estamos hablando aquí, es decodificando la complejidad en todo. Y me encanta ese sector porque está tocando todo y como dices, los sectores ya es muy transversal, ¿no? Está tocando cada sector, cada perfil de empresa, este reto de llegar a net cero, ¿no? Y como dices, la energía toca todo, así que hay una oportunidad inmensa en que vosotros necesitáis innovar y revolucionar lo que estáis haciendo todo desde dentro para hacerlo llegar a los clientes, pero también, como dices, los mismos clientes están investigando e innovando a nivel industrial. Estamos mirando cómo producir acero, cemento, construir casas. A lo largo de estos 3 días estamos teniendo esas conversaciones también con sectores conectados y cómo están resolviendo sus propios retos en llegar a eso. Y me encanta ver, vamos a llegar la maridaje de la innovación que vuestros clientes están innovando, vosotros también, y si va a llegar al entremedio para llegar a eso. Y hay tanta oportunidad en todo este puzzle, ¿no?, que me da un montón de ilusiones. Simplemente una reflexión para esa comunidad. Y teniéndote aquí a ti, Javier, tengo que preguntar, que justo director general de comercialización, y estás hablando de electrificación de todo, que va a llegar a 20 de la fuente de energía a las 50. ¿Qué está pasando ahora mismo a nivel de los precios? Porque por un lado da mucha ilusión ver que los renovables ya están llegando a un precio accesible para ser competitivo en el mercado, etc. Pero lo que está pasando en el mundo está disparando todo eso. ¿Por qué? Para eso. Y dime, por favor, ¿cuándo va a bajar?
Bueno, me encantaría decirte cuánto va a bajar. Vamos a ver, yo creo que antes hablábamos de transición energética y de ciclos largos, ¿no? Oye, pues el 2050 o el 2040. Y bueno, lo que tenemos que estar acostumbrados durante los ciclos largos es que el entorno cambia, ¿no? Y cambia de manera radical. Y cuando se planteó el reto del net zero, esto fue antes de la pandemia y antes de toda esta situación derivada, ¿no?, del ataque brutal de Rusia a Ucrania. Bueno, pues o sea, estas cosas y estos sucesos y estas situaciones van a seguir pasando en el tiempo, ¿no? Y ahora estamos en esta en concreto, que es una crisis que empieza pues esencialmente a la vuelta de verano pasado, con una interrupción bastante relevante de los flujos de gas desde Rusia hacia Europa. Es una crisis que nos afecta mucho más en Europa que en otros sitios, pero que afecta por esto. Los precios de gas son muy críticos desde el punto de vista no solamente del gas en sí mismo, como digamos, materia prima que consume industria o hogares, sino que son una de las partes fundamentales en estos momentos de la generación eléctrica. Los precios de gas marcan los precios de mercado. La tecnología de gas es la más flexible, la que se mete, digamos, para compensar durante todas las horas otras tecnologías, y el precio pues sube a estos niveles que estamos viendo ahora, ¿no? Y el precio de la electricidad en un mercado marginalista pues lo marca la tecnología marginal más cara, ¿no? Hay muchas discusiones sobre esto, pero bueno, yo no voy a entrar en la discusión de si los mercados marginalistas son buenos, regulares o malos. Lo que quiero decir es que es esencial en todo este asunto. Cuando empezó todo esto no se veía la guerra todavía. Y pensábamos que iba a durar lo que dura exactamente el invierno. El precio del gas sube mucho en invierno, baja en verano, en esta época, típicamente el consumo y los precios, y que cuando llegásemos a final de primavera terminaba. Pero lo cierto es que no ha sido así. Y esto, pues, se declara la guerra, la crisis continúa, el problema de gas de Europa continúa, y es posible que en los próximos meses incremente. Entonces, ¿esto cuándo va a terminar? Pues mira, me encantaría decírtelo, no lo sé. Yo creo que va muy ligado a la situación de la guerra. Y veremos el impacto. Lo que sí que te digo, y creo que es el punto de vista positivo también en toda esta visión del net zero, es que ahora mismo estamos pagando precisamente precios de gas en niveles de los 200 euros megavatio puestos en electricidad. Con tecnologías renovables y con visión de largo plazo, estamos ya en niveles en entorno de los 40 euros megavatio, ¿no? O sea que la diferencia en este sentido es que las renovables son muy buenas en una situación, y en una situación de precios que estamos viendo de ahora, pues es una tecnología magnífica. Y que además creo que hay una parte también muy relevante, que es eliminar la dependencia de materias primas, no solamente por el hecho de materias primas digamos, que emitan CO2, tipo gas o carbón, sino el tener una autonomía, ¿no?, en cuanto a la capacidad de producción que esencialmente viene del sol y viene del viento, ¿no?
Estamos, Javier, desgraciadamente totalmente fuera de tiempo. Me encantaría echar ya más horas contigo aquí, pero muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros. Yo creo que es un aprendizaje enorme y un placer tener a vosotros 10 años con nosotros aquí en South Summit. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Liz. Yo simplemente comentar una visión. Déjame 20 segundos, perdón, para el...
10, ¿quién es 10?
10 segundos, venga. Dice, no, de verdad, quiero dejaros muy claro, ¿no?, que esta transición energética va a mover una magnitud de dinero brutal en inversiones, en renovación, en equipamiento, y todo esto va a ser nuevo. Es decir, la transición es cambio, el cambio es innovación. Y es esencial que el ecosistema trabaje mucho en este eje de la transición energética. Hay inmensas oportunidades desde el punto de vista de todos los que estamos metidos en esta guerra, pero no solamente de las grandes compañías, de las startups, de todo. O sea, hay muchísimo que avanzar y que cambiar aquí, y va a ser nuevo. Claro. Y una parte está inventada y hay que mejorarla, y hay otra que no está inventada todavía.
Efectivamente,
Este es el
por
reto.
eso estamos todos aquí hablando de esto, que hay tanta oportunidad ahí. Javier, muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Liz.
Wow, thank you so much, Javier. That was super fun, no? I was really excited to be able to do that because I am, for those of you that know, those of you that don't, Chief Ecosystem Officer at South Summit, so I oversee content, climate, and community, and we're super excited about that. And moving on to community, without further ado, my wonderful colleague and partner in crime, such a pleasure to introduce to the stage our own Chief Open Innovation Officer at South Summit, Marisol Menendez. Nearly forgot her beautiful name. Let's go. Thank you for being here. We also have Nick Passe, Head of Commercial Digital and IT International at AstraZeneca, Carmen del Campo, Chief Innovation Officer at Mutua Madrileña, Irene Gomez, Open Innovation Director at Telefónica, and José Mínguez, Head of Innovation in Iberia at Endesa. Guys, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. How are you today? How's the morning so far? Are you enjoying South Summit? Yes? Sorry, I didn't hear. Are you enjoying South Summit? That's perfect. I know that you will enjoy this panel a lot, a lot. Well, first, let me introduce myself. I'm Marisol Menendez, Chief Open Innovation Officer at South Summit. I'm all about open innovation, and I'm so happy to have this conversation today. For me, guys, this is paradise. First of all, because of the amazing set of speakers that we have, but also because of the representation of sectors and companies that we have here today. So let's do a quick round. Liz already mentioned your names, but let's do a round of introduction. We are among friends. We are in a family. Let's just have everyone else get into our own group. So please, let's begin with you, Nick. Can you introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm Nick Passe. I'm responsible for digital and IT for the international region in AstraZeneca. So it's Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa, and Latin America. And as part of that, I'm responsible for 12 health innovation hubs that we have in different countries. So in terms of kind of our focus, then we're really focused on the many challenges that we have in healthcare now, and you know about non-communicable diseases, aging populations and so on, but now many more challenges because of COVID, putting pressure on healthcare systems. And so as just recently we announced that we would join the EDSON Alliance with the World Economic Forum to impact 1 billion lives in terms of like digital inclusion and improving lives. So this is a kind of big area for us, and where we're building ecosystems in countries and building the network effect across countries, really to impact the health of millions across the world.
You know, we have keywords, health industry. Of course, we already are very aware of what happens at global scale with health. internationalization, and the connection of ecosystems. Carmen?
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Carmen del Campo. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for Mutua Madrileña. For those who don't know who's Mutua Madrileña, we are the main non-life insurance company in Spain. And what we do in innovation, basically we cover the internal and the external part. That's why this panel is so important for me, how to do these scale-ups. And we cover for entrepreneurship, investments, and also delivering projects. And we are really focused on mobility. That's why you're probably seeing one vehicle that is just in front of us, that is full of tennis balls. And well, the challenge that we have now is how to identify the best startups and the best opportunities that give us the opportunity to improve the value proposal that we have to our more than 3 million customers.
Thank you very much, Carmen. And you are also, well, all of the panelists we have today have been part of the long story of open innovation in the country. It's a great pleasure to have you guys here. Irene.
Okay, thank you. My name is Irene Gomez. I'm the Open Innovation Director at Telefónica. And I like to say that we are a team that looks and seeks for diversity in the way Telefónica innovates. We are very close to the ecosystems in which Telefónica has operations, and we are about 70 people working in different locations in different countries. And we aim to look for technologies like everything around 5G, artificial intelligence, blockchains, Web3, every technological enablers that can create new business models and things that can match with Telefónica. We have, as part of our activity, we invest in those startups, and we make it through Wayra and also through Telefónica Ventures. So that's who I am.
Thank you, Irene. And Pepe?
For me, this is perfect because the previous panel, they talk about energy. My name is Jose Mínguez. I'm Head of Innovation Market Iberia. And my role is to get ideas from the beginning to implement it in the business lines, in the market side. We are Endesa. We are the first electricity company in Iberia, Spain and Portugal, and the second in gas. But we are committed to start selling gas, as they previously explained, and in this wonderful energy transition, we are pushing all the technologies. I also work with Enel Group in many communities. We have several communities, international communities, where we share experiences in circular economy, inclusion, social inclusion. We are doing a lot of projects on that. Blockchain, artificial intelligence are the main sites we are working on together with other countries.
Thank you, Pepe, and well, Jose, Mr. Jose. You know, this is amazing. We are talking right now about scaling up open innovation, and well, as I said in the beginning, for me, this is very significant. If we think that we are celebrating 10 years of South Summit, we are also talking about 10 years of the history of open innovation in our country in general. No? We've been, as companies, structuring and creating the open innovation strategies. I myself was in charge of creating the open innovation strategy at BBVA, and we worked as corporations to put together these dynamics, understand how to bring value to our companies from the sectors outside, to connect with the ecosystems, to understand how to collaborate. So if we look at the topic open innovation at scale, all of you have this history about creating open innovation. I want to ask you, what's your strategy of scaling open innovation within your organization? Maybe a little bit about your history. And I wanted to begin with you, Irene, because Wayra is one of the first players in open innovation worldwide at scale, as we know, with all your different strategies. How do you maybe summarize or do a review of your strategy, of these years of strategy?
Well, Wayra is an initiative that was born more than 10 years ago, pushed by José María Álvarez Payete at that time, and was born in Argentina. With our first hub was there. And was born like in a model of an accelerator, because we were in a moment in which we wanted to push innovation in those geographies in which Telefónica was operating. And we were born like a network that, with its first hub in Argentina, then grew to Colombia, Brazil, Spain, UK and Germany. That is our current hub. In parallel, at that time, we also were investing through another part of the company in more growth stages. That is Telefonica. At that time, was Telefonica Innovation Ventures that were operating in looking for innovation around very core services in the telco, around network. But the ecosystem has evolved in these 10 years, and our strategy has evolved as well. And I wanted to share with you 4 things that for me are key pieces of this new situation in which we are. The first one is that WIRA is not more an accelerator. It's something else. It's a network of hubs, innovation hubs that are connected and connecting every ecosystem internally. The second one is that we decided to put in the same subsidiary every initiative around investing in startups in Telefonica. So almost a year and a half ago, we decided to join Telefonica Ventures and WIRA as part of the same subsidiary. So we have one strategy to invest that combines the different momentums of the startups. So WIRA invests in more early stage, up to 350K, and then comes Ventures, investing directly in startups up to 5 million, but also investing in third-party funds. And a key thing of the change we've made in the strategy is we want to accompany those startups. So we decided, because we were not covering the scale-up space, to align with CAFAN, and we launched Leadwin. This is a scale-up fund, deep tech. So we are looking for deep tech startups with this new fund that combines everything we are doing.
Wow, that's quite a journey, and it's interesting to see how is the evolution. Of course, we couldn't tell the story today with all those different stages that you were talking about down the road. It's part of the history, but also I think that all other organizations are learning from your own experience, which is really important for that. And how do you see that in Endesa, Pepe?
Well, the energy system is changing from big production units to prosumers that can produce the electricity. And we can see that along these 10 years we have pushed another technologies like the heat pumps, that is a very old technology, but we are pushing it. Electric mobility, it was a dream to have an electric car many years ago, and now you can see that we are developing the biggest network of chargers in Spain right now. And in this process of open innovation, we are founders of South Summit. Only a very little group of believers at the beginning believe in that. How can you put startups and little ideas inside the big corporation? That I think we will talk a little bit later. But to not tell about the story, I think it's more interesting to say how do we work now. And I think there are 2 key factors very important. We are more internationalized. There's a lot more cooperation between the countries, as the groups that I said before, because now we perceive that very good ideas they are raising in Brazil, and they are being developed in the local units in Brazil. Now we can implement it, and we are continuously contacting with them. The technology is getting each time more complex, so you need really a specialist on each technology. 10 years ago, there wasn't this complexity. I like a lot the coding complexity of this year, because even the specialists, we are getting a little bit lost on all these old technologies, and as every company, they are focused in the business, which they don't know very well, but now you have to get inside your company other technologies that you don't really understand, and this is why you need outside talent to get it inside. And things go a lot more fast with digitalization. Something that's happening in Australia, it gets here in 2 months. So I think all of this is changing our model and adapting. And this is why we have the Energy Innovation Hubs in the most relevant parts of the world, of course, that are in business: Tel Aviv, Boston, San Francisco, Brazil, Chile, Spain, which is the Madrid Energy Innovation Hub, because we have to respond and be more fast to put all the products faster in the market.
Yeah, and you raise an interesting point that all corporations learned, which is how to prepare internally to also integrate everything that is happening around the world, no? How do you do that? How do you see open innovation in AstraZeneca, Nick?
Yeah, so maybe just to give an example in the lung cancer area. So in this space, for many people, the disease spreads beyond the lungs, and this has like devastating impacts. So obviously, if you can catch it when it's in the lungs, then you can give people better health outcomes. And as a statistic, in India, if you're caught with lung cancer, you have, I think, 3.7% chance of being alive in 5 years. And in the US, it's only 20%, so 21%. So the kind of impact is very significant. So we've been collaborating actually with our India hub, identified as part of a hackathon, a company, Cure AI, that uses AI to assess chest X-rays for identification of lung nodules. And then that's basically an indicator of potentially having lung cancer. And so we've, with them, now kind of taken this kind of one startup that was operating in India and then collaborating with them. We're now operating across 18 countries, now taking their solution across these countries. And I think we've set the ambition for 5 million patients that we're looking to get to by 2025. So it's an example of what we call our A-Catalyst network, where we're kind of using the network both to kind of like identify startups against specific kind of disease area challenges, but then also how we use our network across the countries to make it relevant in every locality.
Wow.
I think that's really a really big opportunity, as you say, beyond the pill in terms of impacting healthcare and how we can make kind of health more equitable, improve access, help the kind of healthcare experience be more convenient for people, and how to help the productivity of healthcare systems that are under so much strain because of the pandemic. So this is kind of an example of scale out. Yeah.
I think this rightly connects with our topic. Now we are talking about complexity and creating open innovation at scale. South Summit is about decoding complexity. When we were talking about that, we said that maybe the difference from what we have today versus what we had 10 years ago is the speed of everything, of transformation, of innovation, the complexity that comes from the integration of many different players, many different sectors, many different countries, regulation, customer requirements. These elements integrate in the complexity of our own sectors, adding to the big challenges that we have as a society. One of the things that I love about this panel is that we are representing here transversal topics that are of critical importance for everyone. These wicked problems that we can only tackle if we collaborate, health and every preparation for the future, the telco industry as part of the keys of all transformation that is happening and innovation, and of course energy, sustainability. We are now maybe sitting in this past that we just reviewed and looking into the future. What are the keys in corporations such as yours with this global impact, transversality, to keep this escalation going? What are the elements that we need to consider? We can answer as you want. Who wants to begin?
For me, I think the key is the collaboration. Because, as I said before, as this gets more complex, you need open innovation. From the start, you need open innovation, and at the end, you need that it scales. So, going to the topic, open innovation and scale. How do we start at the beginning of the process? You need help from all the ecosystem. It's not only about the startups, because sometimes people confuse open innovation with the startup. You need research centers, you need technologies, because you have to get everyone in what he does best. And that's very important from the innovation departments, because there's a lot of talent outside, there's a lot of talent inside, and you have to do this matching to succeed.
The orchestration, no?
So you need universities, you need the startups, you need to find the technologies to understand which one are good, are bad. For example, we made a lot of effort on blockchain. There was a super hype, everybody knew. But from our side, from the corporation side, we were really focused to make a business case that worked. With artificial intelligence, we are doing the same. And this road is really hard until you get to the final price where it upscales. For example, in the case of blockchain, we are launching right now with the Malaga City Council a production to use it with energy poverty, and we developed last year the technology to upscale it with blockchain. With artificial intelligence, now we are developing a small proof of concept that we are not sure that will succeed, but we intend to succeed. Some of these projects are being done with the startups, and others are being done inside with the expert, data expert, and on other ones we go to big consulting firms. So it depends, and this is the collaboration needed to have really good people inside to get these ideas, put inside the huge process we have to finally put in the customer.
Collaboration inside and collaboration outside. What do you think, Irene?
Building on top of what Pepe is saying, I think there is no formula for doing open innovation in a corporation. I think it's key to understand the momentum of your corporation. Because, for example, you can implement a corporate venture capital as a way to make it, but you can do a venture building, you can do a venture client, you can incubate. So there's so many formulas you can use. There's no specific one that fits better or no. It depends how you understand your company and decide how to use. I think the key thing to understand which one fits the best depends on the money you have to implement it and the time you need to get results. Because some initiatives, a way of, let's say, so formulas, like, for example, venture building, requires more time to get results. And others, like, for example, acquisitions, are more, the results are getting faster. So it depends of the momentum of the corporation.
And maybe even an understanding that it's not uniform, no? That you need to adapt.
I completely agree with what you were saying. There is not a strategic formula. And for me, the main challenge is how the mindset has evolved. At the beginning, I think we were more focused on bidding processes, and it's completely, it's a disaster to start working with a startup in a bidding process. I think the mindset has completely changed. And now we need to think which is the price. At the beginning, probably 10 years ago, the price was working with a corporate. And nowadays, I don't know how you feel, guys, probably the money is the key sometimes, is who is able to work with a proper solution, and especially in the long term. This is what we're talking now. And for me, the key is give people the opportunity to do their best. Because sometimes when we try to work with some solution, we try to bring them to our business, to our process, and this is an
bias.
This is an epic fail, because if they are there and if you have put your eye on them and you want to invest and collaborate with them, it's because they have something that you don't have. And it's a good opportunity to give them the space and give them the path to get bigger. And it's a pleasure to be in the right side and to be working with them. And this is the mindset I think we've created on these years. And obviously it must be supported, as you were saying, with resources. That is something that the corporates, we are really lucky and we have it. And it should be what we offer in this collaboration.
A different mindset. Nick, for you?
So I'll just build on these points. So maybe it's kind of often the focus on the solution rather than kind of maybe focusing more on the problem. I think the problem can be very localized within a country as well as looking at it globally. So it's kind of assuming that we can just kind of like roll out something that's standardized across countries and it will not kind of achieve the scale. So I think really kind of deeply immersing yourself in the problems that you're trying to address, and then working with people who share the passion to address that problem at a local level and also like on a cross-country level. That's, I think, a key one. So that's kind of usually you think you've got like a tremendous opportunity, but then find the problem's misframed, and then that's kind of a lot of people upset with that.
If you get faster in solving something that is not a problem, you are getting farther away, no?
Yeah.
And it's interesting that the common factor of things that you've said is like get a little bit outside of yourself to be able to integrate these novelties, to change your mindset, to grow into the future, understand that not everything is the same. One final call to action, one word. How would you summarize? What message do you want to give the people that we have here, or maybe who will be viewing this video in the future? One word. What will be your advice for scaling in the future, Pepe?
I prepared something. You can download an article in our stand that a lot of wonderful people is going to read, which is 101 Ideas of Innovation. And I end my article with this phrase. I'm going to read it because I think it's really, really inspiring for everyone who is here and is thinking to launch. It is from a phrase that Martin Luther King he told to students in 1960, but I think it's very applicable for today. It says, "Keep going because it might well that the greatest song has not been sung, that the greatest book has not been written, that the highest mountain has not been climbed. This is your challenge. Come closer, grab it, and make it part of your life. If you cannot fly, run. If you cannot run, walk. If you cannot walk, crawl. But all the means, keep moving." I think this is the spirit of innovation because sometimes this is frustrating. I know your startups, you keep pushing, and we in the corporates, we keep pushing. So keep moving because I think in the energy sector, we are going to achieve net zero, but I am sure in another sector, you are going to achieve your goals.
Thank you very much. Irene?
Okay, what I wanted to share with you is that in my experience, well, innovation is execution. So in my experience, you need to agree in what means value return in your company. For example, it can be return on the investments you do, but can be the business you can generate using startups, or can be whatever you agree with your company. So be super clear what is the expectations your company has when you have an open innovation program. And then change it all the time because everything is changing all the time. So
we are based in strategy as well, no? Carmen?
Well, if I think of Mutua Madrileña, for us the main challenge is to have the good sponsor. I think this is something scalable to other companies, and it's really related to what Irene was saying, is to build a good business case. So if you want to be in the long term of the company, you need to have a profitable business case in terms of efficiency and in terms of cost. And it means have a good relationship with the core of the company. It could be the customer or it could be the operational process. So for me, that's the key.
Thank you very much. And Nick?
I think my one would just be about meeting different people. So by that I mean people in other industries and so on. And I think certainly the kind of pharmaceutical sector has always been very focused, kind of inwardly focused, but now, and especially with events like this, we start to see many more connections across industries, opportunities to collaborate. So yeah, meeting people in different areas.
We're in the perfect spot for that, no guys? So thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, everyone here in the auditorium, and thank you, everybody watching. And we will keep open innovating. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Before you run away, I have a little surprise for you. Video, please. Wait. Down the lights, down the lights. Up the sound, up the sound.
whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here. Gracias.
All right, welcome everybody to the second afternoon session of South Summit. You know that today is the big day. We've got the finalists, all the best startups, over 2,000 startups. The finalists are here this afternoon. And so our next segment, our first segment for the afternoon is driving the open banking ecosystem. And I can tell you, I don't think we could have come up with a better two panelists for this topic than these two gentlemen. We're going to start introducing Derek White. He's CEO at Galileo FinTech, which is probably the best fintech in the United States. Derek has been responsible for putting together the first internet banking. He's worked before at BBVA, where he was in charge of also their internet banking. Join me in welcoming Derek White. And also with us, we've got Miguel Santos, CEO and founder of Technisys, probably the biggest digital bank in South America. And this year, they did their exit, the biggest exit in South America with over 100 million users. So yes, this is the real deal. Welcome, Miguel.
Thank you. Hola a todos. It's great to be back in Madrid. Thank you for having us. Miguel and I are going to have a little fireside chat today because it's not too often that you get to see two companies come together, both having over 100 million users, coming together to create the future of open banking, the future of financial services. Before we get into that, the financial services landscape is changing dramatically. There is a forecast that over $10 trillion will be spent through mobile wallets by the year 2025, and about $1 billion of that, or close to $1 trillion of that, will be financed through buy now, pay later, or new financing schemes. And as we look at the change in landscape, the change in financial products, the change in the end user experience, all of that is fascinating and dominates most of the headlines. What we're interested in getting into a little bit today is the technology that actually enables the creation of open banking, the technology that enables the creation of these game-changing products and end-user experiences. And what better way to do that than to start with an introduction of my good friend here, Miguel Santos. Miguel, why don't you tell a little bit about Technisys? What is Technisys to this audience who may not be as familiar with the great business that you've created across Latin America?
Oh, of course, Derek, and knowing that you paid 1.1 billion for that, I think it should be interesting, don't you think?
Absolutely, the Latin America unicorn.
So what we do is software, and it's a digital banking platform that is the software a bank or a fintech or a neobank may use, both on the front end, which is the experience layer, which is what you touch, what you use on your phones, on your webs, or even talking to Alexa, pay my bills, please. And the backend. The backends, also known as core platforms, core systems in the industry. You might not be hearing about that, but you're using it without knowing. And those are the systems that, in principle, do the math, the calculations, interest rates, how to lend money, the transfers, and also book it, and also share the information with the regulators and with the networks that allow you to pay on a shop and debit from your bank account, whatever it is. So that's what Technisys does. We did it for like 20 years for more than 70 banks, touching somewhat, a little bit more than 100 million end users. And I think, as you said, Derek, financial services are evolving. We're all using digital services now. We're all using digital money. But what's next, right? So the last 20 years, we took money from paper to your phones. So what's next, I wonder?
That's a great question. Why don't we come back to that in just a minute? As we look at Technisys, is it fair to say that you mentioned you have 80 banks that operate on Technisys today, 75 to 80 banks. So who is it, these banks, they come to Technisys, and who is it within these banks that's coming to Technisys, and why are they coming to Technisys?
Well, I connect the two answers, because the new customers that are coming to us are the ones that really want to differentiate, that really want to be different, that really want to win. Who are those? Those may be startups, like you in the audience. Who's an entrepreneur in the audience, or who wants to be? Well, fair amount. Could be an established bank, like BBVA or Santander or any other that you might know, that want to maybe relaunch the business, to get closer to the users, to the customers, to offer different services. Or could be another type of company, retailer or telco or electronic or e-commerce sites that want to add financial services or to render financial services to their customers as well, as a way of getting more margins and more revenue. And this is typical because the last very funny case I heard about in the company was a football team. Because like pretty much any company having roughly 200,000 customers nowadays can build a profitable financial services business. So this football club team wanted to build a card specifically for doing payments on the matches, buying the shirts, and the rest of the merchandising, and then of course opening that to the general life of those people. And this is a football team. Could be literally any community with more than 200K final users.
Yeah. So people come to you, and they come to Technisys in Latin America primarily, and they come to Galileo in the United States, where they want to translate an idea, whether it's an established legacy organization that wants to modernize and create something entirely new, or whether it's a startup. And one example of that is the largest digital bank in the United States came to Galileo, and the founder said, I have an idea. I want to change the world. I've got zero funding. Will you help me build a business? And with that, about 10 years ago, we partnered with them to create what is now the largest digital bank in the United States, taking an idea in an entrepreneur's head that wanted to solve a problem, essentially addressing the unbanked or underbanked in the United States. And that underbanked focus, delivering a value proposition, leveraging the technology and the open platform that we have at Galileo, has built a digital bank in the United States with over 25 million users. A phenomenal story, and that's essentially what our businesses do. Miguel's business is in Latin America. Our business is primarily in the United States, and we're now coming together to create a truly exciting open platform that serves both the, as Miguel mentioned, the end user interface, an API platform that moves money in payment processing, as well as a broader technology platform that enables anybody to take an idea, whether they're in a legacy organization or whether they're in a startup, and translate that idea into the hands of the customer, or as we say in Spanish, en manos de los clientes. And that's what we see as really our exciting opportunity and why we're here today. But if we look at Technisys and the 100 million users you have here, you mentioned an example of anybody can create a business like this. Maybe you can tell the story of one of your clients, maybe Falabella?
Yeah,
That's,
right.
A retailer that has created a financial services division.
Yeah, Falabella is a retailer in Latin America, very strong in Chile, that expanded into Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Argentina, and yeah, I think one additional country. And they had, going to the retail stores, maybe roughly 10 million people, right? 10 million customers buying stuff from the retail stores. So they started at the beginning offering the classic, it's called closed loop purchasing card, that the users, that the customers could use to get discounts or some type of benefit buying with that on the stores. But then at some point realized that they could potentially, give to these 10 million customers additional services, not just for payment on the stores, for payments elsewhere, for savings, for investments. So they created a bank, they got a license, and they launched the bank in these 5 countries. So fast forward 4 years, and then the financial services branch is responsible for 60% of the EBITDA of the group. So that means that the financial services arm of the business became stronger than the original retail stores. And this is also because...
In just 4 years?
Yeah, 4 years. So they swapped the business completely in terms of the value added. And nowadays, it's even more than that, as they are growing outside the ecosystem of the stores, because they got, I don't know, they built a terrific experience on the mobile and the web, so they got like the best apps in Chile and Colombia, the best user experience as well, a few prizes there that are a result of a very, very good work creating these experiences. And as you know, nowadays the financial services companies, banks or fintechs, compete with experience. They don't compete with rates or with specific products. It's just the experience as a whole that makes you prefer maybe SoFi than another.
Absolutely. And it's that experience, whether it's with a retailer, as Miguel talks about with Falabella, is a great example of why this concept of open banking, and which Europe is really leading on from a regulatory standpoint and driving the concept of open banking. But the concept is really for any established brand with a sizable number of humans, customers, operating and interacting with their brand and their business, can create embedded finance or embedded products, because every industry and every human interacts with money in some way, shape, or form. And I spent some time at Google. And while working at Google, one thing that is very clear in recognizing an ecosystem business all starts with end human users and how many human users you have operating on the platform. Miguel mentioned 200,000, a couple of million customers at Falabella. At Google, they have 12 businesses with over 1 billion users. Those billion users then interact on their platform in time and interactions, and then are monetized in some way. Open banking is about creating experiences, as Miguel says, and creating products and experiences that can be monetized in any interaction, allowing any brand, whether it's an established retailer, a large financial institution, or any one of you that's looking to start a business, can create a financial services product, platform, and business. Over the last couple of days, Miguel and I have had a chance to meet with some of the biggest banks in Europe. And if we look at just banking for a minute, the established legacy players, how would you describe where they are in their ability to serve the needs and to compete with fintechs? What is it that's building product and experiences in a legacy bank versus a fintech? What's the difference?
Yeah, the difference is tremendous because, of course, the legacy banks and the word legacy comes with weight because they are using technology that is 20 years old, 30 or even 40 in some cases, written in languages we don't even know they exist, right? So that legacy is very, very heavy. So creating new products with those platforms is impossible. Whereas on the other way around, and I'll give you one example, one concrete example of a Spanish startup, fintech, where I'm an investor. That's probably here in the room, David, maybe. Yeah, he's here. How this guy uses open banking.
Okay.
So this is a fintech that, let's say you want to get the iPhone 14, you know it's coming in December, so you just do okay, help me, David, help me save for that iPhone I want. So you go to his platform, it's called Going, and you say, okay, set the objective, I want this iPhone. Okay, I'll help you save. So where do you bank, Derek? And you just put, I bank at BBVA or any other here in Europe. So how much can I take from your account? How much do you make? How much do you save? Okay, you can take 80. So it's going to take you maybe 10 months. So these guys start to pull the money from your account via what? Via open banking standards and saves for you. Once they're there, they go buy the iPhone and it's yours, right? And I love that because it's not only about using the rails being creative, but also generating the right culture on people.
Absolutely. Another example, just to build on that, of open banking from the United States is a company called Greenlight. If any of you have ever heard of the company Greenlight, they wanted to create a solution to educate children, and especially teens, on money. And so they wanted to create a product called a parent-teen account, allowing parents to be able to authorize where their kids are spending and how they're spending, and then to educate them on how to best manage and interact with money. So we created the founders wanted to create this business and solve a problem for teenagers. They didn't want to go get a banking license. So in the United States, we play matchmaker, and in a marketplace, match the founder with those that actually want to provide the license. And then through open banking, we're able to allow that founder to create an entirely new business that solves a problem for a very specific set of customers and has grown to be a very successful business, specifically tailored around parent and teen education and investments and how to manage money. And it's amazing to see how it is helping kids learn just really, really basic budgeting tools. Really exciting to see that. You also mentioned culture. One of the things we saw, we've got a lot of founders and entrepreneurs out here that hope to be sitting in the seat you're sitting in. They will someday. Your inspiration to so many in having built a business over 20 years, achieved unicorn status, successful exit, now scaling a business globally. What advice do you have to them on how to build culture? In the evolutions we've talked about of your business over the 20 years, what advice would you give to these founders and entrepreneurs on how to build culture in a company?
Yeah, well, many people say that culture beats everything else, right, in a company, and I think it's true because, you cannot do things by yourself. You just can't. There's no, we're 1,200 people right now. And from the very beginning, I think you need to create a culture. You need to propel a culture where everybody, feels part of what we are doing, of what you are doing, what you want to do. Because the power of doing what you want, what you like, and forming teams that they are all in this type of synchrony is immense compared to other companies that are competing against you that might not do it and not create that type of culture. So I think belonging to the purpose of the company is really key. That is the strongest idea I can share.
I would fully echo that. Purpose-driven companies is incredibly powerful. I would also suggest a theme that carries across whether it's established legacy organizations or entrepreneurs. Nothing builds culture like building, creating, and shipping new products and experiences. And many legacy organizations, we met with one legacy organization that's a very well-run organization just yesterday, and they say that while they have a good digital reputation, they can ship product 3 times a year. In open banking and platforms like Technisys and Galileo, we changed that from being able to ship product 3 times a year to 3 times a day. And it's all possible. Unfortunately, we're out of time. It is great to be back in Madrid. It's great to be back here at South Summit. Thank you, Maria Benjumea and the team that put this on. It's lovely to be here with you, and we wish all of you success in achieving unicorn status and look forward to seeing all of you sitting in this chair up here someday, either acquiring a unicorn or as a unicorn. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got more unicorns for you guys. Now we're going to talk about the rocket science of scale-ups. Now, getting to be a unicorn is not easy, as you can imagine. And there's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad, and there's a lot of ugly. I always tell my students, you got to start with the ugly usually. But that's life. And then the good starts to come around, but then it gets ugly again. And so what a better opportunity than to hear it directly from 2 founders of unicorns. We've got Juan de Antonio, the CEO of Cabify. I don't need to tell you more about Cabify because I think everybody knows who that is. A true unicorn. But we also have with us Sergio Furio. Sergio Furio is the CEO and founder of Creditas. They do asset-backed lending in Brazil, out of Sao Paulo. This company is valued at over $4 billion. One of the biggest fintechs in Latin America. So join me in welcoming to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, Juan de Antonio and Sergio Furio.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Hello, good to be here. You want some water?
I'm gonna get some water. So glad to be here, guys, sharing the stage with my all-time friend, Juan Antonio. So why don't we kick it off? Tell us about Cabify. What do you do?
Sure. It's a bit unexpected for us to interview each other, but we'll give it a try. No? So, we are going to do it in English also, which is even more strange for us. But please bear with us. Cabify is we are a multi-mobility company. We started in Spain over 10 years ago, and we have operations in Spain and Latin America. And this feels like home. After 10 years, it's great to be back here. Tell us a little bit about Creditas, because it's not a brand name in Spain, but in Brazil and now Mexico, it's huge. And it's an overnight success for sure, right? No, you haven't worked on it at all.
There's no such a thing as overnight success. So we actually met together working in the same company, right? So like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. So 10 years ago, I decided to become an entrepreneur. And founded Creditas. At that point, it was like a different name, different business model. But today, it's one of the largest fintechs in LATAM, focused in Brazil. 98% of our revenues come from Brazil, 2% from Mexico. We focused in a relatively niche play, which is lending money against the properties of Brazilians and Mexicans to reduce the rates that they pay. All that in a digital experience inside of an app. And very passionate about what we are doing. I think that besides Creditas, I co-founded a fund in fintech that operates in Spain and in Brazil as well. The name is Actius, together with the guys from Antbank. And yeah, that's a bit of what we do.
And that's, I mean, something we want to speak about today is, I mentioned it at the beginning, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Typically, when we talk about the startups, the scale-ups, it's all about how big things are, how great success is, and maybe not everybody gets the inside scoop on how challenging the path is, and well, all the struggle, no? That we go through. No? So maybe on top of talking about our companies, we can talk about why we got started on these businesses, because that is the base or the cornerstone that allows us to continue enjoying the struggle, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so let me start with that if you want, and then you get your turn. So I was 34 when I founded Creatas, and you know, I was moving from one job to another, having like successful careers. And I think it's like the easy life of being a corporate person. You get like your promotions, you get your paycheck, you buy nice shoes. At that point, we were in ties in all those things. And I guess that you reach to a point in which you're looking for challenges and you're looking to prove yourself something. And I think that's what exactly motivated me at that point. I mean, the challenge of the unknown, of trying to do something by yourself. Every time that you sell inside of a corporation, you have your brand name is the most important thing. It's not you. And I always have like that feeling that the results that I was achieving was not because of me. It was because of the company, the environment, you know, everyone that was related. I thought at that point, hey, I want to give a try to this. I want to do something that I feel passionate about. And it was less about, you know, what's the purpose of the company. Obviously, you want to have a company with a very nice purpose, something that you believe in. You need to have that. Otherwise, you know, it's so easy to just say, I'm done. I'm done with this thing. So you really need to find something that you feel like the purpose is great, but also the internal motivation of the entrepreneur. I think, you know, this idea that you think that you're going to die next day, but you still wake up and you work like crazy. You want to prove to yourself that you can make that happen. That was a bit of like the feeling that I had. What about you?
No, it's important. I mean, we assume that most of the audience here are either entrepreneurs or want to be entrepreneurs, or we want to be helpful here. We are both very involved with a non-profit and a foundation called Endeavor that tries to support scale-ups to achieve even bigger scale. No? And again, on how to achieve that. No? So in my case, I guess I also wanted to do something that was relevant to me. I love trees, I loved mountains, nature, and living in big cities. I didn't like asphalt or cars trying to kick me out of the space I was riding with my bike, and always a car pushing. So I kind of wanted to cities that were more livable. No? And I used to work in the electric vehicle industry. This was back in 2010. It was challenging to convince everyone to replace combustion engine with an electric vehicle. The idea behind Cabify was to share vehicles, and by sharing vehicles, making cities better places to live. No? And that's something that justified all of the, I mean, trying to pursue that goal allowed us to go through all the downs and enjoy some of the ups, which have been many along the way. No? You have to, we both work extremely hard, and that never stops. Think of difficult for many people from health and from many other angles, from the health perspective, many other angles. We had to rebuild our business over the last 2 years. No? So the game never ends. You are sometimes trapped in the same level of the video game. Sometimes you go to the next level, but you only want to continue playing if you are enjoying the game, and if you are playing it for something relevant. No? Because I think this is key to survive all of the struggles that we go through. Right?
Let's talk, Juan Antonio, I'm going to ask you a question about the early days. Let's start there, and then we talk about like later, the meat, and where we are now. So tell us about the beginning of Cabify. I mean, what were the struggles? Was like an easy path? Did you go and talk to a bunch of investors and everyone wanted to pour money into Cabify? How was the early days?
The ecosystem in 2011 was very different to what it is now. In 2011, it was extremely challenging to raise capital in Spain. And so most of the seed capital for us came from other countries, mainly from the US. Fortunately, that has changed completely. And now in Spain, we have many seed funds, Series A funds. And actually, I mean, that's great, but also the type of people that are in the investing community in Spain are great compared to maybe to more transactional markets like the US. Let me explain this. In the US, in general, the Anglo-Saxon mentality is more transactional, no? And Europeans are more, or Latins, we are more relational. So that helps when you're dealing with an investor, in Spain, you're dealing with a person. He might want to negotiate the valuation more than a US investor.
Do they want to?
Sometimes they do. I don't know why, because it's really something totally irrelevant, and we can talk about it. But they do. And investors in Spain used to have a reputation for being very valuation focused, and that's not the point. The point is, once you've closed the deal with that investor, will he or she support you along the way? And here, my huge recognition to the Spanish investor community. No? So it was very difficult back then. It's still challenging to raise capital here beyond Series A, but there are good opportunities. No? So back then, it was, hey, we need money to create the company. From 2011 to 2015, we probably almost ran out of money 5 times. We made it. There is a lot of work involved, some luck. Yeah, I mean, that's been a continuous. I wanted to ask you not only about the early days, but also, I mean, we talk a lot about valuation. Your company in the last round almost reached a valuation of $5 billion, which is huge. I don't think any of the current cohorts of startups in Spain has reached that valuation. How that affects the company? Is that a goal you pursue? Is that something as an anecdote? Yeah. And I ask because it seems like you have to reach a certain valuation to be successful. Being so successful, how do you define success and valuation? No?
So first, in the early days, to address the first part of the question, extremely challenging. I think a similar story than yourself. The ecosystem in Sao Paulo was a nightmare. There were like very few funds operating there. I remember like pitching the idea to 100 funds. That they were not funds. They were like groups of angel investors. Everyone was like giving me like a no for an answer. And I think it's important that we talk about this because people think that Cabify, Creditas, these unicorns that they go and knock the door and then they get like plenty of money. It's not like that. Every single round that we have done has been a nightmare. We have never had like 5 competing term sheets, preemptive rounds. It hasn't happened to us.
You had more than one. That's quite an achievement.
Having more than one is already like something very strange, very weird. You always need to find just one guy that writes you a check. But anyways, so I spent like the first year and a half with my own money. It was the last bonus from the company that we were working together. So I spent it over like very carefully over 18 months, every single penny, going to the ATM, using my credit card to get money because I didn't have, very humble view. We never had like a target of valuation. You don't do, as we were saying before, we don't do this because we want to create equity value to investors. That's the reality. We don't do that. That's a result of something that we feel passionate about and the team that you want to build. I mean, obviously, the internal teams, they end up like looking at your valuation because it's a reflex of, are you doing it well, aren't you? But Cabify, for example, the last round that you guys did was 4 years ago. That is amazing because that means that Cabify now pays for itself. And that's one of the most wonderful moments that an entrepreneur can find. So I think the first thought there is forget about the valuation, don't care about that, care about what you're building. Care about building like a business that you feel proud about and that your team don't look at that much, and they focus on working every single day. I think that the equity component of compensation in startups has recently raised, and that's great. Everyone is understanding equity much more than in the early days. I remember pitching on, I'm going to pay you in equity. The guy was saying, yeah, that's not going to happen, thank you. But these days it's quite acceptable And I think that's, you get like this feeling that, that everyone is on board and everyone is working in the same, with the same dynamics. Juan, tell us about you guys when started opening new markets. So you are present now in, I don't know how many markets, but that creates like a lot of complexities in it. So how has been the experience on that?
Yes, it's complex. I mean, what we try to provide, its company, not only Cabify, is a solution that is meaningful to the people in the markets where we operate, right? And every country is different, so you need to adapt what you build to the different countries. What works in one market not necessarily works in another. So back in 2012, when we opened Mexico, Peru, and Chile, that meant that I had to go there and I had to spend time there. I actually moved to Mexico a couple of years later in 2014 because it was unfeasible to travel back and forth over the Atlantic every week. No? So there is a lot of involvement in opening new markets.
You personally, as a founder, being involved in that market?
I would say so. If you want to find product market fit, you need to be able to steer the company, and in early stages, that means that you have to be there to feel the pain. No? Of course, that's not scalable, and you need your team to be able to have that same ability. No? So I would say that they typically talk that you have to find total product market fit, or they recommend you have to find product market fit and have a playbook in the market before you expand to another one. I would argue differently. I would argue that you need to have an organization that is capable of and mature enough to adapt and to tune the product to other markets before you expand. And it's very difficult to find the right balance between the number of markets where you deploy your business and the depth of market penetration in those markets. You are currently expanding, so you probably are experiencing this, right?
Yeah, so well, first I've always been very negative about international expansion for fintech companies. And the reason is because it's a regulated industry. You almost start shop from zero in every country that you go. Probably different than in mobility. That obviously you also need to deal with regulators in different places. But I don't know, like in my case, we really had a hard time in taking the decision of moving into Mexico. So, Brazil is already like a huge country, 220 million people. Why would you go to another one and start from zero? And Mexico is also obviously like a very large country. The discussions that we are having and the reason why we took that decision and other decisions that we can talk about is you need to have a team that actually can manage at the same time the escalation of an organization that have already found product market fit and at the same time innovate with things that we don't know. So this concept that we call ambidextrous organizations, right? So your ability to having people that actually can operate extremely well with Swiss watch precision, like every single day optimizing the metric, and at the same time another group that is doing like a complete moonshot. And we do a bunch of moonshots. One of them was last year. I mean, you were mentioning before about electric mobility. We have come to the realization that lending is not about lending only. It's about providing a full solution to the customer. And obviously, since we do asset-based lending, one of those assets were motorcycles. So we had like these players doing a combustion engine, obviously, and we're saying, why is it that nobody's doing electric? And that's pretty obvious. I mean, the combustion engine companies, they don't want to launch electric mobility. So we decided to invest in a company. This company, was at that point like a small startup. 40 employees. They were designing an electric motorcycle for Latin America. In 1 year, after making that investment, we own today roughly 50% of the company. They have become the third largest manufacturer of motorcycles in Brazil. This ability of operating your business very well and at the same time trying to innovate, sometimes it's going to be inside with a team that is innovating, sometimes it's with an investment that you're making. We feel that it's extremely important. It keeps your mind very open, it reinvents yourself, it creates the dynamic inside of the team that you really need to continue pushing yourself and finding new opportunities. We're getting close to the finish time, so why don't we move into recommendations? What would you recommend to this audience, people that actually want to be the next Juan de Antonio, in this room. So what are your learnings on this process, the two things that you believe are very important?
I mean, number one recommendation, do what you like. That's the success. You will find success in doing something meaningful to you. And number two, being this so difficult and being faced with a world inside your company and outside your company that expects you to lead and to show strength, you probably will tend to not pay attention to your weaknesses, and that can generate anxiety within you. It is common among entrepreneurs to have to fight that struggle between what it is expected from you and who you are. You are not your company, you are a person. You should find ways to be balanced, and that's the only way you're going to have enough energy to go through the ups and downs. Don't think you need to be perfect, and find the ways to balance yourself, because otherwise it's going to be it's going to take a toll on you personally, and it happens to many entrepreneurs. It's something that is not that spoken, because we tend to be showcased as
looks like everything is amazing,
heroes and so on, and nothing to do with that.
So from my side, I would say, resilience is the name of the game. Do something that you love, and never do it because of the money, because the chances are it's not going to be. That's the highest chance. If you want to make money, go and work from someone, because that's going to be better chances. So do it because of you love it, and be extremely resilient. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we have a big panel next, and we have a big topic. This is about the future of gaming. Not gambling, not Las Vegas or anything like that, but video gaming. Yes, Madrid is betting very strong for gaming, video gaming. And we have an amazing group of panelists here that are going to speak to us about what we can expect over the next few years. And so our moderator today is Ricardo Sierra, who is a journalist and a news anchor. Welcome, Ricardo. Come on in. Ricardo will be moderating a group made up of Irene Gomez, who's head of open innovation at Telefónica, Begoña Villasís, who is the vice mayor of Madrid.
She's coming next.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
And Alberto Granados, president of Microsoft Spain, and Fernando Piqué, who is part of the Ayuntamiento, the cluster on gaming.
Yes, and Irene is coming.
Irene Gomez, yes, Open Innovation, that's
Okay.
right. Okay, I'm going to leave the word now to Ricardo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for being here with us. In this great opportunity, we have to show you this amazing project, because you're going to see an amazing project where the City Council of Madrid and a cluster of creative and video game companies are involved. As he said, my name is Ricardo Sierra. I am a sports TV commentator, and during my career, for more than 25 years, I have been working in traditional sports. You see, golf, basketball, tennis, and of course, football. But in the last years, we and my company also have been focused on the esports. And the reason of this is that we know the importance of this industry, and not only the esports, but also the video games. Because the last year, here in Spain, the billing of this industry has increased about 20% in relation to 2 years ago. And another very interesting detail is that in 2021, the revenue of the esports company in our country had reached 34 million euros. And also, the local video game companies have created more than 8,000 jobs here in Spain. So for this and many more reasons, we want to keep focus on this area. But I'm not here to talk about these numbers. I'm not here to talk to you about my experience. I'm not here to talk to you about my personal feelings. I'm here to introduce you an amazing project. And not only the project, but also the people that is working so hard to make it possible.
Madrid is one of the most powerful cities in the world. A city that breathes life, energy, and dynamism. A city to live and work in. And what's more, it is the central economic region of Spain, a strategic communication center, and a privileged destination which receives millions of visitors every year. Madrid writes its future with innovation entwined with an important artistic and creative community, with the technology industry to create new opportunities. And Madrid begins the game to convert itself into the video game capital, offering infrastructure and institutional support to launch gaming technologies and, above all, the talent. Madrid gets in the game. The Madrid City Council has pushed the creation of a cluster of video games to empower the development of the gaming industry sector, which is growing, generating wealth and quality employment. The cluster is an authentic ecosystem that brings together more than 60 companies, which includes all sectors of the industry, from the development and the creation to the equipment, from the esports and the platforms, through to the distribution, the legal area and the events. Amongst the associates, we find top-level digital technology companies, authentic referrals in the world market. What's more, through the cluster, the industry can access the talent and human potential that graduates from the centers in Madrid every year. Madrid homes more than 60% of the country's higher education for video games. In Madrid, we are starting a new game. For this, the City Council has come up with an ambitious investment plan and the creation of a video game campus to spread the gaming industry. 3 pavilions, more than 3,000 square meters, they will host the incubator and the accelerator for study and development. Also, it will have a high-performance e-sports center for gamers and a pavilion. The Madrid Arena to hold large e-sports tournaments and events. Madrid begins its game. The cluster of video games is one of the major digital ecosystems in Europe today that will transform Madrid into the capital of gaming. Madrid, gamification capital.
Interesting, nice, amazing. So, now is the time to introduce you to this stage, Miss Begoña Villacís, the Vice Mayor of the Madrid City Council. Hello, Begoña. Come here, take a seat.
Nice
We're going to take a seat. Nice to meet you again, Begoña. This place, I think, is for me, because I have to talk with the other brats. You are the first and the more important. How are you, Begoña?
I'm fine, thanks. How about you?
The first.
How are you feeling in Madrid? Do you like Madrid?
Yes, a lot, a lot. You have to clap more, please.
I know. Hi, please.
The first question is clear for you, because what objectives does Madrid City Council pursue with this amazing project?
Well, it is a really amazing project that is going to be in the most amazing city right now.
Yes.
So this to all of you that are visiting Madrid for the very first time, please, enjoy the Nave, and we have so many things to offer, as you can see in South Summit every year.
It's an amazing place, the Nave.
But please come out of the Nave as well. Go to Madrid and go to visit, because as I always say, you need to taste Madrid, because if you taste it, you'll probably stay. And one of the things we want to do with this project is to retain talent.
Yes.
Right now, Madrid is actually, we do have very good universities and centers, and we're training very, very high profiles. And we just don't want them to go away. I want them to stay in the city, to create value. Second thing I want to do is attract talent. So that's why the very first thing I was telling this to stay in my city, because this is the most unbelievable city. It's one of the highest quality of life city in the world. So we want to retain talent, attract talent. We want to bet for a sector that we consider that is an absolute priority. We consider that gaming is not what it was supposed to be. Maybe like 5 years ago, people, when they were thinking about gaming, they were thinking about people just gaming in their houses, and thinking about all the bad things related to gaming, but gaming is not that. Gaming is art, it's culture, it's imagination, it's creation, and we want to the weight of the sector is improving. Every year, 24% of the corporations related to gaming are here in Madrid right now. The sector is creating 9,000 direct jobs and around 23,000 indirect jobs. So it's actually, I think it's strategic for Madrid. That's why we're betting for it.
Thank you, Begoña. I have more questions for you, but later, because now is the moment to introduce all of you to Alberto Granados, Country General Manager and President of Microsoft Spain. Hello, Alberto.
Hi, nice to be there.
I'm going to put it this way, because I have to see you. Alberto, Microsoft has made one of the largest purchases of video game development studios with Activision Blizzard acquisition for nearly $70,000 million. Oh, what is this purchase intend to achieve, and what effects can it have for the sector here in Madrid?
First, the gaming industry for us is obviously something extremely interesting from the perspective of relevance. We are talking about 3,000 million people around the planet. It's the biggest industry. It's more than the cinema and music together. So you have an incredible relevance in terms of capillarity. The second thing is the level of synergies that we're going to have with Activision Blizzard with the metaverse is very obvious. So most of the technology that we are developing right now in industrial metaverse are in fact based on gaming. The intention since the beginning has been to democratize the access to the technology. So most of the indies, small companies that want to develop gaming will have the same access to the AAA developers that take 3 years to develop Candy Crush or whatever other gaming, Call of Duty or many of the popular ones. So we are actually it's a technology massive synergy to enable every developer in Madrid to be sure that they have access to the most sophisticated technology on artificial intelligence, on scalability, on cybersecurity. I was listening to Begoña, and I fully agree on the fact that gaming is a social activity, something that opens the doors. It's also a cultural activity. So obviously we have some of the aspects in terms of ethical behavior that we want to deploy as well in the gaming industry and also in the metaverse. One of the things that we announced just as curiosity is social distance. So somebody, a teenager or anybody can decide that when you are interacting in a gaming or in a game or in a metaverse, you want to have social distance, so nobody that doesn't know you will approach you. So that's just some of the aspects that we want to keep in mind. Also, we think that gaming needs to be inclusive. So it's not only about gender, it's not only about ethnic, it's also the fact that...
or age.
Or age, exactly. It's also the fact that people with disabilities and accessibility is one of the aspects that we want to push more. We're talking about 400 million players around the planet that need accessibility features. So we announced already the Xbox game controller for accessibility. We recently re-announced some of the firmware features like labeling or change the size of the letter, or many other aspects, but this is one of the aspects that we want to continue pushing. ASL in many of the channels of Xbox is another example, so we are trying to be as inclusive as possible and find new synergies. I mean, when you think on grandparents and how they can play with the family, when you think on the social interaction that you can create, but also the ramification on industry. Thinking on Madrid, imagine, for example, for tourism, how the injection of tourism content into gaming can open new doors and can create very immersive experience.
That's actually one of our projects.
Yes, exactly. So, all in all, very excited with the opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alberto, because you have introduced a very interesting theme like the metaverse, and we are talking about this theme with next speaker, Irene Gómez Luque, Open Innovation Director at Telefónica. Hello, Irene.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, fine.
Have experience in this stage today.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. A short time ago, Telefonica has created a department to encompass all the initiatives developed by the Telefonica Group around the metaverse. Okay.
Yeah.
But what does Telefonica expect from the metaverse, and what will it mean for the video game industry and for Madrid's commitment in this field?
Okay. So metaverse seems to be the next big tech thing, big tech phenomenon, because I think it's gonna change the way we gamers in this case are gonna experience how they play. Imagine they were used to play in a flat screen, and now they are gonna experience an experience more lifelike experience. They are gonna be immersed in a new way of doing things. In my opinion, I think there's gonna be a turning point before and after the metaverse in gaming. Because as I say, they were more used to play into a multiplayer game, but now with metaverse, they have in front of them the possibility to have the next level of gaming. Yes. So they're going to have the avatar, so they're going to have their identity in this virtual world that identifies who they are. They're going to be able to let their social colleagues to incorporate into this new space and to share the gaming space, to share these experiences. And new business models are arising. I'm sure you're aware about the play to earn. So players are paid to play. So I think we're going to see new business models on top of this space. And of course, the use of these technologies of virtual reality and immersed reality, they're going to experience the space in a different way. What is, for me, more interesting is the possibility to interconnect those spaces, those metaverse.
I agree.
The way we see metaverse at Telefonica is a way in which we want people to experience this new space with autonomy, with free of risk, and with security, and being able to use the technological capabilities we can offer as a telco. So we have in front of us big challenges around identity, around security, around privacy, in which we believe we can play a big role as Telefonica.
Thank you, Irene. About the next level you are talking about, we are talking with the next guest. That is Fernando Piquer, CEO at Movistar Riders and President of the cluster.
Hello.
Hello, Fernando.
Hello.
How many companies, what type of companies, and what does the cluster mean for the video game industry?
The cluster is an initiative created and promoted by some companies and Ayuntamiento de Madrid or Madrid City Council. And currently we are around 65 companies of different industrial environments, gaming production, esports, content, digital content, and legal. And we created this initiative a year ago, looking for identify, define, and promote new projects together and try to create a strong base here in Madrid of the gaming industry and try to make this city a strong city around the industry, the gaming industry in the world. So we are now working on identifying that projects. At the same time, we are defining some public projects like the Video Games Week. We are working to create a different set of projects to make the city the main place in the world with this week with projects like Guild Gaming Festival, like Gaming Parade. So there will be a lot of things, and we are working on defining these projects.
And you have been working just 1 year ago. This project started just 1 year ago, so you have been working so hard. I have one more question for you, Begoña, because before you were talking about the goals of the Madrid city in this project. Now I ask you, what tools has the City Council put in place to achieve that objectives?
Well, we have a primary tool. Her name is María Jesús Villamediana. She's sitting right there. And Fernando, is she or is she not?
Very, very hard working. Yes.
She's a public worker, but she is very crazy. And she's the kind of person that you find is like, when everybody tells you this is not possible, this never been done by the administration, there's no way you can do it, and she's like, yes, you can. And so she called me and she knows how I am. So we both just went and decided that we're going to do this. And at the very beginning, when we started knocking everybody's door, people were very skeptical because they didn't picture an Spanish administration actually doing and promoting something like this. And we have we have so many women in my team that work. María Ángeles Castillo is another one of them. We have Angelina right here. But we just decided that we need to go for it, and we started knocking everybody's door. And everybody at the beginning, they didn't believe in it. Okay, it was very tough at the very beginning. So with Fernando, we created first the cluster, which has been the strategy. It was key totally to go on with the project. And right now we have 65 corporations, after that. So let me explain you how this is going to be. This is, do you know Casa de Campo is a forest that is kind of like a metropolitan forest that is in the middle of Madrid, which is a beautiful place. You do not imagine the campus, the gaming campus in this place, but it's beautiful. It is a campus, it's a real campus. So we have these 3 historic buildings. They're beautiful. We just put them as they're supposed to look right now. And we're going to have one place for corporations, entrepreneurs, people that are actually starting, that need to know, all the things that they just don't know because they need partners. We're going to just align teaching, academic, with corporations, with entrepreneurs, with gaming, with creators. We just want everybody to know each other because right now in Madrid, we do have corporations, we do have investors, we do have gamers, we do have players. Right now, we do have marketing experts. We do have people that know about taxes, but they just need to be together. And when you put things together and they start seeing each other and you create that energy and that synergy as well, things just grow, as happened with us with the Campus de Videojuegos, which is going to be a history of success, where this is very close. Let me tell you, this is very close to be open. You are all invited. And Madrid is going to be on the map of the gaming. We're going to have a place in the map of the gaming.
Thank you, Begoña. And now we are going to see this issue from another point of view, because at an educational level, Alberto, Microsoft has chosen the video game to be a tool to transfer knowledge to the youngest, okay? And can you tell us how to see the education of the future and what applicability will gaming have here in Madrid?
Two areas. One is obviously in higher university, most of the technical people graduate will be professionals that can develop in the gaming industry in Madrid. So we're thinking on how to support the training of those people so they can support an industry not only on gaming but metaverse as well, that will have strong demand of professionals that can develop on the cloud. And the other is an aspect like Minecraft, where Minecraft for Education has been for a long time, since 2016, a platform to train young people in different aspects. We are incorporating aspects where the teacher can have a board, you can control what is going on, you can stimulate with different contests, with different ideas, with different content. STEM, which is an area where we are suffering a lot and we want to put a lot of emphasis. There is actually right now a robot that you can put to develop inside Minecraft. And then it's up to the imagination. I mean, so recently in October we did the Back to School with Ayuntamiento de Madrid to make with almost with 100 students, with 77 centers, how they can, or schools, how they can imagine how this place can be and how they can create something out of the box. We have done also very nice things around sustainability with Siemens Gamesa recently, where the intention was to create like the planet savior. So how the young people can simulate different sustainable environments and can create a new world sustainable. Or recently also we announced with the Nobel Prize organization the active citizen, where actually they can, in different contexts, create different environments as well. We are also working with patrimonio of different monuments around Spain. Also, we are planning to do something around Madrid. So, in a nutshell, I think Minecraft can be the tool to train while you play, which is the main aspect that, and also the creativity of the teacher is up to him, you know. So we are opening completely the environment so they can create as much content as they want, you know.
Yes, I know what you're talking about because my son is 13 years old and he's always playing Microsoft Minecraft, and says, I'm building, I'm studying, Daddy. So.
And the Minecraft generation is getting older. So.
Yes.
That is true, actually.
There's one about Metaverse, Irene. For the Metaverse to prosper, it will have to take place on telecommunication infrastructures adapted to it. So I have a double question. It's the same way to ask, how is the infrastructure in our country in general, and are the networks ready?
Okay. I think we all agree that network is essential to make this happen. And of course, we have a challenge. We need to, for Metaverse to work, and I will extend to gaming, the new gaming in the Metaverse to work, we'll need more communications capabilities. The good news, and I think we have good news, is that we live in a country in which we have a super good network. In fact, around fiber and 5G, and specifically in Madrid, because we are talking about the gaming hub, we have more than the average in Spain, 96.4% of coverage in fiber, and more than that in 5G. So I think we have the infrastructure. The key challenge here is to continue deploying network technology, not because we need more capacity, but because we need to use the network in a more efficiently way, and on top of that, in a more personalized way. Let me give you an example. Imagine you live in a street in which some of your neighbors are using they need low latency and high bandwidth because they are gamers. But others, they read their emails and use the network in another way. What we need to achieve is, by using the same network, to define a way in which I can use in a more efficient way, depending on the application, depending on the use case. So I think that's the key thing to achieve. And to make this happen, in Telefónica, we are working on different projects. Maybe you know about 5G standalone, so to have ultra low latency and ultra bandwidth for the users. Network slicing, that means just like putting the network into slices, and depending on the application, you just and the quality of services you need, you serve to the users. And something that is also important is this decentralization to the edge. That means that you move the computation of the network next to the user. And something for me that it's going to be key is the appification of the access, the appification of the capabilities of the network.
Thank you, Irene. And last but not least, you have time enough. Don't worry about Fernando. As Rider CEO, what do you bring to the content industry, like esports, and what else?
Yeah, my main role is I am founder and chairman of Movistar Riders. It's an esports club. And I've been on the esports industry from the last 7 years. And for me, it's very interesting how the industry.
You lost.
Sorry? Hello?
Yes? Fernando? The microphone for Fernando isn't working. Please.
Hello?
Try again.
You want mine?
Want mine?
I'll give you.
You can change it.
It's not to see. Begoña is going to be the first.
Uno de mano.
You know. Hand.
Uno de mano.
Microphone is better for Fernando.
Thank you, Begoña.
You are the faster.
Yeah, for me, it's very interesting how the gaming industry, from time to time, happens little revolutions inside the industry. And the last years, for me, the gaming industry made a very interesting revolution. It's how people create content through video games.
Yep.
It's not only play video games, and how people create content through the product. No? And for me, this is a very strong point in the gaming history, because it's not impact only on the gaming industry, but also on the audiovisual content industry. How the people is creating his own content of digital platforms like Twitch, how the competitive gaming is not only people playing video games, but people watching others playing video games. So I think this is creating a branch inside the gaming industry, and creating a little, for now, a little industry. There is the called esports and competitive gaming and content creation, and how there is creating a lot of impact on new positions. For me, it's a good place for young people having new employments, and it's a good example of how young people has been studying for positions, for new positions they never
opportunity, but they never know
before.
Yes.
So I think there is a good point here, and how Madrid, for me, we are several sports club working in Madrid, and I think it's a good opportunity for a city like Madrid to be the capital of esports, and I think there is a good opportunity to create content for all the world. So I'm here. I'm working here for 7 years. I think it's the future of the gaming.
Thank you, Fernando. We have no more time, so thanks so much, Begoña. Thanks, Alberto. Thanks, Irene. And thanks, Fernando. And thanks, all of you, for coming here, for staying with us in this stage, and also the people that is seeing us at home or everywhere they are. So, you know, everybody, you know, Madrid is the future of gaming. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, you saw it here, you heard it here, the future of gaming. Looks like Madrid is going to become a big player. All right, our next segment is truly unique. It's about entrepreneurship as the great equalizer. So, do you think entrepreneurship can actually help people that don't have work? The bottom of the pyramid. Is entrepreneurship a cure for employment? Well, we're going to hear it from people that really know. Our next segment, we have a fireside chat between Eduardo Lorea. He is one of the drivers of South Summit Brazil. You know, we had South Summit in Brazil a few months ago. And did you know that over 20,000 people took part in South Summit Brazil? Yes, in Brazil it's always bigger and better, as the Brazilians like to say. So, Eduardo Lorea, founder and CEO of Numeric, which is a consulting firm for ESGs in Spain and Brazil, is going to have a fireside chat and do a little bit of translation with the real deal. You know, you've heard me say this several times the last few days. We are about the real deal here. These are the people that really live it and they walk the talk. Well, this guy walks the talk. His name is Celso Altaida. He is the CEO of Favela Holdings. And his claim to fame, apart from having 15 companies and having come from the favelas and helping the favelas in entrepreneurship, is that he got the #1 award for social entrepreneurship at Davos this year. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Celso Alteida and Eduardo Lorea.
Olá, Celso.
Olá. Boa tarde.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here and having by my side Celso Alteida. So for the ones who doesn't know him, so Celso is the founder of Central Única das Favelas, CUFA, maybe some of you know as CUFA, and the Chief Executive Officer of Favela Holding. It's one of the best known social entrepreneurs in Brazil. So Alteida founded the nation's largest social enterprise focused on the favela communities, using music and sports to transform their lives. Celso, I got this description from something that happened 1 month ago. You were in Davos, right? So you were in Davos at the World Economic Forum, receiving a prize, an award. It was the Social Innovator of the Year prize. So Celso, first, congratulations, and second, why do you think that you received this recognition? So, Celso, por que esse reconhecimento como empreendedor social do ano foi trazido?
Na verdade, a gente tem feito um trabalho no Brasil ao longo desses anos, né? A realidade das favelas brasileiras, elas são diferentes das favelas do mundo inteiro. E, obviamente, quando a gente olha para a realidade de países como esse desenvolvido, também é muito diferente quando a gente pensa na base da pirâmide do Brasil, e o trabalho que a gente tem feito nas 5.000 favelas faz com que a gente pense, na verdade, não somente no desenvolvimento social, mas também no poderio econômico que aquelas pessoas podem ter.
Yeah, so Celso has this unique approach to favelas. He works with 5,000 favelas in Brazil, considering their unique characteristics and working at the basis of the pyramid to provide services, and considering the favelas as a consumer market, as something that has potential more than struggles. So Celso, tell us a little bit about your history. I know that you lived on the streets, you were homeless, you lived in a favela. Então, Celso, nos conta um pouquinho sobre a tua trajetória, sobre como é que tu chegou nesse lugar, virou um empreendedor depois de viver na favela, de morar na rua.
Na verdade, a trajetória foi justamente essa. Meus pais se separaram, eu tinha 6 anos de idade, eu fui morar na rua dos 6 aos 12, dos 12 aos 14, fui morar em abrigo público, e depois eu fui voltar a morar numa favela. A partir dali eu passei a ser camelô, passei a empreender também na rua, passei a ter o empreendedorismo como uma base de desenvolvimento, e passei também a tentar fazer com que o empreendedorismo fosse, na verdade, uma forma, uma manifestação em que as pessoas da onde eu vim, da onde eu me formei, pudessem também, já que a gente sabe que elas têm baixa renda, e a forma que elas têm de se encontrar é empreender para se desenvolver. Então, se o país se desenvolve empreendendo e as favelas não se desenvolvem, a gente só aumenta a distância entre o país que cresceu e a favela que ficou no mesmo lugar. Então é importante que todo mundo se desenvolva e que todo mundo empreenda.
Yeah. You see that it's impossible to translate with my words what Celso just said, but I'm going to try to make the effort of bringing for this European audience some of his experience. So when Celso's parents they split, so Celso went to live on the street, and to live on the street, he then got to a point in which he became a camelô. Camelô is the word in Brazilian for someone that sells informally products on the streets. And this was the seed of entrepreneurship for him. So Celso believes in entrepreneurship as the great equalizer, as we can see here on the screen. So as something that can provide opportunities for the favela, for the citizens of the favela. It's a way of include the citizens of the favela, not in a way in which they receive funds or receive charities, but they can raise themselves as citizens that are economic active and are not dependent on endowments or any kind of funds that come as a dependency, right? So they can be independent on that way. So It's interesting to hear you about the Favela Holding. So you have 24 companies focused on the basis of the pyramid. Can you tell us some concrete examples? Pode nos dar exemplos concretos das suas 24 empresas?
Eu posso falar de 2 cases, por exemplo, como são 24, são 24, a gente pode estar falando aí de 2, por exemplo. A gente tem aí uma empresa de logística, Favela Log, onde a gente faz logística de empresas como Procter & Gamble, como Natura. A gente pode também, e aí a gente pode estar falando também de projetos como Favela Vai Voando, que é um business de passagem aérea, que são 258 agências de viagem hoje, todas elas em favelas. Então, acho que o grande barato nesse negócio é que a gente desenvolve uma ação com os moradores das favelas, levando, na verdade, para elas a oportunidade de viajarem por um preço mais justo, que caiba no bolso delas, mas também que elas possam também empreenderem sendo donas desses empreendimentos. Então, não somente levar um curso, por exemplo, para essas pessoas daquela área de atividade, mas levar para elas um business, um negócio para elas. Então, a gente faz uma interface com a Latam, por exemplo, com a Gol, linhas aéreas e esses negócios. Então, eu posso citar 2, se der mais tempo, podemos até falar com outros negócios, mas o desenvolvimento da base da pirâmide passa por aí, porque a gente entende que o lucro é importante. Normalmente, as ONGs criminalizam o lucro e transformam o lucro em pecado. Num espaço de escassez, a gente precisa ter abundância e precisamos olhar para essa parte também da sociedade e das favelas.
That's great. So Celso brings to us 2 main cases. So from the 24 companies, we're speaking about 2 of them. The first one is a travel agency. Okay, so it's a Favela Vai Voando, so Favela Travels would be the name in English. So Favela Travels work with Latam. Latam is one of the major Brazilian airlines to provide this kind of service adapted to the reality of the favela. So right now, this company has 254 agencies located within favelas in Brazil. Another case is Favela Log, so distribution, logistics in the favela. And that service is provided for companies such as Natura. Natura is one of the major cosmetics companies in the world and in Brazil. Procter & Gamble, so this kind of company are using the services of Favela Holding to reach this demographic in the favelas. What Celso is telling us is that these companies, they allow people from the favelas not only to be included in the consumer market, but also to be partners. So the shareholders of these companies are people from the favelas. So it's a double inclusion at the 2 sides. I'm going to explore the last point that Celso spoke about in his speech. I'm going to ask him to explore it a little bit more. He's making a little critic about relying on resources of the 3rd sector instead of building profitable businesses within the favela. So, Celso, nos fala pouco sobre a sua visão, sobre a questão do lucro versus a dependência, a atuação das ONGs em situações de carência e a defesa que você faz do lucro como motor de independência dentro da favela.
A CUFA existe há mais de 25 anos e a gente sempre se colocou nunca como uma organização social sem fins lucrativos. A gente sempre se disse uma organização social com fins lucrativos e sempre que a gente dizia isso há mais de 20 anos atrás, a gente era taxado meio que como mercenários, como se tivesse que ser diferente. Então, a gente está lançando, inclusive, o 4º setor. A gente, no Brasil, por exemplo, são 17 milhões de pessoas que vivem em favelas, que mobilizam hoje 137 bilhões. Se as favelas brasileiras fossem hoje um estado brasileiro, seria o 5º maior estado em volume de recursos, em número de pessoas. Quando você olha essa economia de 137 bilhões, é maior do que o que consome o Paraguai e Bolívia somados. Por exemplo, portanto, na verdade, a gente está falando de um espaço de muita potência. E quando a gente olha o primeiro setor, que é o Estado, ele não consegue atender a demanda da favela. A favela só existe porque o Estado abandonou aquelas pessoas. Quando você olha para as empresas, elas não olham para a favela, não olham para esse território, exceto como olhar de quem quer vender produto para aquelas pessoas. E mesmo quando você olha para o ESG, não se fala de favela, se fala de diversidade, se fala de alguns temas, mas não sobre aquele território e essas milhares e milhões de consumidores que estão ali. E quando você olha para o terceiro setor, são as ONGs que têm como princípio o não lucro e são que têm como princípio a criminalização do lucro e a transformação do lucro num pecado. O que faz com que as pessoas que são de favelas também tenham isso como uma prática. Elas têm medo do lucro, como se o lucro fosse uma prerrogativa do asfalto. Então, se você tem lá sempre escassez e você não vai ter abundância, obviamente que você só vai reproduzir miséria e exclusão. Então, é preciso que a gente pense isso. Agora, em Davos, eu chamei o Paulo Guedes, chamei mais 2 ministros de 2 países da África e, pensando no quarto setor, não somente reduzindo a esse tipo de discurso, mas, por exemplo, transformar as favelas brasileiras num livre comércio por um tempo. Você tem hoje prefeituras, por exemplo, que elas fazem incentivo para as empresas para levarem os seus negócios para certas cidades, para o desenvolvimento local. Por que não, por exemplo, criar incentivos para empreendedores de favelas que possam exportar seus produtos ou desenvolver os seus territórios por algum tempo específico? Portanto, é para se fazer e se ter lucro, sim, por que não?
Fantastic. So before we are kicked out of the stage, I just want to make the last translation. So Celso defends something that he calls the fourth sector, so in reference to the third sector. He's saying that what he would like that we work as a society is a vision in which we do not rely on resources that are given to the favelas, but that we can build businesses from the favela without demonizing the profit. So he remembers us that the basis of the pyramid, in the case favelas of Brazil, have 17 million people. So that's a very large economy if you compare to other countries. It would be the 5th province in Brazil if it was a province. So it's important to look at the basis of the pyramid as a place for business, a place for profit, and so that we can even develop free trade within the favelas as a way of incentivizing this kind of business. So thank you very much, Celso. It was a pleasure to have you here, and thanks for sharing your thoughts. Muito obrigado, Celso.
Ok, e fica uma mensagem que a gente divide com as favelas globais toda a riqueza que a gente produz, ou vamos continuar dividindo as consequências da miséria que a elite sempre produziu.
Either we share the profit or we share the poverty in favelas across the world. So thank you very much, Celso.
All right, how do you say obrigado, right? Obrigado. Okay, here we go. Now we're going to talk about climate resilience and how water fuels our economy. I've been telling you guys every day that this is the real deal. Well, we have the real deal again here today. The next person I'm going to introduce, she's the head of global head of sustainability at IE University. As you probably know, I run the Venture Lab at IE University, and I got to feel her policies firsthand. First thing they did is they got rid of all the printers. All the printers. I think we have one printer in one campus and another printer in the other campus. The other thing I started to notice is that all the startup ideas that were showing up had a slide on sustainability and impact, social impact. These guys are trying to make money, and they all now had a slide on social impact, making money by having impact. Yes, this is the real deal. Today we have with us Isabel Alcázar, who is the Global Head of Sustainability at IE University, and Gonzalo de la Cámara, who runs the Center on Climate and Water Adaptation at IE. Gonzalo is also an advisor for policymaking for over 40 countries for the UN. Join me in welcoming Isabel and Gonzalo.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I have to say that it's true that we banned printers at a university, and it happens that I brought part of my script printed, so I'm sorry for that. Sometimes you need to make exceptions, no? So today we will be talking about building climate resilience, and how water fuels our economy. So, as we're both part of IE University, and we provide education and knowledge, we want to go through 3 main topics today. What is climate resilience, so that you all go out and you know a little bit more about climate resilience, how climate affects the economy, and also the relationship between water, climate, and the economy, which is not so straightforward for everyone, no? At least it wasn't for me not so long ago. I will start making a statement. We're all being fooled. Climate change is not a future threat. It's a present reality, and we need to have this clear, okay? And start working. So I woke this morning to a very sad news, and this is that there's a fire in the Sierra de, I think, well, it's in the south near Malaga, I forgot the name. And last year, actually, only in the European Union, 350,000 hectares were burned. No, that's very sad. That's happening, and we see that extreme meteorological events are happening with more and more frequently every year. This is tragic. This same week, also, Intermon Oxfam was publishing a report where they said that the economic impact of these disasters has increased 8 times in the last 20 years, no? So here Gonzalo is our expert in water, I would say, and water for climate adaptation. And I would like to start with the term, what is climate resilience? If you can walk us through this concept.
Yeah, well, welcome everyone, and thanks for having us today. Climate resilience is very much about the ability to anticipate, to adapt, and to properly address some of the challenges that, as you rightly said, I mean, we use the future tense just because we have some grammar inertia in this case, but it's really important to understand that climate change is happening these days. There's a very strong storytelling exercise about climate change mitigation. So almost everyone in the world by now should be aware of the fact that we have committed internationally towards 2050 to get engaged in a very intense roadmap to mitigate climate change impacts. And climate change mitigation is very much about the most significant structural challenge we will see in our economy, probably in our lives, which is decarbonizing the economy. And decarbonizing the economy is very much about the energy transition, which is absolutely impossible without an equivalent transition in terms of the mobility of people and commodities.
Can I interrupt 1 second?
Sure.
So, energy transition is necessary because the fossil fuels we burn are increasing the greenhouse gases that are emitted, and this increases global temperatures. Okay?
Exactly. And we have very solid scientific evidence, mostly delivered by the IPCC from the UN, telling us not just that there's climate change, but the most important fact is that this climate change, which is one more climate change in history, this one is more intense, the pace of change is even more intense, and we are responsible for that. We're responsible for the challenge, we're responsible for the solutions as well, and we will come to this. But the poor cousin in all these discussions in the international community is climate change adaptation. What shall we do with something that's actually impacting on us today? And it's not impacting on everyone in the same way. So potentially everyone might be affected, but not everyone will be affected in the same way. So what do we do in terms of adaptation? We need an equivalent roadmap. We need to know what to do. And to commit to adaptation, we need an equivalent transition in terms of water resources management and the reconnection of water with the territory. Mm-hmm. And this is not something that is properly addressed these days in the international community. So it's impossible to build resilience in the absence of a proper addressing of the synergies between mitigation and adaptation. The latest report by the IPCC says there are no mitigation pathways without adaptation pathways. So we need to work out this second part as well.
Yep. So then, to be clear, there are 3 ways to manage these events, the climate issues that are happening today. One is emergency, what Intermon Oxfam was publishing, that's a cost. Then we need to reduce the amount of negative impact we produce, and that's through mitigation. But at the same time, we have to invest in adapting, no? And that also has an impact on the economy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, if we focus specifically on the actual impact of climate change on the economy, it's at at a few levels. One has to do specifically with macroeconomic performance. So for instance, if you look at the countries in the Middle East or the MENA region, North Africa and the Middle East, you actually realize there are estimates by the World Bank saying that those economies may lose 6 points of their GDP as a result of some of the climate change scenarios. 6 points of GDP. This is a huge impact on the economy. But there are other challenges, yeah? Some of them have to do, for instance, with the increased uncertainty that everyone's facing, including financial markets as well. Mm-hmm. And this has to do a lot with the increasing risk for new business models. And this is one of the reasons why a 21st business model today cannot happen in the absence of this idea of shared value. It's not just about creating value for shareholders, it's also about creating value for stakeholders. And this has to do with committing to this societal challenge. Climate change is very much a collective action challenge. It's a generational challenge. Someone said one day, if for a generation of North Americans, the generational challenge was to take the human being to the moon, what is it that we've got today as a generational challenge? And I would actually say, it's not just me, Jeffrey Sachs, the intellectual author of the 2030 Agenda for the UN, of this very famous SDGs, Jeffrey Sachs from Colombia says, today, the generational challenge, our generational challenge, has a lot to do with tackling climate change adaptation, adapting to climate changes. So, if we look at this, let me just give you a couple of examples. Yeah, let me just focus on an emerging country in Latin America, Chile. Yeah, 17 million people in the end of the world, in the corner of the world, a very long country, 4,300 kilometers of coastal line. If you look at the structure of what Chile is exporting to the world as part of their insertion in the global economy, you realize that they're major exporters of copper, salmon, forest products, wine, and groceries. What do all these commodities have in common? They're intensive in water. So unless you properly manage water resources in a country like Chile, it's not that one sector is going to collapse. It's that the whole economy, the whole societal model is going to collapse. And this is actually a major threat for that country after 13 years of a mega drought. So this is just one example. I could mention examples for Spain as well. Yeah, the top 4 economy of the European Union. When you look at the structure of the economy in Spain, you realize, for instance, that before the pandemic in 2019, we received 87 million international visitors. Yeah, top 2 country in the world receiving visitors for a country of slightly more than 45 million people. Yeah, those people mostly are coming between May and September, in summertime. And mostly they concentrate in the Mediterranean coastal line, the Gulf of Cadiz, and the 2 archipelagos in the Canary Islands and the Balearic Islands. These are the places where we have significant structural long-term water stress. So this poses major pressure over aquatic ecosystems in Spain. So you look at GDP and you say, oh, it's 12%, 15% of GDP, yay, great. But then you look at the other side of the story, and it's not that easy, it's not that nice.
I had actually, on the top of my mind, I'm saying this, but I actually thought that 50% of the world's GDP was linked to a natural resource of somehow. So it's even higher, no? And it's funny because when I wanted to bring what Stuart Kirk, who's an asset manager from HSBC, and he was kind of complaining at a conference in FT Moral Money, and he was basically saying that he didn't feel like the climate risks that everyone talks about, no? These extreme meteorological events, he did realize that the trends were that they were increasing and so on, but why was that taking so much of his time doing reporting and taxonomy and so on, when really those events were not reducing the real value of his assets, no? So he was thinking, this is going to happen if Miami's underwater in 100 years. What do I care? Because the value of the assets in where I invest, I mean, I will do a turnover in maybe 10 years at the maximum, no? So there's this issue also with regulation because, of course, we have the European Commission with the Green Deal. We have the SEC in the US now, and there are many other regulatory initiatives worldwide. And this is putting a lot of pressure in many corporations, in asset managers. What do you think? I mean, it's difficult to manage, no? Because I can understand that they are looking for returns immediately.
It'd be quite simplistic to say that this guy is irrational when he says that we're not facing such risk, and why is he wasting so much time thinking about climate change when, in fact, he should be worrying about something else that is affecting the financial value of his assets. So we could actually say, well, he's really, simplistic, or he's really irrational. I don't think he is. He might be slightly cynical. So let me, endorse this view by being even more cynical. Let's just go from the east coast of the US to the west coast of the US and think about California. California is not any place in the world, especially for innovation. But California, if you rank countries by GDP, and we treat California as an independent country, maybe one day it'll be an independent country, but if we treat California as an independent country, you'll realize that it ranks like 4 or 5 as the most important economy in the world. All financial availability in the state, all technological solutions have been applied at different scales in different places in the state. They've got a very sophisticated institutional setup for water management in the state of more than 100 years, legal procedures based on the public trust doctrine, one of the best public university systems in the world. They lead in technology in Silicon Valley. So, you can imagine they've got all the ingredients to be top one in terms of water resources management, but they're not. Yeah? So they forgot about how to properly deal with groundwater resources. In 2015, a major drought, put at risk the most thrilling, the most thriving agricultural sector in the world. So if I endorse this cynical view and I say, why should we worry about this? It's a tertiary economy, it's a financial economy. It shouldn't care about the agricultural sector. Why? Because agriculture in California is 2% of GDP, 3% of employment. So get rid of it. We don't need it. But if you take this view and you ask people now in Florida again, or you go to the Carolinas, or you go to Virginia, or you go to Pennsylvania, or New York City, and you ask those people, what do you think about groceries coming from California? They'll tell you, well, in some cases, they're 50, 60, 100% of all the groceries that we receive. So what I'm trying to say is that if you don't take the proper scope, you might get it wrong. And I think that this guy, when he's saying that, he might be right within the boundaries of his financial appraisal. But if you take a wider look and you look at the wider economic and social assessment, well, excuse me, someone who's not an activist, Luis de Guindos, Deputy President, Vice President of the European Central Bank, made a huge statement after a stress test of all financial institutions in Europe, saying that in terms of climate change, the short-term cost of acting is absolutely negligible as compared with the long-term, medium-term, and short-term cost of inaction. So if you see that the cost of inaction is much higher, there's a rational attitude in acting up today.
Yeah, I fully agree. We were actually together in a panel half an hour ago, listening to Teresa Rivera, and amazing panel, and they were talking about energy transition, because she's the former, no, she's the deputy minister of the energy transition agenda in Spain, and she was talking about how important it is for the mitigation phase to reduce the emissions we produce, that we transition to renewable other sources of energy, no? And Gonzalo, he's policy advisor for more than 80 countries, actually, and for different organizations, UN, EC, and so on. And how is water entering in the equation? Because everyone hears about energy. We kind of have it clear, the relationship, but we are late for water management and water regulation, and now everyone's running this topic into their agendas.
Yeah. Let me put it very simply. Water is to adaptation what energy is to mitigation. As simple as that.
And how are governments putting that in an action?
Significant effort these days in terms of the diversification of water supply sources. So not just looking at surface runoff and groundwater, but also at circular economy, so reclaimed water reuse and desalination of salt water and brackish water. That's one issue. Another one has to do with major investments in water use efficiency. And a third one, which is very significant, is in terms of finding synergies between digitization of the economy and sustainability. So how to use new technologies in order to improve whatever we have to do in terms of the delivery of water policy. So unless we understand that the whole discussion about water is not for the water community, but it's for the food community, for the energy community, for those working on urban design, unless we talk with other communities, nothing significant will happen in terms of water policy.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I hope you all learned something. I always learn when I'm with Gonzalo, so thanks for attending.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Yeah, so as I told you, we don't have printers now at IE University. And every presentation has the impact. And I forgot to tell you, we don't have business cards anymore because they're printed on paper. So this next segment is part of the Game Changer series, Disrupting Global Industries, made from Madrid. Sometimes you're particularly proud of introducing a guest. I'm particularly proud because this was a student at IE University. He went through the entrepreneurship programs, Startup Lab, Venture Lab, and he made it to the top. Yes. And who we're going to have interviewing him just to tell his story is Julia Sanchez, the Global Head of Alumni Relations at IE University. And join me in welcoming Bernard Niesman, the co-founder of Buzu.
Welcome, everyone. It's absolutely great to be here. It's a pleasure to be here on stage with the co-founder of Buzu, Bernard Niesner. Welcome.
Hey, welcome, everyone, and thanks a lot for having me. It's such a pleasure. I've been here 10 years ago already at the first South Summit, and it's just impressive what they have built all over the years.
Absolutely. And so you and I met quite a long time ago already. I would say we go all the way back to 2008.
Yes.
And this is sort of where the origins of Buzu happen and take place on the IE campus at IE University. And it's actually been a true pleasure to see your evolution over the years from IE student to IE alumni, and of course now successful entrepreneur. So maybe we can kick this off, and we'd love to hear a little bit about, what is Buzu today, some of those highlights.
Yeah, perfect. So with Buzu, we have the vision to empower people through languages. We know that people have dreams that they can only unlock if they speak other languages. Let it be to study abroad, or to progress in their careers, or maybe to find the right love partner in another language. There are very different reasons why people learn languages. And we want to enable people to learn languages. And we do that by providing the best balance between learning and practicing, because we think that's the best thing to learn anything. So we have our courses in 13 different languages, and then you can practice your skills directly with native speakers, which are either our community or professional tutors that we have on the platform. And we founded in 2008. We have scaled this business now to over 120 million users around the world, and we're growing at about 20,000 new users every day. And we're not only doing it for consumers, but also for B2B businesses. So the likes of Inditex or Unilever or L'Oreal, large companies across the world, are using Buzu to train their employees.
That's great. And I know that there was a source of inspiration for the name Buzu. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
It's one of these nearly extinct languages. It's a language from Cameroon spoken by only 8 people. And we also teach a little bit of Buzu on Buzu.
Excellent, excellent. So you have to sign up for that. So earlier this year, you had some really big news. You had a wonderful exit, 385 million euros, which is a very big number. So how does it feel when you finally cross the finish line? I mean, are you planning for retirement? Are you looking up some exotic places to visit? What happens?
I have to say, it doesn't feel that much different. And a lot of people ask me, of like, how long do you still have to work? And I find this question rather absurd, because, I've been here in Spain, Rafa Nadal wins a tennis champion. No one is asking Rafa, how long do you still have to play tennis? I think he really likes to play tennis. I really like to build businesses. And therefore, I'm, in the trenches. We are very excited about the partnership with Czech. It's a global education platform. A New York Stock Exchange listed, and there are amazing synergies because they have access to a lot of students in the US. We know that 50% of college students in the US want to learn languages, and now they will be able to get access to an amazing platform. So yeah, we're pretty fired up for the next leg of the journey.
That's great. So there's no resting.
There was a little bit of resting, but now the work continues.
All right, getting back into things. That's great. So I want to take you back 15 years to Madrid, where Buzu started at IE Business School. And I'm curious to know, how did you come up with the idea?
Yeah, so I'm originally from Vienna, from Austria. I studied business, but actually the one subject that I enjoyed most was learning Spanish. And I started to learn it in Malaga, in Spain, during the Feria de Malaga, which normally is not the right time to learn anything in life, but I got exposed to Spanish and the culture, and I just fell in love. And then I went on to study in Buenos Aires, in Argentina. I learned Portuguese in Brazil. And there is this saying, for every language you learn, you're able to live another life. And I think I have lived a few lives through various languages. And I went into strategy consulting, got a bit bored by just recommending other people what to do, but I wanted to do it rather myself. So that's why I chose IE, because it's, I think, the best business school for entrepreneurship. I wanted to become an entrepreneur. I went to the school. And I perfectly remember there was a day where I was sitting at home preparing for the assignment for the next morning, but there was equally a networking event going on where people with ideas were looking for a team and vice versa. And I thought to myself, hey, if you want to become an entrepreneur, you need to be at these events. And I went there, I sat down, and next to me was my then co-founder, Adrian, which I just met at this day. So whoever you're sitting next to, it might be your next co-founder potentially. So throughout this event, we got to know each other. He had the idea of language learning. I was super passionate about the topic. We joined up, and that's how it all started.
That's great. And then how did you go from idea to execution?
Yeah, that was quite a long and hard journey, because we also launched in the midst of the financial crisis. We launched in 2008, Lehman Brothers happened. Definitely no one wanted to give us funding, so we had to bootstrap for 2 years, no salary, eating very small tapas here in Madrid, and kind of grinding through the really early days. But I think it was a fantastic learning for us as well as a company to be quite capital efficient. We were very strong on the grip of our unit economics, because simply we couldn't raise much money. We were then also lucky to raise money from actually now quite renowned business angels like Johan Hansmann or Martin Wasowski, which I met through IE. He was my professor at IE, and I think he has spoken here as well. So we got business angel money, and then we started to scale, and the journey continued.
And it's actually really great to see that you've kept up those relationships over the course of all these years.
Absolutely.
So give us some insights on, in the early stages of scaling the business, where do you get your perseverance and sort of that grit to keep on going? What were some of the breaking points that you encountered?
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally also doing a bit of business angel investment, and I'm always looking for the 3 Ps. It's perseverance, it's passion, and positivity. And I think without these 3s, you're not going to go anywhere. And especially perseverance is much easier if you have actually passion for what you do. And I personally still find the topic of learning a language just fascinating because it really opens, another world. And hence, I'm just burning for this topic, and that's what drives me on a daily basis.
And teams obviously are a core part of creating really good businesses. And what has been your recipe for success in terms of selecting the right people to surround yourself with? How did your co-founder fit into the formula as well?
Yeah. I mean, we honestly had also a lot of difficulties. In the year 2014, for example, we were nearly bankrupt because we had a lot of tech legacy as we were built pre the development of the smartphones and the app store. So we built as a pure web business, and had then to realize very quickly that we had to change completely our infrastructure into a mobile-first infrastructure. And that took us a lot of time to do so, and we really ran out of money. We scaled, unfortunately, I think also at a certain point too fast. We went from 10 to 50. We were running out of money. We had to restructure. We went back to 10. And I realized that a lot of the mistakes also happened because I was too naive with regards to the topic of culture. I'm a big believer of culture eating strategy for breakfast. And as I had a second roll of the dice after this experience where the company nearly crashed, I swore to myself of build up the business again with really strong cultural foundations. And we have our teach values, trust, effectiveness, curiosity, ambition, and happiness. And we really live by these values. We've translated them into behaviors. We use them in the interview process, in the probation process, in the performance management process. It's really ingrained in the culture. It's not just a poster you have in the kitchen, but really something that people talk about. And I think that for us was the foundation to build high-performing teams.
That's great. And what do you think your team would say, if you were to ask them, hey, what's it like working at Boozu?
Well, I hope they would say the same. And it's like these teach values. And let's be honest, I think it's so important as a company that you define your values very well, because you then attract certain type of talent. And there might be other talent that, maybe it's not the right place for them to come, and they're more happy to go in another company. And life is too short to be pissed off with your job, where you're spending 8, 9, 10 hours every day. So hence, I think we have just found a very clear way of articulating of what type of people we want and what works with us, and hence we attract these type of people as well.
That's great. And I want to talk about feedback. I think for anybody who's starting a company, you get bombarded by all kinds of opinions, some solicited, some unsolicited. So what would be your take on, when do you pay attention, when do you ignore, when do you close yourself in a room and say no more?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. And I think as a founder, you get constantly bombarded with, to a certain extent, unsolicited feedback, especially at the beginning of the journey. I mean, I do remember countless conversations here in Madrid, where we originally were based, of people telling me this doesn't make any sense. You will never be able to learn a language online. And I think these people just underestimated the power of technology, because they made their assessment based on the technology then. They didn't know that the iPhone and Android phones will be developed. They didn't know about the power of AI that will come. We are now able to predict forgetting curves on a vocab basis. We can resurface vocab at the right time. There's a lot of stuff that wasn't visible in the early days, and hence, I think you need a bit of a stubbornness, especially if you have a passion for the purpose of the business, to just plow through these naysayers and just say, look, I'm gonna prove you wrong. Having said that, when the journey continues, I think it's very important to be incredibly open to feedback from people who might have been on the journey. And after a couple of years in, I then got mentors personally. And every professional athlete has a coach. Why should you not have a coach as a CEO? So I got people who have done the journey, have listed companies. That was super helpful for myself. I also do something every 6 weeks. I meet up with a group of growth scale CEOs where we really very openly exchange about our journey. Because let's be honest, at these type of events, whenever you speak with people, how are you doing? It's fantastic. It's really, we're about to take off. But in reality, we might be bankrupt in a couple of weeks. And we've all been there. And it's very hard to be, I think, vulnerable to the outside. Hence, you need to do this with someone that you can really trust. And that is important and really make you grow as an individual.
So you're finding a space to be your authentic self, right?
Absolutely.
Kind of block everything out. So I want to shift to funding because I think this is something that the audience would be interested in. Buzu is known for having raised a modest amount of capital in comparison to others in your peer group. So, what was your approach to funding?
Well, first, in the first couple of years, it was an inability to fund. So we were just not able to convince anyone because it was the financial crisis. So hence we said, you know what? If no one wants to give us money, we just build a sustainable business. And I think this was the right choice, and maybe might be the right choice also right now, given the potential gray clouds that are coming up on the horizon in the current economic system. But then we started to raise money from business angels, from high net worth individuals. We raised also venture debts. We looked at other forms of funding, which is equally very important. And in total, we only raised 16 million euros, which is a very tiny amount, and we therefore returned 24x the amount to some of our very happy and great investors that we had. I think fundraising is not always a sign of success. Fundraising is often also a sign of capital inefficiency, and therefore you need to really control it and make sure you don't get too much on this hype and just go from one round to the other, because it can be very dangerous once it dries up.
Well, it's doing your best to make smart choices. I guess that's where the mentors also come in to help sometimes navigate you in the right direction.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, that's great. And what's your outlook for the edtech space moving forward?
I mean, edtech is such a fascinating field, and I'm obviously now a bit of a dinosaur in the edtech world, because when we started, edtech didn't really exist. And education is roughly a $6 trillion industry globally. And only 2.5% of this 6 trillion is currently digitized. It's mind-blowing if you compare it with other industries like media, where it's more like 50 or 60%. And there is this saying of imagine you take a doctor from the 18th century and put him in a modern operating theater. That person would freak out with all these machines that are blinking and the sound and so on. But then imagine you take a teacher from the 18th century and put him into a modern classroom, and the teacher would start teaching. And that is basically what happens, that I don't think we have very much evolved our education system, and that's true, I think, for early education and K-12 and higher education and lifelong learning. And to a certain extent, I think we needed a pandemic to really give us a big push to realize that online learning can be very helpful. Although what we did during the pandemic, I don't think is the best in class of what edtech can really deliver. And so I think we're still at the beginning of this, and edtech funding for European startups has 3x in the year 2021 to about $2.5 billion last year. So there's a lot of, I think, investors interested in the field. Also impact investors, because let's face it, education really changes people. I'm a big believer in that, and hence it's a wonderful industry to be in.
Absolutely. I think it's transformational. So definitely. So you heard Bernard. Go ahead and get on in there, right?
Edtech.
Absolutely.
It might be a long and tough journey. I always say, if running a startup is not a sprint but a marathon, running an edtech startup is an Ironman. But it is what it is. It takes a bit longer, but equally, I think the journey is very much worthwhile.
And so words of wisdom for everyone sitting here that they want to follow in your footsteps. Maybe they're at the edge and they need a nudge to kind of, jump on in. What are the words of wisdom that you would give them?
Well, I mean, I think during the tougher times, and believe me, we had quite a lot of these, I started to look a bit for help and for support, and a friend of mine recommended me the book Hard Things About Hard Things from Ben Horowitz, which I can strongly recommend to everyone here in the audience. And there's one phrase that really stuck to my mind, which is embrace the struggle. Because the reality is, founding a startup, scaling it up, and then pushing it all the way through a successful exit, and then even beyond, continuing on the journey, to a certain extent, is always going to be a struggle. It's never easy. If you think by the next milestone, the next founders, things will be easy, or potentially not. And if you try to fight it, I think you're going to struggle. Whereas if you say, you know what, it's a bit like a roller coaster. If you're sitting on a roller coaster and you're like, you know, it shouldn't go down. Well, actually, it will go down, and it will go up again. And if you just, you know, adjust your expectations, and most importantly, enjoy the ride, then I think you're on the right track.
Absolutely. And I think we have time for one more question, and I kind of want to bring it back to the personal space. You know, friends and family obviously play a big role in this journey, and you just celebrated your 15-year class reunion, so maybe you could talk a little bit about how they accompanied you throughout these highs and lows.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had tremendous support from our MBA colleagues at the beginning, and even if they just came for the free Buzo party that we always threw here in Madrid, it was just a wonderful support, because sometimes it's a lonely journey, and sometimes you as a founder might not even believe it yourself anymore. And in that moment, it's so important to have people who cheer on the sideline and just push you further. And obviously the same goes for my wife, who had to endure a lot of stuff, my wonderful kids, and all that stuff. Like, I think it's so important to have a support network that you know, helps you during this journey.
That's great. And I mean, nowadays, you know, anytime you open up Instagram, the press, we talk a lot about psychology, positive affirmations. By the way, he didn't know I'm going to ask him this question. Do you have any affirmations that you sort of tell yourself, you know, to kind of, on those days that are low, to kind of keep on going?
Just don't stress out too much about it. You know, life is good. Focus on the things that really matter, and then everything will go well.
Absolutely. And I think on that note,
thank you. All right.
All right, this is it, the last segment before the most important part of the summit, which is the startup competition. From the over 2,000 startups, we have the finalists coming right after this segment, and we're going to see who the winners are. All right, so this next segment is about backing South Summit startups. How do you fund them? You know, how do they get funding? What do they need to do? What's the next step? And so what does it mean to actually come to South Summit? What does it mean if you win? What does that do in order to get these startups to grow? And so we've got an amazing lineup here. Moderating this group, we have Alejandro Artacho, who is the CEO and founder of Spot-A-Home, a very big success story that came out of South Summit as well. We have Miguel Nugora, who is partner at Fifth Wall. We have Francesca de Quesada, who's head of early stage at Venture City in Miami. They're also present here in Madrid. We have Javier Villamizar, who's the investment person from SoftBank based in Miami, advisor to the portfolio companies of SoftBank. So he knows a lot about startups and advising startups. And finally, we have Pepe Agel, who's partner at Pear VC. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Alejandro, Miguel, Francesca, Javier, y Pepe.
I think I'm staying in this one here. Tienes fan club, eh?
El fan club de Miami.
Yeah. They all flew here for you. So, thanks everyone for being here. This is a great set of panelists. Likely, I know most of you guys, so it's an honor for being here. So I think this is one of the last conversations that is going to be happening before the startup competition and the finalists showing the great things that they are doing, and then we'll have a South Summit winner. before we start, I'm happy. This reminds me of very good memories, as in 2016 with Sporahome, we won the competition. So I guess that's why. Thanks, Zen. It's been a while. I feel like an old man now. So guys. What if you guys give each one a 1-minute introduction? They are all incredible investors worldwide, so I'm looking forward to the conversation. So if you want to start, Miguel?
Yeah, I can start for sure. Thanks for having us. Thanks for coming, everyone. I'm Miguel Nigorra, head of Europe and partner at Fifth Wall, based out of London, from Madrid originally. Fifth Wall, the way to think about us is we are the largest venture capital fund in the world dedicated to a very specific vertical, which is real estate technology and innovation. We started in 2016 in the US. We have about $5 billion under management right now. And over the years, we've backed and taken public over 15 companies, 7 of them last year. And I take care of all investment activities for the fund in Europe. We have 2 main strategies. The first one is real estate technology innovation. The second one is climate tech. Everyone is talking about climate tech, so also happy to share more about that in a minute.
Hi, everyone. I'm Francesca Casala-Covi. I am the head of early stage investments for the Venture City. I joined the Venture City a year ago. Previous to the Venture City, I was at Meta, Facebook, for 8 years, where I led new product teams on the business development side. So I grew and scaled products facing high regulatory risk, because my background before that is in finance and in US government. I also serve as the advisor for Mayor Levine Cava, who's the mayor of Miami-Dade County. And so I'm really excited to be here representing Miami. For those of you that don't know the Venture City, we are an early stage investment firm. We invest in the US, in Spain, and in Latin America. And our deal size tends to be pre-seed and seed. And then we have 2 VC funds that do later stage deal, of which Sporahome is an amazing portfolio company. So we're really excited to be here on this panel.
Very good. So my name is Javier Villamizar. I'm an operating partner at the SoftBank Vision Fund. For all of you that probably haven't heard the name before, we are one of the largest technology funds in the world. We have been deploying around $150 billion of capital in technology companies. Kind of the investment thesis behind these companies is the use of advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, blockchain, in order to disrupt traditional industries. So we have a very broad mandate. We invest in prop tech, in ed tech, in health tech. My job is twofold. One, I support my investment team partners, helping on operational due diligence, kind of looking under the hood of companies before we invest. And after we invest, I do a lot of value creation for the portfolio, so help them with geographic expansion, with portfolio synergies, M&A, structured finance. I'm an engineer, Colombian. Have been here at South Summit for a few years. Big fan of the platform and super happy to be here.
Woo! Hi, everyone. My name is Pepe Angel. I'm an entrepreneur converted into a VC. I'm probably the one with least experience here on this side of the table. But I was one of the founders of a company called Chartboost in the ad tech space in the Bay Area, and recently moved back to Barcelona, where I'm from. And I'm one of the partners of Pear VC. For those who don't know Pear VC, we're an early stage fund. We've been around for 8-9 years, and we just want to be helpful. My partners and like myself are former founders, very passionate to help founders that have big dreams and want to build category-defining companies. We've been honored to partner with many great founders. Some of them we share with SoftBank. We should be doing more because DoorDash and Garden Health, which are 2 of our IPOs, are shared. And recently moved to Barcelona to open Pear Europe. So very excited to be here. Traditionally, Pear has invested mostly in the US, a little bit in LATAM, and now I'm Pear Europe. So excited to meet more founders in the region.
Nice. Excellent. Well, you keep being an entrepreneur. Yes. Different way. All right, so let's start with kind of the hottest topic. So everyone is talking about how the financial markets are shifting, and then so as I think in the audience we have both early stage founders, but also later stage founders. So I think it's going to be helpful for them to see what is your view if you are an early stage founder, how should you approach the business towards funding? In terms, and I'm meaning more like growth versus profitability. And telling from experience, we have been 8 years, so it's been like kind of hyper growth at all cost, no margins, then kind of margins and growth, and now we are seeing the shifting towards profit versus growth. So maybe you guys can give us insights, but differentiating, please, between early and growth stage, kind of, later stage, if there is a difference. I think that may be helpful for our audience. I don't know, if we start with early stage, I don't know who want to jump in. And
I can start. I mean, in most cases, we're one of the first checks. So all we have is great founders and hopefully great people, right? So we invest in pre-product, sometimes pre-revenue. So I don't have a lot to tell on that regard. But what we're looking at, we are looking at not unit economics, but a clear path towards a business model. We like seeing that from the very beginning. At the end of the day, for those who haven't been that exposed to the investment side, there's only two things that we have at the beginning: people and a market. So we want to understand these two, and then we do ask for a sense of a business model at Pair. That would be for pre-seed and sometimes at seed. For Series A, we do ask for unit economics. We spend a lot of time understanding the model, and it doesn't need to. We don't require profitability, especially at the kind of CM1 level, so margin at the top. But we do want to have a path. We want to understand at least the rationale on how are we going to get there,
even if it's pre-revenue.
No, I'm talking about Series A.
Okay. Yeah.
So at the Venture City, we focus on pre-seed and seed, so we want to be the first check, similar to what Pepe was saying. I mean, I think that you're investing in people first.
Yep.
The idea can change, but what we're doing is, who is the team? What is the problem? How do they want to solve it? And how are they uniquely positioned to solve it? You really need to have a clear understanding of what the problem is that you're trying to solve in order to solve it. And the problem, the solution may change, but you really, really need to be close to it. And I think one of the things that we're seeing is that people are going more and more, and investors are going more, and the question that they're asking is, what is this good for? It used to be that there was a lot of investment that was done sort of on vision, and a lot of investment that was done with these ideas of we're gonna be able to change something, but it wasn't as fundamentally rooted in, does this solve the issue that somebody has every day? And I would say that we're seeing more and more founders come in that really, really, truly understand that, and that are really focused on those dynamics. The other thing that I would say is that we just recently launched a document called Regression to the Mean, which is a crowdsourced document of advice for founders at all stages, so pre-seed all the way through exit, that gives really tactical advice on where they were in their business model. And our organization was started by somebody that lived through the first tech crisis now 20 years ago, and so we've brought those learnings in from the different moments in time. This is the third regression that we are seeing, and so there's lots of practical advice that can be applied in order to make sure that you navigate through it.
Mm-hmm. So we do Series A to C. So I would say, look, it's no surprise to everyone that it's a tough environment. But I want to build on what you both guys said, which is at the end of the day, maybe what venture capital lost a bit the perspective was on what the entire industry really means in the first place, right? Which is, you're betting on people with a certain idea, and you're betting on a certain thesis, right? Obviously, if the thesis is incorrect, right, then or the team is not good enough, then the whole thing doesn't really work out. But going back to basics, look, there's going to be some difficulty across the world, by the way, not just venture capital, across any industry, with inflation at 9%, interest rate raising. That's not good for anyone. But having said that, if you think about it as an investor through the cycle, and at a Series A to C, you still have a long way to go on the life of your company, you shouldn't be that worried, right? And my advice is, go back to basics. What are you trying to build? How are you going to fund it? What are the different stages that you're going to go through? And therefore, what is your plan A? What is your plan B? What is your plan C, right? Everything that we are saying about extend your run rate, focus on unit economics, try to get product market fit earlier, don't make certain decisions, expansion, don't make certain bets on investors if they're not the right fit, are things that basically we're talking about just having a plan A, right? Let's go with a plan A because who cares? There's going to be money out there. I'm going to partner with these guys. It's a bit like a relationship, right? I don't really like these founders or these VCs, but they're giving me money, so who cares? Let's see, well, when bad time comes, you need to rely on the other person. You need to rely on the relationship. You need to have trust on taking tough decisions together, right? So that's what I will recommend any of you launching a startup. If you're on a Series A to Series C, think about your business the same way you will in any market scenario. Think about your business through the cycle. Make some adjustments because you need to, but don't forget about what your North Star is and go back to basics, right? In terms of like, what is being an entrepreneur, what is having a plan A, a plan B, and plan C, right? And try to figure out, depending on where the market dynamics is, what's the best plan forward, right?
I'm a personal investor in seed companies, not through the fund, but in my experience, when you look at early stage companies, and probably this summarizes what Jesse said, I'm always looking for founder team problem fit, right? I'm trying to find that connection in between the talent in the team and the problem they are trying to solve. Obviously, the problem has to be real, but that connection is incredibly important. The other thing that for me is critical is that the founder, even though they have big aspirations and they want to conquer the world and they have these huge TAMs and SAMs and all that, they have to have a clear path on what is the deliverable in the next 3, 6, 9 months, right? It's not enough to have a great vision. You have to have some kind of a plan for the next 3 or 6 months because that's how the money that you're going to raise is going to be used, right? If I'm going to write a $50,000, $100,000, $300,000 check, right? You have to be very careful on how you spend that money and what you're going to be able to deliver so you can go to the next round and raise more money. So that's on the early stage. On the growth stage, we're in this new cycle of the industry where, a few months ago, we were rewarding growth, right? Everything was about growth. Mm-hmm. Show me you're growing 200% every quarter and you deserve 80 times ARR valuation, right? That was kind of the formula. That has changed, and has changed because there is somebody out there that is called the public markets. And the public markets are very specific ways of measuring companies. And they not necessarily are giving that much weight to growth. They are looking for two things. One, some kind of profitability or a path to profitability. So that has to be relatively clear on the plan of a growth company. And two, they look for predictability. They look for a founding team, a CEO, a CFO that is able to, with certain level of confidence, predict how the business is going to behave in the next 3, 6, 9 months, right? You take away if COVID happens, or the war happens, or inflation, goes to the roof. But you have to have a management team that is able to understand the drivers of the business and predict how it will behave. And I think the third component that people reward today and is looking for is discipline. As a founder, as a CEO of a company in growth stage, you cannot lose that, right? Even though you're getting $100 million, $300 million checks, you have to be disciplined, right? Having too much money could be a problem. And people start doing crazy stuff, right? And they start investing in things that, nice to have, or, this is a great idea. We should be doing this and this and this. You don't want that today, right? You want to see management teams that are saying, this is my core business. This is a must-have. These are my priorities. Other stuff, all that's nice to have, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to completely shut it down because I need to extend my runway. I need to preserve my cash. So you want that, clarity in the mind of the founder, that discipline to be evident when you are, discussing around. So the markets are not closed. It's just that those parameters have some way changed. And if you want to raise money today, you have to fit those new paradigms.
But would you say to many of the founders that today they are reevaluating their plans and maybe they are thinking, okay, should we have like a 3 years runway or 2 years runway, or maybe we are like few months away from break even, let's make the company profitable, lower growth, but it's profitable, no need of cash, and then we'll see what happens whenever there is more clarity in the markets, valuations are kind of more on a target from a founder's perspective? Because I'm seeing that with other founders that we are having debates and many are saying like, look, I'm thinking of just making the company profitable and not needing more capital as the market are. So I don't know your thoughts on that, but.
Can I take a step back on that question and I will let the rest answer is, very rarely we see an entrepreneur that delivers on their own business plan. Very rarely. So the minute you see an entrepreneur that said that was going to get to 100 at a time, and they deliver on that, you say, well, I don't believe this. I'll double down on this guy, right? We are investors in one company where we've done it in 9 months, right, Javier and I. So that's the number one thing is people need to believe on your business plan, but you need to believe on your business plan, and you're going to need to achieve what you said, right? So the worst mistake is the fact that you are having to extend runway. Look, if it was because you were caught at a certain stage, it doesn't matter. But if it is because you have a plan, and if you don't like this one, I can change, I have another one, right? Those are my principles. If you don't like them, I have other. That is a big problem in itself, right? Which is entrepreneurs need to try to make sure that on whatever business plan they set up for themselves and for their companies to deliver on it, right? And that's the number one thing, at least we're looking for right now. It's a bit less on how many run rate do you have? Because if you need capital and you have a good idea, a good company, we will give it to you. We're doubling down on our portfolio companies that are doing well. But doing well means not being the best, being the fastest, being the smarter. It means delivering your business plan quarter by quarter. And if something happens, explain why the hypotheses you had are not real for whatever reason, right? But it's not about throwing numbers out there and then hoping that they stick, right?
Yeah. One thing that I would add, though, I think your perspective is very much the multi-stage. For the super early, it's a little bit more delicate.
It is.
Because we are always thinking about the next stage, and we cannot help out beyond that stage, right? So we need to get that company ready so that someone like you guys can pick them up and help them beyond, right? Help them further. So for us, we are a little bit more cautious. I do need to give a very strong heads up to my companies to, if there is a path towards profitability or building stronger unit economics, just take it. Obviously, it's a delicate balance, right? It cannot go completely against your growth, but if there is a path towards showing signs of EBITDA, take it. Because I know that we don't want to be in a position where the company runs out of money and no one picks them up, right? And I think we're just at a different stage, right? Our job is to handhold them a little bit on pre-seed, seed, and then someone at Series A will pick up the baton.
I think sorry.
No, go.
I think the answer is not really completely clear-cut, right? We talk about picking your investors at the early stage or at the growth stage, right? If you have done a good job at picking your investors, the right ones, honestly, you have to just adjust your business, adjust your runway, adjust your cash burn. But if you have the right investors in your cap table and they believe in your business and you're delivering on a plan, then they should be there for you, right? So you should not be worried that, oh my God, I have to go and raise money in September and the market is dry, right? You would expect that people that have been with you in your last round, we're talking about growth, right? Not in your example, they will be there. So it is important. The other thing that I think you have to think about and differs from one sector to the other and one business model to the other is, what happens with my business if I completely turn off growth, right? If I go into what I call zombie mode, right? Is this a business that in 6 months or 9 months or a year, I can restart. Or how much is going to cost me to restart? How much I'm going to give up to competition, to incumbents, right? That's a trade-off that you have to think about. If you're not losing anything, if the window is big enough, then it's okay, optimize for extending your life. But if you're running against time, then going into that zombie mode is killing the company.
I mean, I think that what everyone is saying here is that fundamentals really do matter. And they matter at every stage of the business. And I think our job is to make sure that we instill a sense of product and data fundamentals so that later stage investors can pick up a company and say, now it's really time to put more fuel in the fire and make sure that we can really help you expand. But fundamentals matter. And I think that there was a misunderstanding that there is, a division. I love the way that you put it about the public markets. There was this belief that the public markets weren't going to look at fundamentals, and the public markets have been consistently looking at fundamentals forever. And now we're getting a realignment with the public market on fundamentals.
Yeah, I think this is super helpful for all the range of entrepreneurs from early to growth. So I'm not going to forget about other entrepreneurs because we only have 1 minute left. So I would like to ask each one of you, if you were about to set up your own company today, which sector would you go towards for the next 5 years?
Climate tech for me. There's 18 trillion that are going to be deployed in climate tech, especially for real estate or the built world, construction, all the boring industries that probably you don't like over the next 30 years. So that's a huge once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Nice.
Health tech, supply and demand in health tech is moving in ways that you just see inefficiencies in the market. And I think that there's an incredible opportunity to really rethink those dynamics at a global scale.
Great.
I'm going to be a little bit contrarian here. I do believe that today the opportunity to do stuff in blockchain is huge. The market might be down, but this is precisely the opportunity to build. So if you can now start a company, you're going to be able to find some people, good talent, good developers, and you will have enough time to build stuff. So when the market rebounds, there's going to be a lot of opportunity and a lot of capital.
Yeah. Nice. I was about to say a similar thing, but if I were to pick a different one, I'm going to be...
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We'll share that passion for blockchain. But I think I'm very passionate about future of work in general. I think we're at a point where many things in the way companies operate are changing, and solutions that are making other companies more efficient, increasing the engagement of their teams are in an area that I'm particularly fascinated about.
Super. Guys, thanks so much. This has been a privilege for everybody and super helpful for everyone. So thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
All right, so don't go anywhere because the startup competition is going to start momentarily. We're going to entertain you with a little more music just for a few short minutes while we get everything ready. 10 amazing startups, and one from every category are going to compete in front of an amazing jury as well. So give us a few minutes and we'll be right back.
He left no time to regret, kept all that away with his same old safe bet. Me and my head high and my tears dry, get on without my guy. Oh, you went back to what you knew, so far removed from all that we went through. And I tread a troubled track, my odds are stacked. I'll go back to black. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to us. I love you much. It's not enough. You love blow and I love puff. And life is like a pipe, and I'm a tiny penny rolling up the woes inside. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. And you go back to her and I go back to hands. Oh, I go back to. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. And you go back to her and I go black. We only said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to black. Said goodbye with words. I died 100 times. And you go back to her and I go black. We only said goodbye with words. And I died 100 times. And you go back to her and I go back to black. You can never cancel. You never cancel.
Coño, que estáis dormidos, joder, que ya he visto el puto de aquí, conferencia. Darme un tempo. Never cancel, darme un tempo. Ahí.
It was a teenage wedding and the old folks wished them well. You could see that Pierre, he truly loved the mademoiselle. And now the young monsieur and madame have rung a chapel bell. C'est la vie, said the old folks, it goes to show, never can tell. They furnished up an apartment with a 2-room rug book sale. The coolerator was crammed with TV dinners and ginger ale. But when Pierre found work, a little money coming out well, he said, "I be city of folks, it gonna show, never can tell."
All right. All right, we're ready to begin. But before we get started, it's my honor to introduce you to our jury. We have Jorge Po from AstraZeneca. We have Enoa Campo from BBVA. We have Yolanda Perez from B Startup. We have Pauline Ru from Elia Ventures. We have Jose Minguez from Endesa. We have Susan Lin from Felix Capital. They're really famous, these people, aren't they? Yeah, I feel like it's the Oscars. Okay. Elias Veris, Google for Startups. Nacho Mateo from IE. Where's Nacho? Carmen del Campo Elvira, Mutua Madrileña. Antonio Jiménez de Córdovas from Silla. And last but not least, one of my favorites, Paloma Castellano from Wyra. Let's give a hand to this jury. Yeah. You know what they say, time is money, and this is an expensive jury today. All right, let's get started. Our first startup is in the track of energy transition and sustainability. It's called RIP Labs. The pitcher is Moody Soliman, CEO and co-founder from the United States. RIP Labs has developed a food-safe and natural sticker that you can simply peel and apply to your fresh produce or a package of your produce and double its shelf life. Can you believe that? I don't. All right, Moody, come on in.
Hello, everyone. Did you know that up to half of the food we produce every year goes to waste? To put that in perspective, over the next 3 minutes, by the time I'm done with this pitch, we will have thrown away enough food to feed over 3 million people. That's enough to feed every single person in Madrid for a day. That very same food waste is going to end up in landfills, releasing over 18,000 metric tons of CO2 gas. Now, this is due to the fact that we have an unbelievably inefficient food supply chain system. Losses are experienced all across the supply chain, from the farm all the way down to the consumer, amounting to over $2.6 trillion in losses every year. So clearly, it's an economic, social, and environmental problem. And if we're going to make a meaningful impact, we have to come up with a solution that is easy to use, can be applied anywhere along the supply chain, and is economical for our customers. And that's exactly what we did at RIP Labs. We developed this simple sticker that's coated with a bioactive, natural, and safe formulation that's released over time that protects the produce. You simply peel it, apply it to your fruit or a package of your fruit. It will release the bioactive compounds and protect what's inside. As you can see here on the time lapse behind me, the mango, the non-treated mango, starts to prematurely rot at about day 14, while the treated mango is a lot more resistant to the premature rotting. So I see the look on some of your faces. How does this work? How in the world are we doing this? So we actually turned to nature. Plants have been releasing these natural compounds for millions of years to protect themselves at a distance from invasive species. So what we do that's particularly unique at RIP Labs is our microbiologists can identify the specific compounds that those plants release that tackle specific post-harvest diseases. Then our materials engineers will take those compounds, microencapsulate them, and trap them, creating a formulation that we can apply to the surface of the sticker. You take that very same sticker, apply it to the fruit, and essentially, we've biomimicked how plants have been protecting themselves to extend the shelf life of our produce. Now, the technology has 4 pending applications with 5 to be filed in 2022, international trademarks in over 40 countries. Another question that commonly comes up is, what about strawberries? Well, of course, you're not going to put a sticker on every strawberry or blueberry. So in this case, we can actually use a higher load label applied to the package, and it will continue to protect what's inside. A little over a year ago, we launched our pilot studies and have already started working with some of the largest household names in the industry, including Del Monte, Aldi, and Walmart, With Walmart, for example, we've added 2 days to the shelf life of their strawberries, doubled the shelf life of their grapes, and added 20 days to their citrus fruits. Behind this amazing technology is an equally amazing and talented multidisciplinary team from many industries that came together to bring this technology to market. Our go-to-market strategy comprises 2 phases. In phase 1, it's going to be direct product sales. At scale, we can start to license out the formulation with profit margins that will range from 50 to 90%. And we are looking at launching commercially the next quarter, followed by projecting about a break-even in Q2 of 2024. Fruits and vegetables just at the beginning. Thank you, and join us in the Food Against Food Waste, one sticker at a time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is related with the regulations. Are you guys having any kind of barriers of entry in specific markets in terms of regulations?
Yeah.
Because you're touching chemicals and food.
Of course. Yeah, thank you for that question. So actually, our regulatory strategy, we started very early on in our process to look at it. The compounds we use in the sticker is actually edible. I wouldn't recommend it, doesn't taste very good, but it's perfectly safe. All the compounds we use are GRAS, generally recognized as safe by the FDA, and already pre-approved by the EU as food additives and food flavorings, so it does not require pre-market approval.
Hello, congratulations for the presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to ask you, how does it affect to the price of the product?
The price, yeah, great question. So we actually estimate that every dollar our customer spends on the technology, they can see up to 400% ROI. They can see up to $4 back into their bottom line. This, of course, depends on the price of the fruit and the volumes that they're going to be purchasing it at. But because of the savings that we have from the losses, in addition to what now they can sell for a profit margin, that's where it makes up for the price of the technology and more.
Thanks for sharing a really exciting product. Just curious to understand, does it affect the nutritional value of the foods, and are there any foods that this can't be applied to?
Yeah, so great question. So today we are targeting 8 fruits to begin with. Now, in terms of the nutritional value of the fruit, in some ways, yeah, indirectly, absolutely, because it keeps it fresher longer. And in addition to that, in terms of the variety of produce that we're applying this to, as I mentioned, fruits and vegetables are just the beginning. We're also looking at meat, seafood, dairy. The mode of action is the same, and even cut flowers, which suffer from very much of the same post-harvest diseases.
Do you have, hello, congratulations for the presentation, and do you have any competitors that tackle the same problem as you?
Yeah, great question. So there's actually several factors that result in the deterioration of fruits and vegetables specifically. There's also ethylene production and dehydration and oxidation. A lot of our competitors are in those other segments, either controlling the oxidation, dehydration, or controlling the ethylene production using coating technologies or using 1-MCP, which is a common ethylene inhibitor. We're the only sticker-based solution on the market today that directly targets post-harvest diseases outside of refrigeration. And that's exactly why some of those customers are working with us today.
All right, out of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I actually believe it now. All right, our next one is in the track of Industry 5.0. It's called Nextmol. The picture is Mónica de Mier, and she's the CEO. It's from the country of Spain. Nextmol is a deep tech startup specialized in computational chemistry. It develops B2B SaaS platforms to accelerate chemical design based on molecular modeling and machine learning. Join me in welcoming Mónica.
So, good afternoon, everyone. We are Nextmol, a startup company specialized in computational chemistry, a spin-off company of the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, and we develop a software-as-a-service platform to accelerate the R&D of better and more sustainable chemicals. Our world constantly needs new and greener chemicals to solve challenges such as sustainable mobility or the production of clean energy. But do you know how much time elapses since the initiation of research until the commercialization of a new chemical? Typically more than 10 years. And why so long? So until now, the R&D of new chemicals has been done exclusively in the laboratory. However, the laboratory requires to synthesize its new idea of molecule before it can be characterized. It's based on a trial and error approach that requires a large number of tests before arriving to the molecule with the desired properties, and it barely allows for automation. And this, in the current context of increasing competition and shorter product life cycles, is too slow and inefficient. So our solution is a virtual lab for digital R&D, where instead of synthesizing and testing in the laboratory each new idea of molecule, simulations and artificial intelligence allow to characterize these molecules directly in the computer and automate the entire process. In this way, only the most promising candidates go to the lab. We have developed a proprietary technology focused on surface and interface phenomena. These phenomena appear in many applications, for example, in detergents, in cosmetics, in lubricants. And we offer this technology through our software as a service platform that provides molecular modeling and artificial intelligence tools for the design of new chemicals. All computations run in the cloud, and computations can be conducted by users non-experts in computational chemistry. So by using our platform, customers get a reduction of almost a factor of 9 in 3 years in the cost of developing new materials compared with the purely experimental approach, a reduction in testing time by a factor of 5, an important reduction on raw material usage and waste generation, and an important and a deep understanding of the behavior of the molecule, which leads to more patents. So our customers are a specialty chemicals company. Clarion, L'Oreal, and Repsol are our current customers, and below you can see the logos of companies that are potential customers in our pipeline. We sell the platform with our own B2B sales force worldwide and with a premium positioning, and the access to the platform is by a subscription model with different pricing plans depending on the computational resources needed. So we are a startup in seed stage with a team of 8 people, where more than 60% hold a PhD, with a strong focus on R&D and product development. So the future of chemistry is now. Thank you very much.
Really, really cool application of AI. What is, you think, your sales cycle length average and sort of the average revenue that you can get per customer?
Yes, it's a B2B solution with long sales cycles. Now our experience is between 6 months and 9 months. We would like to improve that in the future, automating more this sales process. But it's long and based on trust, and developing trust requires time.
Congratulations for the project. Just to understand, where is the project now? I mean, you are already working with some clients. Which metrics have you achieved so far, please?
Yes, so we are already generating revenues. We are working a lot on, let's say, consultancy projects that then we move to the platform. So yeah, we are now we will raise a round in the next months to focus more on the commercialization of the platform and the development of the platform. The platform is already in the market, it's ready, and we have some users, but we need to push it much more. So that's the next stage, so strong commercialization of the platform.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and congrats. Do you feel there is any risk of having any of your customers developing internally this kind of technology?
So it can happen, but we hope to be able to provide more value by having also having more accurate algorithms, having an easier user experience, and being able to democratize these computational techniques for all lab technicians. So not only the experts in computational chemistry, now there are pharma and chemical companies that have these kind of teams, but we offer them the possibility of, well, running everything in the cloud with a user experience that saves you time and so human time.
Thank you. Thank you. We're out of time.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, who said there's no technology in Spain, right? All right, health and well-being is our next track. The company is Tucuvi. The pitcher is Maria González Manso from Spain. Tucuvi develops accessible, automated, and emphatic AI technology to make medical phone call monitoring scalable and cost-efficient globally. Join me in welcoming Maria.
Hello everyone, I'm Maria, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Tucuvi, and we develop empathic AI to automate medical monitoring phone conversations. Because we are living in a moment where the demand for care is only increasing due to aging, due to prevalence of chronic conditions, while on the other hand, there is a huge global shortage of healthcare professionals. So this imbalance is making healthcare systems more and more unsustainable. And we created Tucuvi to tackle this, to help doctors and nurses augment their abilities and focus their time where they are most needed. We created the first Lola, who is the first CE-marked voice-based medical assistant that monitors health status of patients by speaking with them via phone calls. So no internet, no smartphone, no devices. This means that if a doctor has 1,000 patients assigned, and this is the reality today, now, but she only can attend personally 15 patients today. With Tucuvi, now she knows who are the 15 patients that really need her attention and how. She just needs to choose what type of monitoring protocol she wants for her patients. So, for example, if it is a post-surgery follow-up, she can choose an evidence-based protocol about bleeding symptoms or infection symptoms. And Lola automatically will call her patients at the time and when the frequency defined. They will have a natural conversation, and natural language processing algorithms analyze, structure, and prioritize these conversations. So now she knows who are the 15 patients, because 10 a.m. in the morning, Lola has already spoken with the 1,000 patients and sent back the information to her. So we work with healthcare systems, helping them to augment care capacity, improve patient outcomes, and also with pharma companies, understanding how patients behave in the real world, and also providing beyond-the-pill services. And all of this with great patient satisfaction, because they do not feel they're speaking with a machine. What they feel is that someone is keeping an eye on them when they're at home. We work with them in a SaaS B2B model, where they pay an annual subscription based on size. And so far, in 2022, we have doubled our last year's revenues. Lola is calling and speaking with hundreds of patients every day in Spanish, in English, and in Portuguese, with an outstanding 95% patient engagement. And there are more players, voice healthcare technology companies in the healthcare space, but focus on administrative tasks, because medical phone calls are complex and sensitive and are regulated. And we have a huge competitive advantage here, because nowadays we are the only platform in Europe with CE clearance to automate medical phone conversations. And we are leaders in the market because our team is nailing it. We're biomedical engineers, conversational designers, doctors, and nurses. And we believe that in the near future, AI will allow to provide the care that society deserves. And in Tucuvi, we are taking the first steps to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you, and congrats on this great product. I feel that something critical in this case is that patients don't feel they are even talking to a chatbot, even for sure if they are old enough. How are you addressing this challenge, and how natural is the chat?
Yeah, one of the main things is, thank you for the question, one of the main things is that keeping it natural and conversational, and we work in three areas for that. First, the design process of the conversations. When we started using third parties, design systems, Google, Amazon, but we had to create our own proprietary design system that allow us to be fully conversational, sync on the natural language processing algorithms, that we have to allow the patient to express as her or he want to express, not to force them to say specific words. And the third is the latency. When we speak with humans speaks, we expect that you are going to answer me in a certain time. Like the normal latency is 1.7 seconds, more or less. So we are able to mimic human latency, and that we know that we are the best in the market on that, not only in healthcare, but in any voice technology. Not only to mimic human latency like fixed 1.7, but we adapt to the patient latency, and that's one of the key points like achieving these natural conversations.
Well, thank you and congratulations. One of the challenges I see is how do you sell the product? Because the final user is not going to be the same as is paying for the service. How do you deal with it?
Yeah, we have two different go-to-market strategies. We go B2B to hospitals, healthcare systems, actually, and also with pharma and medical device companies. In hospitals, it's like they integrated the system into the systems. On the other hand, we have a B2B2B go-to-market, in which we have partners that are already implanted in the hospitals, like electronic health record companies or telemedicine companies, huge telemedicine companies that are looking for new solutions. So we integrate with them, and they open us and their whole clients. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, guys.
Okay, our next track is consumer trends. This company is called Zeg.ai. The picture is Tushar Sharma, who's the CEO. It's from the United Kingdom. And so what do? They do 3D virtual photography for e-commerce, which means actually that you don't need to ship your product to the studio. You can just do it from the desktop. Join me in welcoming Tushar.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. We are super excited to show you what we have built. So imagine through the eyes of Amazon, Shopify, or Etsy seller, they need to ship the product to a studio. They need to ship props. Imagine strawberries and lavender being shipped to a studio. And then they have to wait for a week to get handfuls of product photos for more than 500 euros. So what we have built is a completely virtual way of generating studio photography. And the way it works is you take a photo of the product. It could be from a smartphone or like any simple camera. You upload it, and it converts that into a 3D model instantly. And within a few seconds, you can actually place it in a nice scene, like a beach or a mountain. So if you have used Canva, it's simple, like a drag and drop thing. Where you can place it anywhere. In this case, we are doing it for a client, which is on the pub scene. And then you click render, where it generates a really high-quality product photo. So no high-end camera required, no expensive lighting equipment required to generate a photo, something like this that you're seeing on the screen. These are other photos that we generate. So you can imagine deep fakes, not for humans, but for objects. So this is what we do. And small sellers can just buy one photo for like 12 euros or something like that. In terms of the market, currently we're focused on consumer good items. There are multiple ways of doing deep fakes. But if you look at consumer good market alone, there is a sizable opportunity in the US market alone. And even if we capture a small percentage of it, there will be significant revenue potential here. So this is our go-to-market. Our anchor client is eBay. We are generating 1,000 images per month, and the idea is to take it to 20,000 images per month in coming months. And then we have organic traction through Instagram and other search platforms. In terms of the competition, there are just two things to look at. So one is, what is the price, and what is the time? And most of the things or technologies you will see, they have a very high turnaround time, because they are expert-focused software. And since they are expert-focused software, the creating 3D model is expensive, and which is what we are exactly doing, automated to such an extent that it becomes available to everyone and anyone. Only thing, our weak link here, is the consumer product focus, which we are changing and moving to things like shoes in the near future. This is our traction so far. eBay is driving most of the revenues, but we also have like API sales, where we can embed our technology inside your app. And then you can do some virtual studio photography without shipping the product, with no impact on the environment. The team is from CGI, deep learning, geometry experts, all combined together. So we are 12 people. Mark Cuban has just recently invested in the company, and we are trying to scale this company to a more profitable area within the next 2 to 3 months. Thank you so much. Any questions? Yeah.
Congratulations. Could you explain us a little more about the competitive landscape?
Yeah, so in terms of, if you look at like Adobe or prehistoric softwares, like the 30-year-old, like Blender and other such softwares, you need a 3D artist who has to study for 3 years and has to spend 3 more years just to build this high-quality photo. And this is because it's all manual. So if you start building 3D model, you have to make a cube and then make a bottle and things like that. So we are changing that into something going from photo directly to a 3D model. So that's where the democratization lies. So there are a lot of companies where have tried to automate this process, but as long as it goes to an expert, the price starts to rise up. You might have seen like Apple doing scanning, but then it again has to go to an expert. What we are building is a non-expert workflow. So that's, in terms of competition, our focus is right now consumer goods, and you and I can also build a 3D model.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thanks for being here. Just out of curiosity, so why is it only for consumer products? Is it just the way the models are built, or? Yeah,
it's basically, right now, we wanted to start something simple that we can complete, which is like, bottles, cosmetics, anything you find at a neighborhood store. We are moving to shoes, which is super complex, and fashion, which is like clothing, is even more complex. So we want to first commercialize consumer goods, then move into like shoes, and then fashion products. It's more of a technological challenge, so to say.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next category is mobility and smart cities. Zeleros is the startup. The picture is David Pistoni, the CEO and co-founder from Spain. So what does Zeleros do? Well, they're a European deep tech company based out of Valencia, leading the development of the Hyperloop. Yes, the Hyperloop, the 5th mode of transportation. Join me in welcoming David.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the event. I'm David Pistoni, CEO and co-founder of Celeros, and we are the Spanish company based in Valencia, leading the development of Hyperloop in Europe. So first of all, what is exactly Hyperloop? Hyperloop is a new transportation concept, basically taking the best from maglev trains and aviation technology. We are using levitation and a low-pressure environment inside of the tube. In this way, we are minimizing the friction, and we can achieve speeds up to 1,000 kilometers per hour with low energy consumption and 0 direct emissions. Hyperloop is actually a 200-year-old idea. Elon Musk recovered the concept in 2013, and since then, different companies, like Celeros, were created. From 2018, institutions, governments, industries are supporting and investing in the development. And today, there are more than 2 billion euros in projects ongoing, and Europe is leading the standardization and regulatory race. The potential of Hyperloop is huge. As a reference, a global Hyperloop network could move more than 7 billion passengers per year, generating a trillionaire revenue opportunity and avoiding more than 6.3 gigatons of CO2 emissions by 2050. At Celeros, we started at 2016 after winning 2 of the main prizes at the Elon Musk competition. And since then, we are growing really fast. We are 50 team members, more than 180 people involved at our ecosystem. And our main technologies are linear motor, active levitation, and aerodynamic propulsion. Thanks to the combination of these 3 technologies, we have 2 main benefits. First one, we can reduce the price per kilometer of infrastructure, as we are including most part of the technology inside of the vehicle instead of infrastructure. Second one, we can operate at higher pressures, so we can use aviation standards, and we can avoid space conditions. Our market is not only passengers, but cargo. As an example, we are building a project in the port of Valencia to demonstrate not only the linear motor for Hyperloop, but also a platform for cargo, moving containers in ports and airports, being market ready for 2025. Our mission is to certify our vehicle before 2030, and to achieve that, we are partnering with key industry leaders like Airbus, CAF, Acciona, or ArcelorMittal. We have the support of our ecosystem, partners, research centers, tech suppliers. We have different investors from different backgrounds and countries, and we have institutional support from both Spanish level and European level. Finally, I would like to take the opportunity to share the importance of supporting hard-tech startups, space, health, biotech, pharma, with longer times to market, but with the potential of transforming our industries and society. Thank you, and welcome to Celeros.
When do you plan to have your first commercial deployment?
2030 is the date to have not only a technology ready, but the legal framework to operate Hyperloop ready as well. That's something we have in common, the different Hyperloop promoters, that we are cooperating in the regulatory framework, even if we are competitors at the technology. So 2030 is the date we are aiming.
And do you have a specific line from one point to other for this date, or you're just working on different studies?
There are different routes with more traction than others. In our website, you can see our project called Vision 2050, with the different networks at the different regions worldwide. But there is no one route being now the first one. There are projects in India, in the Middle East, in Asia, in the east of Australia, in the United States as well. But there is no one route, but the different regions with high potential to be the first one.
Well, my question was going to be, how do you see your company in 2050? You've said it's in the website. So I'm going to reformulate to, who do you need to meet your vision for 2050?
Thank you for the question. We are projecting two different business models, depending on the region. First one is we are the manufacturers of the vehicle, probably joining forces with a current industrial force with the current infrastructures, but we are the technical, the experience of the technology. So we build the vehicles and we sell it to the regions, cooperating with the other players like infrastructures companies. Other model is we capacitate the OEMs of the regions, and we use also the local value chain, because in some parts of the world we are seeing that that's a requirement. So we have to be ready for that. Two options, being the manufacturers of the vehicles in the consortiums, or being the capacitors to habilitate the consortiums in the local regions that want to build these Hyperloop routes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. We heard a lot about gaming today, if you were here earlier. And under the track of communications and channels, we have Enware. Enware is represented by Daniel Olmedo, the CEO. It's from Spain, and it is a cloud gaming platform that allows users to play any game on any device. Join me in welcoming Daniel.
Hello, everyone. Thanks to the South Summit organization. Let's say that our project is based on a pretty simple question, which is, why do you need all this messy stuff just to be able to play video games? Things about updates, upgrades, weird configurations, installs, downloads, cables, all that jazz, just to be able to enjoy content. So do you remember when you needed that horrible DVD box just to be able to play films? That's what happens in the gaming industry today, and that's what we want to change with Enware. Enware is a cloud gaming platform that allows you to play any video game that you already have on any device, only for $8.99 per month. This is how the future of the gaming industry looks like. There are 3 billion gamers in the world, and only 300 million of them have enough hardware to play all the existing content that there is in the gaming industry. An industry that is huge. And when I say huge, it's actually the biggest entertainment industry in the world, and it's bigger than all the other entertainment industries combined. So why are we going to be a winning horse in this race? Well, because we are the only cloud gaming platform in the world that allows you to synchronize and play more than 20,000 video games. That's 20 times more than our biggest competitor, and you can search that on Google. And we are the only cloud gaming platform that has a video compression algorithm that solves the two main problems in the cloud gaming space, which is latency and having a smooth experience, a smooth gameplay, even if you have a bad connection. You can also search that on Google. It is not Facebook, not Google, not these public traded companies, Enware is the one with this technology. Our concept is so mind-blowing that in the last 6 months, we have been able to bring to our waiting list more than 300,000 users from all around the world. We have an average of 1,500 daily signups in our waiting list. We have started to open the service to our users, and recently we have brought to the platform more than 10,000 active users. Total cost of marketing of all this, almost zero. This is the amazing team that has been able to achieve all these things on top of bringing gaming investors in the gaming space, the biggest mobile manufacturers in the world, the biggest gaming publishers in the world, the biggest hardware manufacturers in the world. And this has been achieved by only 12 people. So you can even imagine, if we get properly funded, what are we going to be able to achieve? So this is our contact information. If you want to know how we're going to change the gaming industry and how we're going to be the next big thing, just let me know. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you and congrats for the presentation and the amazing product. So in a world in which Microsoft's strategy is going pure to the cloud and Sony's strategy is going pure to the cloud, and they are already acquiring companies and developing AAA games, etc. What's your positioning on that? Because you were mentioning plus 20,000 games.
Yeah.
But, we already know there are not so many AAA games that make the difference for gamers.
So yeah, thanks for the question. So what we do is we integrate with public stores that publicly provide this information from users, so we can give them the possibility to bring their libraries from Steam, from Epic Games, from these stores to play all the video games. So yes, we have AAA games. And the other thing is, well, I can talk about hours about this topic, but let's say that corporates, they have a vision of having a closed ecosystem, and they want to have, let's say, their console. So they generate friction from creators and from users. We want to have like an open nexus of the whole gaming industry in just one place. Thanks.
What does your current user retention look like now that you've opened it?
So we have been able in the last 6 months to increase a lot the user retention. In early stage B2C, there's a lot of questioning about what's your churn and all that jazz, but let's say that we have a strong vision about what retention is. We base what our core action is, which is playing more than 15 minutes one session. So if you as a user perform that in a month for a couple of times, 10 times, 20 times, we have, let's say, progressions about how the users are improving, and we can predict churn. And the good thing is that in the last 3 months, the segment of users that are super engaged, like power users in our platform, is the biggest segment of all the users in the paying users.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we have a tight script here, unfortunately. But yeah, moving right along. As you heard earlier today, we have so many fintechs that have become unicorns. And many have become unicorns starting here at South Summit. Today, we're in the area of fintech and insurtech. We have Payflow Digital. The picture is Avinash Sukwani, the co-founder. It's also from the country of Spain. Payflow is a mobile app that allows employees to get paid whenever they want instead of once a month. And with all the money they want. No, not that. Whenever they want, and not only once a month. Join me in welcoming Avinash.
Good evening. Today is the 9th of June. That means almost all of us in this room have already worked for 9 days. But almost none of us have got paid yet. And that's because our financial system is broken. We have to work 30 days to then get paid 30 days. And we're effectively financing our companies. For some fortunate few, we don't really mind because we have savings, we have nice pay slips. But for 50% of the Spanish population, they're living paycheck to paycheck. And for 75% of the population of LATAM, people are living paycheck to paycheck. And that's why we invented Payflow. Payflow is a mobile app, and it allows employees to get paid whenever they want, instead of just once a month. And we sell it to companies as an employee benefit. So they pay a SaaS fee in exchange for their employees having unlimited usage of the application. We're fortunate to be backed by some great venture capitals from Y Combinator, Rocket Internet, Seaya Ventures, Cathay Innovation, and others. And we've been able to count on more than 14 million euros of funding so far. And this has allowed us, since the summer of 2020, when we launched, to grow exponentially and very quickly. We now have more than 300 large corporate clients, including companies such as Five Guys, Covirán, NH Hoteles, Grupo Hospitalario Quirón, or Grupo Hospitalario Vitas. And we're able to sell to all kinds of companies, frontline workers, blue-collar workers, anyone who has a modest payslip. And we're going further than that now. We've expanded into Portugal, Colombia, and Peru. Our product started as just earned wage access, but since then we've gotten a lot further, adding two powerful add-ons. The first one is LearnFlow, an e-learning platform that allows employees to learn about financial concepts in a gamified way, similar to Duolingo. And the second one is SaveFlow. It allows employees to save effortlessly by setting apart a certain amount each month. And we're going further, and in the next month, we will be launching a stellar product that has taken us most of this year to develop, and it will be our Payflow card. We wouldn't have been able to get this far without the fantastic team we have. We're counting on around 50 fantastic individuals from ex-companies such as Goin, Mercado Libre, Adevintia, TravelPerk, McKinsey, BCG, Bain & Company, A.T. Kearney, and many others. Thank you. We are Payflow.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I was wondering, first of all, what integrations do you need to do on the back-end side with the companies, either on the payroll or the sort of time and attendance side? And second of all, just wondering how the usage has actually been on the platform.
Yeah, those are great questions. So in terms of the payroll integrations, in order to give an employee the earned wage that they've already had, we need to know how much they make, and we need to know in real time. There's only one place where that information can be found, so that's HRIS or payroll softwares. A lot of these softwares are on-premise systems from the 80s and the 90s that are really hard to integrate with. They don't have APIs, and this is the most challenging part of our model. Luckily, we've been able to develop more than 40 payroll integrations already with 40 different softwares, so we've got pretty much everyone covered now. And then in terms of utilization, it's extremely high. So most employee benefits have utilizations of around 5% to 10%. With Payflow, we're seeing 45 to 50% of employees using the app every month. And when they do, they withdraw their salary 4 times per month. So they're effectively getting paid 5 times a month now.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you give us more information about your growth strategy, and especially the main markets you're approaching in your next steps?
Yeah, we were born in Spain because of COVID, and we were born in March 2020, a little bit stuck here. But our focus nowadays is on Latin America. We spend most of our time in Colombia, and we've also opened Peru very recently. There's much more need in those countries, and that's why we focus there. And then in terms of sales strategy, more or less 25% of our leads are inbound or coming from marketing. Around 25% is from referrals. A lot of clients refer to other clients when they see how high utilization is. And 50% is pure outbound sales, so SDRs.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next category is digital business. Usincro is the name of the startup. The picture is Cristina Martin Lorenzo, the CEO. It's from Spain. It's a secure SaaS platform to streamline global trading. We digitize the supply chain by democratizing access to technology. Join me in welcoming Christina.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Cristina Martin, CEO and co-founder of Usynchro, a platform to synchronize global trade by democratizing the access to new technologies like blockchain, artificial intelligence, or machine learning. Global trade is a very complex process in which many stakeholders are not connected in between each other. United Nations estimate that the 20% of the transport cost is due to these inefficiencies. So in a global market, we have a €2 trillion per year opportunity in this field. Our history in a nutshell. We start 3 co-founders, and now are a 23-people team. We start as e-customs. Now we have evolved into Usynchro. We were a SaaS, and we also are a SaaS-enabled marketplace now. So we have more than 193 companies, more than 7,000 shipments, and we have traded more than 250 million of goods till now. Usynchro reduce cost, reduce fraud, reduce the paper use, and also improve the job satisfaction. That is very important. We are multimodal. And also we use blockchain to avoid supply chain traceability and security pains. We are based in 6 principles that are very different from the competence. We are collaborative, we are global, we are interoperable, we are open, independent, that is so important to be neutral in this field, and we are an agnostic platform. So we are very close to universities. We have learned with the students, more than 200 during this year, and they have learned how to use these technologies by using our platform. And also we are committed with innovation, and during this year we have demonstrated that Usynchro has no limits. We have made logistics in the space by tracking 2 nanosatellites with SpaceX. And also in our marketplace, you can find electronic documents, financing, insurance, saving up to 30%. It's so easy to use Usynchro, only 5 steps from our web, and we have a completely free API. Those are some of our customers. The last one was Air Europa. We started in Spain, we are in 19 countries, and also, as I said, in the space. Our forecast for this year is 500,000, and also I'm very proud of my team, a completely Spanish team making deep tech from Madrid to the universe. So I'm so happy. And also we have an advisory board to help us in strategic decisions. Of course, we have competence, but these huge companies only shows that we are in the right sector in the right moment. And I have to take this chance to say that I'm in fundraising, looking for 4.5 million. So thank you so much. I'm very happy to talk to you if you can help us to disrupt global trade. Thank you.
Hello, congratulations on your pitch. And well, can you tell us a bit more about your traction? Because you were very fast.
Only 3 minutes, it's impossible. Where we have more than 193 companies on board in the platform. The last one was Air Europa. Our main customer is importers and exporters that are making more than 25 million of revenue per year. And the main thing that we did in Usynchro is a social network of the shipment, because in global trade, many stakeholders, the freight forwarder, the airline, the ocean company, the importer, the customs, its authorities. So we synchronize the data in a secure way by using blockchain, and also we automate parts of the processes by using artificial intelligence.
Hello, Christina. My understanding is that you are building a complete ecosystem. And the main thing is that you are doing, again, little integrations with many different players over there. So how do you make these integrations?
Well, I have been working in logistics for more than 17 years. I'm vice president of the Freight Forwarder Association, so my network somehow helps us to connect with different players. In SIL, the International Logistics Salon, last week in Barcelona, we showed the integration with Spanish Port, a platform called Simple. And our idea is to help our customers to not to make an integration API between each of our customers. Usynchro will be the middleware where they can find a one-stop shop for logistics with ports platform, other countries platform, custom clearance, sanitary authorities, whatever. So our network somehow is very hard, I must say. We are here from 2018, so we have been working hard for 4 years. But I can say that we are connected already with a Spanish port platform and also with FIATA, that is the worldwide association. We are one of the 5 platforms that are able to do electronic EFBL, and we can do it worldwide.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, moving right along. We got 2 more to go, 2 more to go. This one is in education. Singularity Experts. The picture is Elena Ibanez, the CEO from Spain. Singularity Experts is the leader in solutions for recommending jobs of the future and academic training for people who don't know what to study or what to work in. Sounds familiar, right? Sounds like a universal problem. Join me in welcoming an Antigua alumna of mine, Elena.
Okay, let's go. We have a huge problem, not only in Spain, but also in the rest of the countries. Nearly all students don't have a clue about what to study. And of those who do know, they keep on choosing between traditional professions that are going to disappear. And this is part of the reason why we've got the highest dropout university rate in Europe. And while all this is happening, companies cannot find qualified profiles for their positions. This is a problem that we turn out into an opportunity. Singularity Experts. We are a game changer in vocational guidance that discover the young and the old people also for the jobs of the future that better suit them, only recommending jobs with future and studies with future, with a special focus on STEM, vocational training, and soft skills. We have mainly innovated in 2 fields. First, we are the only institution in the world that have a mapping of 1,000 jobs with future. Obviously, all of these jobs already exist, as you can see here, and all of them have a guaranteed high employability. And in second place, we have created an AI that makes the perfect match among the profile and the studies and the jobs that better suit these people, and we can do this because we measure things that nobody measures, like, for instance, computational thinking. We have achieved a fully digital product. You make the test here in this platform that you are seeing now, and the report with the results and the recommendations are also delivered in this same environment. So as you can see, it's no presence at all needed. Of course, we sell directly to the end user through our website, through these 3 packs that you see here. But our main strategy is a modular strategy. We want to be present in every single school, university, education publisher, public sector that have their own users already and need to guide them in some point of the customer journey. And this is why we want to become like a PayPal of employability. Although it's hard to think, there is no single company offering recommendations related to the jobs of the future and studies with the future. And this is part of the reason why we have achieved large clients, as you can see here, and also part of the reason why we've won more than 15 prizes related to vocational guidance, education, and the future of work. And last year, we launched Singularity Hackers with Chema Alonso. That is a spin-off of Singularity Experts, focused only in recommending jobs in the cybersecurity field. And this year, we are launching another vertical in the tourism sector. This is the core team, people from psychology, education, and technology, mainly. So we are ready to grow. We have doubled our growth each year since we were born, and now what we want to do is accelerate our penetration in Spain and also go to another markets. And that's why we invite you to join with us this opportunity and to foster employability, because we really need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you have any success story integrating your system with a university or higher education institution?
In the university, particularly, we are working now with Universidad Europea and with WAX and with UFV and with UNIR and ISDI. We are making different projects with them. Sometimes we are making vocational guidance to select, to choose a grado. And other times we are in La UAX, we are helping them in their vocational training for them to select which vocational training. And in each university, but yeah, we are having very successful stories there.
Where are you training the algorithms against what? LinkedIn crawling career paths or something else?
Sorry, how are we training?
We train the algorithms.
Yeah, it is not mature learning. This is based on an expert knowledge model with business rules. So it is not learning from the outcome, because it is impossible to have that time to train the model. So it is another model. It is not machine learning. Well, I could talk for hours on how it's built, because there are so many dimensions there, but it is not machine learning.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, we've come to the last one. Connectivity and data is the track. The company is Codi. The pitcher is Manuel Arenath, the CEO from Spain. Codi is a deep tech company offering the next generation AI-powered static code analysis platform, specifically designed to boost the performance of applications running on every device. Join me in welcoming Manuel.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Have you seen a connected car running in the street? These cars are equipped with software for 5G, IoT, driving monitoring systems. If you think of these cars are equipped with more than 200 million lines of code that need to run fast in order to make time-sensitive decisions very, very fast for us. So there is a clear need in the market to produce software that runs fast, to enable to produce this kind of products for our daily lives that are changing our world. And the hardware can help, but the hardware is not enough. The key is to provide professional humans, professional software developers with tools to produce faster software that runs fast on modern hardware. And this is the key challenge today. So if you look at the market, you can see that there are tools in the market that are addressing security issues, bugs, compliance in regulated markets, but all of them have overlooked performance, which is critical today in this modern context where we are. And this is what makes Codi unique, and this is where Codi comes into play. Codi, for the first time, provides automated code inspection specifically designed for performance. What this means is that Codi scans the code without executing it and produces a report where the developer knows exactly what is the problem in terms of performance, why the software is running slower, and more important, how to fix it, and actually fix the code, rebuild it, and eventually run faster. It's kind of packaging decades of expertise in performance optimization in a box to have it at the desktop for every professional software development out there. Real facts about Codi. We are producing 50% faster code with an error rate way below the double digits of error rates in this kind of tools. Only 2% error rate. So clear, actionable results. We have a great team, very experienced, B2B oriented to high-tech sales, with collectively more than 150 years, only with these 13 people based and distributed in several places around the world. The software development tools market is huge, but more important, it is growing faster than ever at a rate of 22% year over year, which is a great opportunity for Codee. Market traction, we have a proven business model. We have already sold and have customers worldwide, more than 8 customers from the US, China, Australia, Saudi Arabia, and all of them are using Codee and for their purposes. We're selling B2B sales subscriptions. Our go-to-market strategy for sales, direct sales in Europe and the US. Why? Because it's cultural and more close to our sales development team. Channel partnerships, strategic channel partnerships with companies that know how to sell these kind of solutions in territories like China, Korea, India, where there are barriers to make business in those situations. We already have established partnerships with companies with proven track record to sell these kind of solutions. More in the longer term, key strategic technological partnerships, OEM in the Codee technology in third-party hardware and software products of big companies. We are here today. We had closed a pre-seed round, and today we are also at this moment raising more money for growth to fund this fundraising. 4 million, looking essentially for a lead investor that can understand our market and can cover 50–60% of the round. And all our investors, well known in the space, known as B2B software sales, all of them are fully committed to follow on with the track record. And best of all, we have tripled our revenue last year, and we're on track to hit the 1 million ARR at the end of this year. So thank you. This is Codee. Happy to partner with you.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and congrats for what you've achieved. One simple question. What's your target client, and in what industry are you targeting those clients?
Good question. We have created a sales pipeline in January with more than 7 million opportunities in big companies. We are looking for highly innovative big companies, corporates like Continental, LG, General Electric, General Motors, all of them, and we are looking for the buying persona is the highly innovative person that typically is responsible for innovation, for head of testing, automated testing, corporate-wide, that knows about the technology, but also have the vision of how using Codee can have a big impact on their business. And this strategy is working very well, and we are starting to close more and more contracts with this kind of companies.
I have 2 questions. First one is very technical. I understand that this is multi-platform and they analyze the code. If you can explain a little bit about that. Another important thing, there's going to be a huge consumption of energy caused by algorithms. Do you have in mind developing something that is more sustainable? Try not to make it that fast, but trying to make it as sustainable as possible?
Yes, sure. Regarding that question, when you look at performance, you want to make software run as fast as possible. But that is good, for instance, for supercomputers, facilities installed by the hyperscalers. But if you look at the type of things we do, you also use these kind of technologies in smartphones, where you need a trade-off between performance and energy consumption. And this is key for the uptake of the technology. And Codee is also helping customers or our corporates developing software for smartphones, for microcontroller units, in every single embedded device that you can find out there.
Thank you.
Regarding technology, we can talk offline. Happy to do that.
Thank you. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, this brings today to an end. Tomorrow, we'll announce the winners. As you saw, 10 amazing teams. And as I said earlier, we've created a lot of unicorns here over the last 10 years. And so it is just after 7 o'clock. But this is Spain. The sun is shining outside. And the only thing between you and a glass of wine or a beer are those doors. So, have a good night.
So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you're broke, your love life's DOA. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. Well, it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year. I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you 'cause you've been for me too. You're still in bed at 10 and work began at 8. You burn your breakfast sofa, things are going great. Your mother warned you there'd be days like this, but she didn't tell you when the world has brought you down to your knees. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you, like I've been there before. I'll be there for you, 'cause you're there for me too. When the rain starts to pour, like I've been there before, 'cause you're there for me too. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. Kelly hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year. I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you, like I've been there before. I'll be there for you, 'cause you're there for me too. When the rain starts to pour, I'll be there for you, like I've been there before. I'll be there for you, 'cause you're there for me too. Ooh. Gracias.